Good morning, everybody. Buenos días todos y todas. Vamos a comenzar la sesión de la mañana de hoy, que es la sesión número 3, correspondiente a la conferencia magistral de nuestra querida colega Judy Kalman, de este Departamento de Investigaciones Educativas del CINVESTAV. We are going to start right now to this part of the conference that corresponds to the keynote speech of Judy Kalman, very well-known colleague of our department. She is specialized in online, digital, world education issues. She has a lot of time working on these topics, not just in the schools, but outside schools also. And she's going to talk about, the title of her presentation is Online in an Offline World. So, sin más palabras, sin mayor preámbulo, es el tiempo de Judy. Go ahead, Judy. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This is kind of a strange situation for me because being here in DIE, which is my home base, I'm going to give this presentation in English. Originally I had planned to do it in Spanish, but I was asked specifically to change languages, which of course caused all kinds of trans-language crisis in my mind last night, trying to move quickly from one to the other. But since I really live in I have a bilingual mind and existence, and I tend to move back and forth between languages constantly. I'm hoping it's not going to be a problem, and for the Spanish-speaking audience, I will try to throw in a few interesting comments for you specifically, and try and make this as fluent as possible, so we'll see. Before I begin, I would like to thank some very important people. First, my colleague and dear friend, Germán, who invited me in to give this talk and gave me this opportunity to present some of the research I've been doing. And it was a little bit of mental gymnastics because I don't usually talk to high ed crowds, so I had to think a little bit harder about how to think. I had to think about the relevance of what I do in some very everyday type contexts for higher education and all that goes along with that. But I'd also like to thank two very important people. One is Claudia Patricia Valdivia Sanchez, who's my student. She's sitting right over there, who is a very important part of the research I'm going to present, and who has the very difficult task of keeping me organized, so I'm extremely grateful to her. And I want to thank my colleague René Montero, who might be watching us from Colombia, because he was also my student, and he graduated just about a year ago, and he was extremely helpful and collaborative in helping me find some very interesting examples from his dissertation, which in fact was a higher ed context. So that helped me, and he helped me bridge these everyday and higher ed contexts. So I want to share with you something that happened to me when I was getting ready to put together my talk for this morning. And what happened was that the first thing I did when I had sort of the parts together, but I was thinking about how to sew all the seams. As I was preparing, I went back and read the call for papers, and I was a little bit stumped by the very first line. The first line says, "The transition to digital society implies a huge change in economic, social, and cultural lives of nations." And I kept getting stuck. I read the sentence and I stopped, and I read the sentence and I stopped, and I kept going back. And I wasn't real sure what it was that was making me uncomfortable as a reader. And so I went and I looked at the Spanish, and it says, "La transición a la sociedad digital implica inmenso cambio en la vida económica, social y cultural de las naciones. And I realized that what I was getting thrown by was the use of a definite article, the digital society. And I also noticed that it was also in the Spanish version, so I came to the conclusion that it wasn't a translation thing or a stylistic thing, that it was really quite intentional. And I was quite relieved yesterday when Inés also started out talking about some grammatical categories. She was concerned with verbs and nouns and knowledge as a noun, as a verb, and some of the delicacies of Spanish verbs that we can use both as nouns and as actions and as things. And so it's like there's a way to say to knowledge. Bad translation, but that's basically the idea. So I was quite taken by the fact that she started also with a discussion of how do we say things, because that's a lot of what we do in academia, isn't it? We think very hard about how we say things, how we represent them, what they mean, what the intentions are behind them, some of the things that go on between the lines and the underlying assumptions. So I began to think about, well, what is the digital society? What do we mean by the digital society? And I asked myself, and these are not just rhetorical questions, I really was quite thrown for a few minutes, and so I was asking myself things like, what is the digital society? What does it look like? How does it work? And who participates? And I did what anybody would do in our position. I Googled it to see what other people had to say. And I came up with several, a whole bunch of definitions came up. Some talked about a digital society, others talked about the digital society, but all of them were in the singular. It was very interesting to me that nobody is using the plural. And I know this is quite small, I don't know if you can actually read it, so I thought I would quickly go through what some of these definitions are. And I chose these, some might call it, I chose these intentionally because they're very different kinds of organizations. So there's the Association of Universities in the Netherlands. There's a definition here from the RAND Corporation, which is a private sort of research and marketing group whose audience is policymakers and those kind of folks. A publication for higher education that most of you are probably familiar with, and La Fundación Internacional Sesgo, which is something I just found, but they self-define as a cultural organization to discuss cultural issues in Mexico and across America, Latin America, and the rest of the world. So it's interesting how they talk about, for example, the digital society of the universities in the Netherlands. They talk about how we communicate, socialize, work, and participate in politics have all been changed by digital technologies, and the promises that the digital has for us in terms of tremendous benefits, and this is textual, tremendous benefits for better health, more efficient mobility, efficient energy use, and so on. And the RAND Corporation talks about how compressed into 2 decades there has been a great deal of change in our society, and the changes take place across multiple domains and situations. They talk about workplace, home, local community, how we buy things, purchasing goods, travel, how we travel, and different types of social interactions. And the publication of Times Higher Education, this is more in line with what was in the call here, talking about how digital innovation, that's a very important word, innovation shapes our society, our economy, our culture, our lifestyle, and the way that it can potentially is another important word, impact and advance all aspects. But the assumption is that it will advance all aspects of our society. And this, and there's a call here for the need for rigorous research. And the last one, which I find extremely interesting, is that it says that the reality of the new digital world, again, in the singular and in the definite, is that human beings of today have completely changed their forms of communication in accordance with the internet. Fashion, la moda, fashion, and online trends. And there's a little snippet here about how we use hashtags and emoticons and so on. So there's sort of an assumption here with the use of this definite article that I'm still not happy about, where we see it is assumed that we all know what the digital society is. It's a known entity. It's defined for all those involved in the conversation. So here's my attempt to summarize for you some of the main points of these 4 definitions. And first of all, digital in the world, which is my words, not theirs, they cover, these 4 definitions cover a large number of social domains. So I'm not going to read them all, but you heard them when we were talking about, when I was going through the definitions of how it's everything from the arts, we could have added sports here, but it wasn't in the definitions, the arts to healthcare, to public services and so on. And at the same time, there's an idea that digital technologies are omnipresent, and they're where we are and what we do. And they bring about complete changes in the way we communicate, we socialize and work, and they are attached to or linked in some way with the idea of benefits. Nobody's talking about risk here, or perhaps costs, but the importance of the benefits for healthcare, mobility, and energy consumption are clearly stated. And of course, the idea that it's an impact on society, economy, culture, and lifestyle. So I think there are some important underlying ideas here, assumptions about who we are and how we live, and who those who participate in the digital society are and how they live. And that could be a they or a we. To begin with, there's an idea of moving in one direction, where we are on a single track and moving towards some kind of state of maturity or development. There's also notions of growth, evolution, favorable change, progress. That this is something that is necessarily moving us from towards a better, I guess what could be considered desirable transformations. And of course, the idea that technology the use of technology is for relieving humankind from hard work and labor and tasks. It's to make things easier for us. These are all assumptions underlying here, and they carry benefits. So when you look at, you read these kinds of definitions and assumptions in this way, it raises an issue for me, and not just for me, for several scholars. The one I'm going to cite here is Jackson. But it raises the issue of what is our starting point for thinking through the nature, use, and effects of digital technology? And I think this is an important question. And I think it's an important question because how we frame what we do and how we think about things will influence clearly how we, what we are able to see and what we are able to appreciate. So I want to put forward this question and think about some of the assumptions that I just talked about, and how can we make room, how from this notion of framework of progress and advancement, do we account for situations like this? Now, I don't know if you're familiar with this case. No sé si conozcan este caso, fue muy famoso en las redes sociales. It first was a case where a young man from a town or a city, I guess it's a town called Kumasi, which is about 250 miles from Accra in Ghana. His name is Richard Apia Alesto. He made a post on Facebook. I don't know if any of you saw this. A post on Facebook where he put up these pictures and some videos of how he teaches technology in this small school. It's a junior high school, secundaria. And his posting became viral, and it went to YouTube, and eventually it was picked up by BBC, by CNN, by the National Public Radio, and a lot of just news agencies. And what he tells in his post is that he has to teach technology in the school but there's no computers. I'm not sure there's light. I tried to find out if there was electricity and I wasn't successful, but there are no computers at all. And the reason he teaches this, he's the informatics teacher, is because his students who are in 9th grade, in el último año de secundaria, they have to take a test to get into the next level of education and to medio superior and to get into high school. And one of the parts of the test is on technology. And they have to be able to answer questions, have at least a declarative knowledge of how technology and using a computer works. So if you look at the picture on the far side, what he has done is he has drawn a picture of software. It's Microsoft Word. And what he has done is he tells them how to what each thing is called and how they work and what you use it for. And because the classes change from hour to hour, when the next teacher comes in, they erase his drawing. So every day he has to come in and draw again this representation of what using Word looks like. So how do we account for something like this? I think that's a fair question, because most of what we know, or a lot of what we know about technologies, digital technologies, and how they're used, and how they're articulated to the social world, is through research that is done in what Berengent, a digital anthropologist, refers to as the privileged centers, cutting-edge technology, or hip informational avant-garde. I like the hip informational avant-garde part. And he says that our understanding and knowledge would benefit a great deal from looking at diverse digital worlds. And he talks about the importance of understanding the use of digital technologies, in the plural, in the less than optimal circumstances of what he calls the awkwardly connected. Much of what is said and how using technology is represented based on ideal situation. It's like a lot of things, a lot of policy. Policy often depends on certain elements, certain conditions being in place, and then projections are made about what might be accomplished. Well, it's sort of the same thing here. There's a lot of assumptions about optimal and ideal conditions. And so he talks about the world, the need to understand that which is less than optimal, what he calls the awkwardly connected. And and that would mean things like using makeshift computers, working in constricted spaces with restricted access to know-how, and without necessarily ample financial resources. So it's a call for to move from predictable world to much more unpredictable worlds, and to be sensitive to the eventualities and the chance events that happen through life when one is using this kind of technology, or when one is doing anything, basically. So going back to the same question, the idea is to extend it, to amplify it, and to ask, what is the starting point for thinking through the nature, the use, and the effects of digital technology? And are we thinking of a world of novelty, growth, invention, favorable change and progress? Or are we thinking of a world of eventuality, chance events, breakdown, erosion, and repair, where these things are the norm and not the exception? And is there something in between? Do we have situations where both of these things can be present? So I wanted to mention briefly that over the last couple years in my research group, in LETS, it's called, Laboratorio de Educación, Tecnología y Sociedad, we've been doing a series of studies about different situations every day, in school and out of school, though we don't like to talk about in school and out of school because then it seems like in school is the basic context and out of school is everything else. So we talk about different social domains, taking the concept of domains from social linguistics. And we have studies on kids living in a marginal area, trying to stay connected and up to date and online. The study of classrooms and teachers trying to incorporate and understand how to relate long-standing curriculum and institutional demands to the use of technology, which is now a new demand. We have the study on, some of these are dissertations, some of this is my own work or my work with the rest of the group. We have studies on citizen science and the presence of technologies in citizen science, including writing technologies and writing itself. And the current study that we're doing now, that Patricia and I are working on, is on the precariously connected, and we're working in Tláhuac, which is about 45 minutes from here and is considered to be a marginalized area here in Mexico City. And the work that we are doing is, we consider it marginalized because it has poor local infrastructure. Even the electricity, being in Mexico City, the electricity is unstable. For example, people complained about if the business next to theirs has a high use of electricity, then they can't use their computers. So one of the people the participants in our study who uses computers constantly as part of her work, across the street is a laundromat, dry cleaners. And in the afternoon, when they put their machines on, there's not enough voltage for the computers to run. So that's why we refer to unstable electricity. And at the same time, it's unreliable connectivity. There is a predominance of secondhand equipment, old devices, locally assembled computers, bootleg software, not using the main licensed kinds of software, but pirated or bootlegged software. It's basically a low-income area. It is one of the areas in the city with the lowest formal education attainment. These are all indicators that are used to talk about marginality. The main activity is still agriculture. It's distant from downtown. It's geographically large, and so we consider that it is what Berenger referred to when he talked about the less optimal and the precariously connected. And you're going to see why that notion of less optimal and precariously connected gets extended throughout this talk. So from this study, I was trying to think of some of the findings that we have and how they might be useful for thinking about using technology, digital technologies in higher education types of situations, which are multiple, and where the uses are diverse. So it's for collaboration, it's for research itself. The use of digital technologies is also an object of study. It's part of our teaching. There's things that we expect our students to be able to do. And so I came up with some caveats. So when we think of the digital, or a digital, or I would like to say digitalities in the plural, here are some things that we want to keep in mind, which I'm calling caveats, that might help us have a more nuanced approach to understanding the digital. So the first one is that the digital is in social worlds, and social worlds are in the digital. And what I mean by that is that what we do when we talk about technology, we can talk about it in isolation as a thing in itself, but when we start to look at it in use, all kinds of things get messy, and our notion of how digital works begins to fray. And here's a couple of quotes that technology is both embeds and is embedded in social practices, identity, norms, conventions, discourse, instruments, and institutions. And I like this quote because in one very quick sentence, it touches on many complex and complicated aspects of technology use. The next notion that I think is important, and it goes back to this idea of the ideal and this ideologicalized notion of digital technologies, and that is that the benefits are presented as unbound while the risks are framed as manageable. And sometimes the risks are manageable and sometimes they're not, and I would say also not just risks, but some of the unplanned and life circumstances have an impact on the way that the digital and digital possibilities get used. So the question is, what world are we talking about when we talk about the digital world? This is the notion, this is a representation which is the shiny, glossy version of technology. So you see in the figure this woman standing with her computer, and she has up on the screen, it looks like she's collaborating with somebody, and there is data that is represented, both numerical and text, and in text. And this is sort of the prototype of what we think of, or what we're presented with in movies and in commercials and on Google and in research of what it is that is digital and how it looks. So is it the shiny, glossy world, or is it the rough and tumble world of the everyday? Somebody who is using a computer in a situation that is not really thought of as a place where a computer might be used. And this is a picture, and here collaboration looks very different, doesn't it? In the first picture, collaboration is on screen, and this is one of those representations that's very ephemeral. We don't know if this is being projected over glass or a big screen, but in the next one we have no doubt that the collaboration is one-on-one, and it's mediated by this computer that they're both looking at. And the reason this computer is on the street is because this man is an informal worker. He is a photographer outside the Registro Civil, the local courthouse in Tláhuac, where people take their babies to get a birth certificate, or they go to get married, and people want pictures on the spot. For example, one of the most requested pictures is the moment that the judge or the employee takes the baby's thumb and puts it in the ink, and then puts it on the paper that is their physical birth certificate. Everybody seems to want a photograph of that moment, of when their baby gets a name and a last name and becomes a person in the official sense. And so he works outside, and he has many arrangements with the local bureaucrats and authorities that allow him to wander in and out with his camera, and he runs outside and he reproduces the pictures and sells them to people as they come out the door. So there's a lot of things going on, but in this particular picture, these two people are looking at some photographs together and making a decision about which ones to print. And also there's another aspect. There's this sterile showroom of the latest and most modern, and you gotta have it devices, and how they're presented and how they're sold. And the space, but the thing that impresses me the most about this picture, which I pulled offline, is that the space is immaculate. There's nothing out of place, there's no papers on the ground. Everything seems to be perfectly presented, even the angle that the computers have been photographed. But then there's this. This is another view of digital worlds, and this is a market where most of what is being sold is either secondhand, it could be bootlegged or pirated kinds of softwares. Its origin could be dubious. We don't know what the origin of some of these secondhand things are. Are they stolen? Were they hijacked? And so we have a very different approach and a very different proximity to digital objects through these different marketplaces. And then, of course, there's the issue of knowledge circulation and the ways teaching and learning happen. And so one way to think of it might be the tech lab, which was very popular and is still very popular in many schools, not all, but many schools, where the students are set up in these lines and lines of computers, and the concept is one student to one machine, and this is where the class takes place. But there's others too. There's our friend from before who is teaching technology without the digital technologies. The technology he has is a chalkboard and the ability to write and draw. So there's those kind of representational technologies. Or there's also Moodle, which is I would say, representative in some way of the electronic classroom, the digital classroom, which is based or has many characteristics that we can trace back to the physical one. So my point here is that when we talk about digital worlds, we need to be very clear and think about what it is that we have in these worlds, what they have in common. They're not completely divorced, but at the same time, what are the distinctive characteristics that makes them be the specific situated moments and places for people that they are. So here's another example. I want to take a minute. I'm going to try and show you a little clip of a video. But I think this is very important because part of this notion of digital technologies is the idea of inventiveness and design and continual improvement. And these are desktop computers, and these computers are built and designed based on a series of assumptions about where we're going to set them up, how we're going to set them up, how we're going to be positioned in front of them, and so on. And it's assumed that they'll be on a tabletop. You can see all of these pictures. They're on tabletops, and all of the equipment is carefully placed around the screen, and there's very few wires available. If you see, there's almost no wires, because wires are not very aesthetic. I personally don't care for them. But then again, there is this situation. This is on the, well, it's now to my left. On the left-hand side is Senor Francisco's computer again. He works on the street, and he has come up with many ways of adapting a computer that was originally designed to be on a tabletop, to be on a curbside, on a concrete slab, and on the top, he's got his computer on the top of the box. And there's two things I want to point out here. One is that if you look closely, on the side of his printer is a box of ink. This is before Epson had come out with their model where you could refill. And this is these are bootlegged wells of ink that somebody began to design, and you could buy them in the Plaza de la Computación. There's a market downtown that has only computational and technology kind of stuff, and somebody had come up with this design, and you could attach it to the outside, and there was a way to wire it into the place where ink was supposed to go, and you could fill the wells, and of course with ink that was also produced on the sly, because the cost of ink for these printers was so high that it wasn't feasible. So there's an example of redesign. But I want to show you another example. I have a little video clip of how this working on the street has led Senor Francisco to appropriate and adapt what he does with technology and how he uses it. All right. Alt. Okay. See, I told you. No. This is not a generation thing. I don't know this computer. ¿Cuál es? Alt, ¿qué? No, yo me dijiste shift, no era shift, era flecha. Okay. Okay, so I want you to, I'm going to have to stand up for this. I want you to think about what this looks like on the street. So there's a slab of cement, and on the slab of cement is a screen and the computer itself, and to the side, sitting on a box, is all of the printing stuff. And so the question is that if you were at a table, if your computer is at a table, then you have your mouse on the table, and you use the table as where you move the mouse back and forth to be able to make changes. So here, in this particular clip, I want you to look very carefully at how he has solved the problem of having no table to use his mouse. We took the sound off on purpose because it was part of the interview, and while we were interviewing, he was working. So can you see? ¿Ya pueden ver dónde está haciendo lo del mouse? Sobre su cuerpo. And apparently, I was talking to some other researchers who were doing something similar in another place, and apparently this is quite common. And the whole thing about, you know, you can imagine the screen, and he's trying to get to the right place, and so he has to get up under his camera. So this gives you an idea of some of the adaptation. And there are, and the idea here being that in these small, minute, tactical changes in the way computers are used, we have evidence of reinventiveness, of redesign, and of processes of appropriation of this equipment into situations that it was really not meant for. The computer was not designed to use on a street curb. No, wrong one. So, oh, this is the ink thing. I kind of got ahead of myself, but here you can see much better the ink wells that I was talking about earlier, where here you can see the computer, you can see the context that he's actually in, all the connections, whereas on the desktop representation, you don't see any wires or how things are plugged in. Here, everything is visible and available, and of course, how the ink is attached to the outside and routed into the computer to be on the printer. So here's number 2. This is my second caveat, and the point I want to make here, if I can find my notes. The point I want to make here is that not everything about these technologies are new. So it's interesting to think, if you look back at some of the policy from the 60s, for example, on literacy, much of what was said about literacy is also said now about digital technologies. That in the 60s, the idea was that if everybody just knew how to read and write, they would be able to get the jobs they needed, and it would push international development, and it would help societies move along this one clear path towards what that time was modernity, which was basically a type of industrialization. Some things very similar have been said about the digital. And there's a researcher at the University of California in Irvine, his name is, I think it's Steve Warshauer, and he analyzes with quite detail the similarities between literacy and literacy ideologies and literacy policies, and he compares them to the digital. And he has noted that, to begin with, both of these technologies are closely connected to advances in human communication and the production of knowledge and the way knowledge is circulated. They also both involve a series of cultural artifacts that are socially valued and are connected to creating and distributing information, cultural products, and approaches to and knowledge in general. Also, both of them have been billed, have been promoted as revolutionizing in some way, in their moment, revolutionizing human communication, revolutionizing knowledge, revolutionizing storage and archives of information. And there's an interesting anecdote. I've been trying to find it again, but I haven't been able to put my hands on it. There's an anecdote by Daniel Webster that's reported that Daniel Webster in 1820 received a letter from Europe and was amazed at the speed of human communication, that it only took 1 month to receive news from the old world to the new world, and that it was the height of efficient and rapid interaction between the two continents, and he couldn't imagine how it could get any better. It just goes to show how context all of this is, how contextualized it is, and how each advance is heralded as the final and most efficient and surprising one. Now, Warshauer also points out that the common definition of access to both literacy and to the digital technologies has to do with possession. One, in the case of literacy, it's the ability, somewhat mechanical, to be able to possess the code. And in the case of the digital technologies, it's more centered on what artifacts do you have, what artifacts do you own. And that's true of literacy also. Did you have a typewriter? Did you have pen and paper? Did you have a recording device so that you could transcribe? All of these objects are related to, in some way, being part of and participating in literate and digital worlds. But it's important not to ignore the fact that both using digital technologies and and literacy are social practices. And though they're often thought of as individual habits or abilities, they are in fact socially and historically organized activities that are highly situated, and their meaning and their usefulness depends greatly on the context where they're found. So there's a third caveat that I think is important. So in the last one, the idea was that keep in mind that not everything is new, and so there'll be continuities, and there'll be extensions of things that we were familiar with before, and there will, of course, be novel things as well, but we want to keep an eye on the nuances of what things are not completely new, and how what is new is related to that which we were familiar with before. So the next caveat has to do with unplanned consequences. And what I mean by that is that things don't always work the way we expect them to. Life is full of unplanned events, and these all have to be in some way dealt with. And often the intended actions and policies have unintended consequences and impacts. So this is one of the things that we've been looking at, and I never thought I would be so interested in trámites. I never thought red tape could be so interesting to me. But it keeps coming up in these everyday kinds of digital technology contexts. So this is the copy of a light contract. It's a contract I made in 1973. And the way I made it was I went to the electricity office, and I got in line, and I stood there. And when I got to the desk, the person who was in charge, he had this form, and he would ask me what they needed to know and fill it in. And if there was a question, he had the authority to make the decision on how to solve it. That's a very simplified version, but that's basically how it goes. And so the whole thing about doing, tener que hacer trámites en persona, and now being able to do them, what is said to be from the comfort of your home, without having to stand in line, unless, of course, things don't work. So I have a very nice example of course, you can still go to the power company and get in line and do make your contract or pay your bill, but there's a huge campaign to do it online. And the idea of going paperless has many implications and ramifications to it, but there is a way to do this online without actually having to go now. And so the idea is that you get onto the power utilities page, and you fill out a form, and then they send you a PDF of your bill, and you download the bill and you pay it, or you can pay it right online and you're done. And it was easy and fast and slick, and it only took you a few minutes. Unless, of course, something doesn't work. So this is a case that we observed, Patricia and I observed in one of these little, we don't know what to call them, because they used to be called cyber cafes, but there's no more coffee, so it's really just a little stationary store with a bunch of computers in it. So a person shows up and says that she wants to pay her bill, and could the person who, the customer asked the person running the little shop to please download and print out her bill so she can go pay it. Well, they get into line, they start to fill out the form, they get to the end, they go through all of the steps, they put in her name, they put in the contract, they put in all the things that they're supposed to put in, and when she says send, it says no. There's something there that they didn't like. So they tried it again, and they weren't able to get it to download. So when they're going back and forth, she says, well, what if we put in a certain code that came in on the bill? And the attendant at the shop said, okay, and so the person says, the customer says, I have an image of my bill. Because it turns out she'd tried to do this before, and somebody had sent her via WhatsApp a copy of her bill. Well, that means that this wasn't the first time she was having problems, and so she went to, so the person in the store says, you have an image? Is it in your phone? She says, yes. And she literally snatches the phone from the customer and says, okay, what are your password? She starts opening up WhatsApp, and she gets into WhatsApp, she asks the customer, what is your account, what is your password? She goes straight into the person's account, and she finds the image, and instead of taking the number off the bill, what she does is she just prints it straight from the image that was already available. This is just the data. We don't have time to get into the data, but it shows how the interaction went. So my point here is that there was a breakdown here. There was a breakdown in the procedure, and it wasn't the first one, and this person who was supposed to be able to quickly and slickly be able to download and then pay her bill, it turned out that she had to ask for help from more than one person, and these are the kind of mediators that we are finding in our research of all different types, people who are bridging between the pages that don't work, the procedures, the web pages that are too full, the procedures that don't, for some reason, don't make life easier, and people who are trying to do what they're supposed to do, which in this case is pay a bill. So, so I have a bunch of examples now. I'm going to have to choose one or two. From this higher ed project that I told you about, where I want to look at these three caveats, that the social world is in the digital and the digital is in the social world, that not everything is new, and that there are unintended consequences to the policies and practices that we see emerging now. So quickly, there were a lot of sites, of quotes from students that Renee helped me pull together, and they cover a whole array of situations where students are complaining or talking about why they couldn't participate in the online collaborative activities that were assigned to them through Moodle on an online bachelor's program. But what I want to point out is that they affect not having access to connectivity, or their computers not being compatible, or not, or having to go to work, because these are students who are doing these open schedule kinds of study programs. All of these things interfere with an idealized idea of what studying online looks like. And so it affects their ability to participate. It affects the development of the activities according to the way they're planned, and the way they're supposed to look, and the way people are supposed to collaborate, and that the world is seeping into the digital in this case. So I'm going to skip these. And this one I think is particularly interesting. I have a series of 3 quotes here, which I will summarize quickly, between Guillermo and a teacher. Guillermo has sent in his assignment. It's a draft, and the teacher writes back and says that he needs to be careful because she realized that much of what he had sent had been taken from other internet pages, and that in fact it's very important for him to do it in his own words, hacerlo en tus propias palabras, which is an instruction that we have been giving with and without technology, these kind of technologies, for a very long time. And the point, she said, was that first, that it was a way to observe his learning process, but also, and she sort of underplays this in this communication, we want to be careful about plagiarism. So the student answers back, and he says, yeah, except that I didn't copy, I didn't plagiarize, because if you look carefully, I included things from other sources, and I combined them, and so I'm not plagiarizing at all. And some of the things, there's not much you can do with it because they're definitions. That's the essence of what it says here. And it's interesting, this is extremely interesting to me because plagiarism has become such a big topic now, the whole idea of what is it and who understands it to be what, and when copying has been such an important school-type practice, at what point is the copying acceptable, when is it not acceptable, all of those things are seeping in here. And the teacher comes back, and this time she has much stronger language for him, and she says, I'm just giving you a fair warning that plagiarism is not acceptable, and we have a strict ethical, rules about this, and I just want you to be careful and know that I'm making note. So that's another example of where these caveats come into play, that how notions and access to understandings, and not just to the technology itself is insufficient to explain what's going on here. And this last example is very interesting because one of the assignments they were given was to draw a cell. Now, there's not a lot you can invent about a cell. The cells have representations, they have a nucleus, they have a cytoplasm, and they all have these little organelles that have names, and the standard way of representing that is to draw a line from the organelle to outside the cell and to put the name there. So they had the assignment of drawing a cell and putting it up online. And the idea was to draw it freehand, or a mano alzada. And to draw it freehand, there's some confusion here between these two students about how she should do that. Because the first student sent in her drawing, and her classmate, all the classmates are supposed to give their opinion and some critique. One classmate writes back and says, yes, you did it, but it wasn't done properly because you did it on the computer and it has to be a mano alzada. And so she says, I did it in paint. So she actually did draw it, but she mediated it with the software. So here you can compare. The ones at the top are the ones that she did in paint, and the ones on the bottom are the ones she did by hand and photographed and sent in. And you can see that in both cases they are not the standard reproductions, though the ones that are done by hand are actually quite more detailed, and she had copied from a page in internet. And I think this plays to the comment that Inez made yesterday about what is the difference between taking a photograph of something or going through the action of actually having to reproduce it in your notebook. So the issue here is, what do we mean by drawing freehand? And this is just a copy of a Google page where paint is defined as dibujo a mano alzada. It's actually a software that is for you to draw freestyle, but using a digital technology. So just to close, my main reflection here is about the complexities and the complicatedness of digital technologies and how they are being incorporated into our world, and the many chance events and contingencias that we need to take into place. Things break. Things don't always go the way you expect them to. There are material and social barriers that are to access goods, knowledge, and know-how. There's continuities and discontinuities, and this collection, and we could go on, but this basic collection of observations is extremely important when we try to promote the use of technology in higher education and classroom situations, when we observe how it's used in and out of academic situations, and when we think about what we mean by the digital society. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Judy, for your very interesting talk. Very detailed. It's about social practices in different contexts, not only at the school or even inside the schools. Well, we are just on the time, but I think it's important to know your reactions, comments, and questions if you have. We can stall 5 or 10 minutes to the coffee break in order to permit your participation. So if you have some questions, please, this is your time. Everything is very clear. Yes, Marina, please.
Puede ser en español, espero que sí. Gracias, Judy, por la conferencia. No es una pregunta, realmente es un pensamiento que me gustaría compartir desde desde ayer me da vueltas en la cabeza este asunto de estar asumiendo que el mundo digital es el progreso, ¿no? Y que hacia allá deberíamos ir todos y que no tiene ningún riesgo y que la mayor parte de los riesgos se han abordado desde la psicología en temas de falta de socialización o problemas de atención, ¿no? Todos conectados y nadie hablando con el de junto. Pero en realidad creo que hay que pensarlo más allá y tratar de tener una visión crítica sobre este mundo digital que nos trae maravillosos beneficios, ¿no? Sin estar mirando más allá de la identificación de la tecnología como progreso. Y tratar de plantear desde la reflexión si queremos, por ejemplo, la analítica del aprendizaje, si queremos que todo lo que hacemos esté controlado y guardado en una base de datos para ser usado para algo. Eso por un lado. Y por otro lado, bueno, lo que tú planteas es que, pues como siempre, ¿no? No hay un solo mundo digital, porque no hay un solo mundo. Y porque siempre estamos pensando en los avances digitales como si fueran un beneficio para todos y no lo son. Y por otro lado, se necesitan mediadores. Yo creo que esa es una de las funciones de los educadores. Se necesitan mediadores no solo en las situaciones marginales, ¿no? Pues ayer yo decía, también se necesitan mediadores entre nuestros adolescentes que ingresan a la universidad y que aparentemente saben de tecnología y en realidad no saben tanto. Entonces, pues nada, yo quiero compartir contigo que me gusta tu llamada de atención, tus advertencias, porque la transición al mundo digital no debería ser dada como algo natural y necesario, ¿no? Y habría que pensar sobre ella desde la educación.
Buenos días. Judith, me gustó su comentario acerca de la transformación deseable para aliviar a la sociedad del duro trabajo. Mediante la tecnología, eso es lo deseable. Pero me pregunto, si no será que mediante la tecnología, sin un uso razonado, lleve a una mayor marginación. Y le quiero preguntar específicamente, ¿cuál estrategia se le ocurre para promover ese uso razonado de la tecnología? Gracias.
Sí. Bueno, creo que hay alguna otra pregunta, aprovechamos para hacerla y si no, ya que pase Julia a contestar.
Bueno, primero Marina, gracias por el comentario. Justo la idea de armar la plática de esta manera era plantear cosas de una manera ilustrada, lo que estabas comentando, ¿no? Y de hecho voy a conectar las dos preguntas. Para empezar, esta idea de que es para aliviar o aligerar el trabajo, yo quiero aclarar, estas son las premisas que hay abajo de ciertas posiciones, yo no las confirmo ni las asumo. De hecho, tomé una decisión editorial en esta plática de no hacer la conexión entre la ideología del desarrollo y la ideología de las tecnologías, que es una sola que podemos trazar desde la industrialización. Voy a hacer un ultra resumen, pero la industrialización y lo que en un tiempo se hablaba mucho de la sociedad del conocimiento y ahora se pasa a hablar de la sociedad digital, que son versiones actualizadas una de la otra en términos de una ideología de cómo el mundo se tendría que desarrollar desde intereses muy particulares. Decidí omitir esa discusión porque me parecía que era otra conferencia y que sería la conferencia, ¿no? Y quería mostrar en tuercas y tornillos el tipo de cosas que uno ve. Ahora, yo no sé si los usos de la tecnología necesariamente son transformadoras, y pongo unas comillas porque evidentemente el momento de pasarnos de lápiz y papel, que uno lo sigue ocupando, hay una transformación en cómo hacemos las cosas porque simplemente el dispositivo lo exige, ¿no? Pero creo que algo que se decía cuando hablaba yo un poco de lo que es lengua escrita y literacy y esas cosas, me parece que la idea de que los beneficios no son inherentes a la tecnología, ni a la de escritura, ni a la digital, o que es otra de escritura, pero ni al lápiz, ni al teclado, son las transformaciones y beneficios no son inherentes sino a los usos y las prácticas, y que muchas veces para poder participar uno tiene que salir o hacer usos inesperados que puede implicar rediseños, implica decisiones tácticas, que no necesariamente es un saber que se acumula, sino que se resuelve en ese momento, pero puede ser que sí. Yo tengo la sospecha, pero no lo he podido confirmar, que esa transformación, por ejemplo, en el diseño de las impresoras, de tener la opción de rellenar, ¿no?, los pozos de los recipientes de tinta, a lo mejor tuvo su origen muy fuera de la industria y fue finalmente incorporado y captado. ¿Cuál es una estrategia? Yo creo que más bien primero habría que hablar de contextos, porque los usos son múltiples, uno no aprende a usar la tecnología, uno aprende a hacer ciertas cosas y hacer uso de ciertos aspectos de la tecnología, que es lo mismo que hemos dicho siempre de leer y escribir. No existe la lectura y la escritura, sino las lecturas y las escrituras, y se usan de acuerdo al contexto. Puedo dar un ejemplo de una pequeña transformación, que de hecho fue en un aula de secundaria, donde una maestra hizo un PowerPoint bastante complejo, aprovechando todas las herramientas, porque PowerPoint permite hacer bastantes cosas bastante interesantes, pero la usamos poco. Y estaba tratando de mostrar la potencial que tiene PowerPoint a sus estudiantes. Y entonces les mostró el producto final. Entonces un alumno dijo: pero maestra, ¿cómo lo hizo? Y dijo: bueno, te voy a mostrar. Entonces agarró y proyectó el PowerPoint en la parte que es manipulable, y la flechita que tenemos arriba de deshacer, lo empezó a dar una vez, y entonces mostró una versión previa, y otra vez, y otra revisión previa, hasta que llegó prácticamente a una pantalla vacía, y luego empezó a regresar y mostrar cada uno de los pasos. Ahora, yo no creo que los diseñadores de PowerPoint pensaban en el uso de la flechita, que para recuperar algo perdido, que es básico para todos nosotros, tenían la idea que era una herramienta didáctica. Pero ese es un ejemplo muy claro de rediseño y apropiación y una affordance, así una potencialidad de la herramienta. Entonces, en la medida que conocemos las herramientas, tenemos la posibilidad de descubrir y usar, ¿no? Y seguramente es ese tipo de conocimiento que circula. Entonces, una de las cosas que a mí me parecen muy importantes son situaciones colectivas. Situaciones colectivas donde se explora, se hace y se produce entre varios, ¿no? Y yo todavía soy bastante parcial en la importancia de situaciones presenciales, no descarto las otras, pero lo presencial, sobre todo en situación educativa, tiene una riqueza que tal vez mediado por la computadora, o es distinto, ¿no?
Gracias. Thank you. Yamamoto Sensei, who will be talking about higher education in the digital society, from Professor Emeritus of many universities and an eminent researcher in Japan. So, Shinichi.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to come?
Yeah. So, good morning. This time, I will speak only 10 minutes or so. And also my talk today is maybe some overlapping of the yesterday's talk as a keynote speak. But this morning, I would like to talk about the role of higher education in Japan and also its change confronting the coming digital age. So universities in Japan also changing to adapt, and also students or parents or industry or local community may be changed toward digital age. This picture, you know, is that this picture is buildings of University of Tokyo. It's a kind of historical monument donated by rich corporations about 90 years ago. But recently, there is a new building behind, so the good, beautiful shape may be a little bit changed. We are very sorry, but university should be changed like this. Higher education, as you know, must be changed in relation with progressing digitalization of the society. Japan is no exception. Then all universities, almost all universities now have a digital response, like putting the website, and by website, their operation is done. For example, the curriculum management, or student management, or student administration, or more administrative work like budget allocation, or social communication, or public relations. All is done through internet or intranet or some kind of digital tools. And in addition to these kind of changes, in Japan, we experience very big university reform since the 1990s. That is not only toward digitalization, but also some big requirement from society and also from government that university should be changed to be more useful to the society. Once after the World War II, university in Japan is regarded as a center of learning or center of academic research, protected by university autonomy or management by faculties, not by presidents or even not by government, but management by faculty members is a norm of university management before 1990s. But after 1990s, university become more like a corporation. So president, like a corporate presidents, gain the power, and also faculty members are losing powers by several juristic reform since 1990s. In the meantime, the government said last year that we must prepare for the society 5.0. 5.0 is that beyond information revolution. So everything will be connected through internet or other digital method or medical system. So university is no exception. University must respond more and more to such a very big change. But actually, university is tightly regulated by the government rules. We have several basic laws or orders decided by parliament or government. And this is just an example of the very tight system of schools in Japan. Universities must accept the graduates from senior high schools. And they operate at least 4 years courses or something like. Next slide says that universities must have their own campuses, physical campus. So virtual campus cannot allowed basically for the establishment of the universities. Only a few exceptions now, because some people would like to establish university without campus. They call it the cyber university. So people learn through internet. But basically, university must have their own campus or school buildings, physical school buildings, including classrooms and library. They must provide courses in their classrooms at least 30 weeks a year. They divide 30 weeks into 2 parts, 15 weeks, or 3 parts. So one semester, one term is 10 weeks. But this rule recently very strictly operated. So when I was a student about 50 years ago, people do not think that university should follow the rules so strictly. So if professors absent the lecture, students felt very happy because they have a free time. But right now, it's a very old story. So university professor must offer their courses 15 times the time. So Japanese school system start basically from April. So April, May, June, July, but it is sometimes even at the beginning of August, they must offer courses. So professors are very tired, and also students are very tired because in July and in August, it's very hot season in Japan. But strict rule must be minimum requirement for the university to run. So this kind of rules we have very much tightly bind. So, but in the digital age, large campus way of providing courses or duration, way of students' acceptance, maximum limit of enrollment. Maximum limit of enrollment is also the very strict rule for universities. If university allowed to accept 1,000 students per year, they must not exceed extremely. For example, accept 1,500 students or 2,000 students. It's illegal. So they must follow the rule of 1,000 students. So, but in the digital age, there are no physical limitation. I think not so much. So, limit of enrollment and so on, which have been regulated by the government, maybe and should be changed. So, digital and communication technology will overcome the limitation of space and time, and people may access higher education far more flexibly and easily. They can access higher education even in order very strange English, sorry. But they can access higher education more easily. Students can easily access to the border both geographically and politically. In the near future, higher education will become essential if people want to live positively in the digital age. So now, bachelor degree is the most desirable in Japan, and maybe in many countries, at least having bachelor degree makes very good for them. But how about the graduate degrees? In some countries, graduate degrees become a basic requirement for the professional work. But in Japan, still the bachelor degree is most desirable because the Japanese way of employment system requires only bachelor degree. Master's or doctoral degree are not suitable for the business work because they insist too much and their eyes too narrow. The businessmen think about that. So to become academician, PhD degree is desirable or requirement, but to be a businessman, PhD degree or master degree are not good for them. So many people prefer to finish their higher education at the stage of a bachelor degree, even right now. But in the digital age, in the near future, the value of degree increase also in Japan. So we must think about more seriously about the value of degree in Japan. This last slide tells nothing, just for your fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yamamoto-sensei. We thought, because we're a small group, we'll go through the presentations and then open for discussion. And the next presentation, I think, will follow very well because of the discussion about globalization and markets. And I'm delighted to introduce Professor Ricardo Mercado del Corjado. If I haven't butchered your name, I apologize, from the University of Veracruz. And can you please help to upload the PowerPoint?
I don't speak Japanese, so I won't.
Yes, but you can appreciate a good photograph.
Gracias.
¿Esta? ¿Es esta? Ah, ok.
Ajá, ok. Crece la tensión, ¿verdad? Está aumentándose la expectativa. No se deja, no se deja.
Se deja.
Gracias a la tecnología. Ya bueno, sí la subimos a su momento.
Sí.
No, es que estamos en el CINVESTAV, tiene que ser más.
Okay.
Ah,
Gracias.
Ahí está. Gracias.
gracias.
Don't go away, please.
Well, good morning to everyone. I'll speak in English because the rapporteur doesn't speak Spanish, so she has to catch the drift of what we're saying here, so I'll speak in English. Okay. The title of the presentation, as you can see, talks about regional, national, and institutional policies to expand higher education and advance UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Es que esto está Está muy sofisticado esto. Sí, es eso. Pues bueno, eso también lo leí, pero no. Vamos a ver. No, sí, no. Please down. What the hell? Sí, no se deja esto. ¿Qué es lo que le pasa a esto? Ok. Y entonces, ¿dónde le voy a ir picando? Okay. No, okay. Ahora sí ya? Okay. Well, the purpose of my presentation is to first offer you an overview of MOOCs. I understand many of you may be familiar with this modality, but in any case, I will try and describe more or less what has been happening in the last 10 or 15 years. Then I will offer you some perspectives on what different countries and regions are doing in order to use MOOCs to expand higher education and to offer more learning opportunities to the different countries' population. And lastly, I will analyze what Mexico's federal government is doing in terms of to what extent are ICT and MOOCs being used or considered in their policies for expanding higher education and to expand learning opportunities. Okay, I assume that many of you are familiar with this modality, but currently there are more than 100 million students in this modality. It is a recent innovation, but has been evolving fastly, as you will see in a moment. It started due to the software development in different regions and the increased capacity of storage, innovative learning theories and algorithms. It was intended to distribute knowledge and to offer more worldwide learning opportunities. Many of you may be familiar with the platforms that exist currently, Coursera, Udacity, and edX, but there are over 60 technological platforms in India, China, Mexico, and other countries. Originally, it was thought the year 2012 was considered the year of the MOOCs by Pappert's article in the New York Times saying that this movement will change radically higher education. But that has not happened. What has happened is that we have more opportunities for lifelong learning and for increasing the qualifications of millions of people. As I said, the MOOCs in this knowledge society are intended to increase the enrollment in higher education in some way, and also to prepare what is now considered, as we all are, the knowledge workers. We are preparing students for jobs that are non-existent and that will be using technologies that have not been invented. So it is a new profile that has to be taken care of in higher education. But also, we have UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Many of you are familiar with these, and the fourth of them is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And it is also stated that technology can be used as a lever to accomplish these purposes. MOOCs have changed greatly from their beginnings. This is a very famous Yuan and Powell's timeline, where you can see in the extreme left how this movement started by way of open sources, open source software, open content, the Open University, of course, and the open courseware of MIT. MIT originally thought they would charge for this, the involvement in using ICT. There is an interesting OECD book that is named Providing Knowledge for Free, more or less, that's the title of it, in which they analyze how MIT got to think about offering for free their syllabus and tests and PowerPoints and videos, etc. As you know, open courseware is widely used, basically by Asian countries, as a matter of fact. Then in 2008, Stephen Downes and George Siemens proposed their first connectivist MOOC. They are called CMOOCs, and they are based on the idea that people want to share their knowledge and want to be able to learn from each other. So they started their connectivist MOOC by offering them the course for 200 students that paid in Manitoba University, but 2,000 other students enrolled without paying any tuition. This gave place later on to Thrun's very famous artificial intelligence course at Stanford, which enrolled more than 100,000 students, of which 20,000 completed the course. You may say, well, that's a very small percentage of people who completed, but in absolute numbers, it is huge. It would have taken Thrun's many lives to be able to offer this course for so many students. Later on, NG and Stephen Kohler in MIT developed the platform called Coursera, which began being completely free and now is an enterprise. It's a business-oriented, it's a commercial enterprise. From then, other platforms developed. Udacity, Thrun's became the platform that Thrun developed became Udacity, and now they offer many courses that students have to pay tuition. Other platforms developed, MIT's and Harvard's ADX, which is the one that is used in Mexico X, which Norman, my colleague here, will present later on. And from then, Future Learn by the Open University. And you can see in the right how it has grown in many directions. We have the flipped classroom that use these MOOCs in face-to-face and school-based universities. We have also corporate training. Many companies are using Coursera's courses for in-place, in-home development for their personnel. We have the debundling movement, which is oriented towards dividing the different types of activities universities offers. This debundling implies that some institutions will offer the courses, some other will evaluate, some other will prepare the materials for study. And we have other types of MOOCs. We have many different forms of MOOCs. We have more than 12 different modalities of MOOCs, as you will see in a moment. As I said before, there have been many changes in a very short period of time. Originally, it was supposed to democratize access to higher education, but data now tell us that that's not been necessarily the case. People who study MOOCs usually have a bachelor degree. They are already involved in ICT, and but also underserved people are taking MOOCs. Many high school students are using these MOOCs, and elderly people, or people over 65 years old, are taking these courses for many purposes. But the basic changes have been in business models, in the instructional design of the courses, and the involvement of interaction among participants. But nevertheless, we know that MOOCs are a powerful tool for expanding higher education and learning opportunities. Let me just point out that the interaction component has been taken away from some of the platforms. For example, Coursera does not promote the interaction of participants, although in some courses they may do it. But Future Learn, for example, which is the platform that Open University uses, which is a proprietary one, and it is for tuition. You have to pay to take many of the Future Learn courses, although many of them are free, but they are including the interaction component, which is basic. It's just very important to people to interact with each other, because learning is a social phenomenon, and we have to cater to the need of people to interact with each other. Okay. We know that higher education has increased widely worldwide. In 2000, we have more or less 100 million students in higher education. In 2014, there are 207 million students. Enrollment rates have increased accordingly from 19 to 34% in the same period. But you can see the large differences in sub-Saharan region is at 8%, Europe and North America 75%. Mexico higher in education enrollment is 38.4, although last week the Undersecretary for Higher Education, Conchero, said that we had achieved 39%. But in the Latin American region, the average is 48%, so that means that Mexico is 10 points behind that. The OECD average is 72.8%. So it is paramount for Mexico to participate actively and successfully in a knowledge society, so we need to expand higher education and also cater for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals proposed by United Nations. We believe, and it's my belief also, that more brick and mortar institutions just won't be enough to help Mexico expand this percentage. So what is happening around the world? I was very happy to see what different regions of the world are doing. Europe, for example, recently created this MOOC consortium, which joined the different platforms that are being used in Europe. Future Learn, de France Université Numérique is also part of this consortium. Open Up Ed, Myriada X, which is the Spanish one, and Edu Open have been joined together their strengths and now offer 1,000 courses. 280 institutions form part of this consortium. 15 million students have been are attending currently these courses. They have recently created this micro-credential framework, which will imply that people will be able to take part of different courses across the different nations, and these will be recognized by other institutions and countries. Languages that are being used in these consortiums are English, French, Spanish, Italian, which is very much aligned to Sustainable Development Goal number 4, to offer opportunities of learning to different populations. Also recently, the Moodline project was created to attend refugees and migrants that are in place currently in Europe. Norway is a very interesting example of how a country can take this movement into its highest priority. There was a royal decree in 2013, and the mandate was to examine how MOOCs, what are the possibilities and challenges that MOOCs face. There are 6 specific measures that this commission offered the government, and for each one there was money allotted for them. They had to put money to their offer. Among these 6 these measures were access to platforms in Norwegian and Sami languages. There was central support for the development of MOOCs and public funds for collaboration activities. Africa has also been involved in this. MOOCs for Africa is a recent development. It's called MOOCs for Africa, an Emerging Countries Program. It is led by the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne in Switzerland. There are 48 MOOCs, 200,000 students, and they have developed a new hybrid model that use MOOCs face-to-face and proctored exams, working very closely with the business sector. And also the Commonwealth of Learning, which maybe you're familiar with, have developed MOOCs for Development, which is very much aligned to Sustainable Development Goals. Asia-Pacific is a very active region of the world. In 2017, there was a ministerial Asia-Pacific Forum on ICT. Recently, in 2018, 100 experts from 20 countries joined together and established this seminar on how MOOCs could help out for higher education and seizing digital opportunities to achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 4. What is the common practice amongst these different developments in regions and countries? First, there is support, government support, political support, that we need to expand higher education and learning opportunities. Secondly, identify ICT and MOOCs as a lever to accomplish these purposes. To allocate, the third component is to allocate funds. And lastly, to promote regional, national, and institutional cooperation and collaboration. What is Mexico doing to this respect? Recently, it has been established that equity in access to education will be the main principle of educational policies in Mexico. Recently, you may be familiar with, there was an amendment to the Constitution making higher education compulsory, gradually, like basic education. This will be accomplished in the next upcoming years. So what are we doing to this respect? Well, first of all, many students were rejected by the universities in Mexico City and the states around Mexico City, Morelos, Estado de Mexico. So they developed this no rejection program, which they offered 25,000 places for these students. I imagine there will be no entrance examination. And it is interesting to know that entrance examination has become a political debate among academia. Is it fair to make it compulsory for students to take an entrance examination, or should we have open access? The current discourse in political agenda in Mexico is that we should have open access, and everybody should have a place in higher education. So another policy that is being implemented is the new 100 Benito Juarez universities for the well-being. Of these 100 universities, only 87 have received budget up to now. So we have one of the priorities that are not being supported by federal funds yet. They will be receiving this money soon, I hope. But they expect to have 300,000 students by the year 2024. These students receive a $120 stipend each month for up to 10 months. Little is known up to now what is the educational model, what are the pedagogies that are being used, and what is the use of ICT in these universities. It is my understanding that these universities and these projects will not do the trick to expand the capacity of Mexico to enroll more higher education students. It is interesting for you to know that we have in Mexico two types of school classification of universities. School-based, which are face-to-face, and non-school-based, in which everything that is non-school, anything that's not face-to-face are included in this bucket. So we have open, distance, and virtual education in one bucket. We have cases like in my state, Veracruz, we have the Universidad Popular Autónoma de Veracruz, the virtual autonomous popular university that is face-to-face on Saturdays, but it is included in this bucket of non-school-based education. It is really preoccupying because this university do not have their programs registered by the federal government. Many of the students that study in this university will not be able to have their degree regulated by the federal norms. Nevertheless, we have open virtual universities in place. The Universidad Nacional Abierta y a Distancia, which has more or less, we don't know exactly how many students we have, but around 51,000. But there are other virtual universities in Veracruz, Michoacán, Estado de Mexico, Guanajuato, and many other public universities have started their virtual programs, distance programs. And MOOC production, in particular, is has been dealt with by UNAM, by the Monterrey Tech, and by Mexico X, which will be presented following my presentation. So it is, we have just a couple of minutes more, but let me just refer to what is my preoccupation, that Mexico is not considering what is being done around the world in terms of the use of ICT or MOOCs. There is no reference of support to the Open University, no reference in official documents to supporting this virtual or distance programs in the universities. There was a decrease in operational budget of Mexico X. There was the dismissal of most capable human resources. There was a 130 million US loan that was provided by the World Bank to Mexico, and there is no information regarding what happened to this loan. there is a scarce reference of MOOCs twice only in the document that was presented to President López Obrador in Visión y Acción 2030. There is only twice reference to MOOCs, one in a footnote and the other reference in a parenthesis. That's the only reference of MOOCs in the Anuyes document. Lastly, I will say that Mexico's policies are not in line with common practice. There is, as I mentioned, scarce reference in Anuyes publications. The common practices worldwide are political support, technology as lever, allocation of funds, and promoting cooperation and collaboration. That is not being seen here in Mexico. But fortunately, much is happening. Universities and government organizations are taking the lead. Mexico X platform is very active, hosting MOOCs. 70 organizations form part of this movement. More than 2 million students have enrolled. Many MOOCs are aimed at UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Let me just put 2 examples. The National Institute of Women developed a MOOC to make knowledgeable the sexual harassment protocol. Also, the Center for the Prevention of Natural Disasters devised a MOOC for emergency psychological treatment in earthquakes. So Mexico needs a national strategy to be part of worldwide open education and to make MOOCs as a common good. There is a book that we recently presented in the University of Veracruz that offer information about some specific programs that have been developed by Mexico's some universities and some federal organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fascinating and comprehensive overview, so thank you for that. And our third speaker this morning is quickly taking her place. And this is, I'm delighted to introduce Professor Marion Lloyd from the Research Institute on University and Education in the National Autonomous University of Mexico. And I imagine you're taking up some of those issues about access and equality, discussing Mexico's intercultural universities and the digital divide.
Thank you. If I can get it to work.
Yes. This is a mystery. It seems a simple thing, but
There are 2 copies of my presentation and neither open. No sé, está muy raro esto. Cualquiera de esas debe ser. Seems to be ser administrador. Y lo avanzo con esto. Esto es que no estaba funcionando. Okay, good. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I loved hearing the presentation about MOOCs because years ago I wrote some newspaper columns about that, and it's great to get an update. And now I feel like I'm going to switch to a totally different world, which is kind of what happens on the other end of the digital divide. I've been doing a research project on Mexico's 11 intercultural universities. Is this working?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What Germán invited me to this, he asked me to talk a bit about what's going on, what is the situation with digital literacy at these universities. I'm not an expert on this topic, but I do know a bit about the inequality regarding the indigenous population in Mexico, and I read up on some very interesting studies of colleagues who have looked into this. And so basically what I'm going to share with you today is, first of all, an overview of what the situation is with digital literacy in Mexico in general, the socioeconomic situation, the human development situation of the indigenous population, and then a little bit about what we know about what the intercultural universities are facing, what they're doing to try to help their students breach this digital divide. So This idea of the digital divide, according to a lot of the literature, was first used just in the mid-1990s, not very long ago, by a subgroup of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And initially, as in many of these concepts, it was focused just kind of on the basic idea of those who have access, those who don't. And then it became kind of more sophisticated concept to analyze different aspects of access, of the use and appropriation of digital technologies, and the capacities and the axiological, the values, which I think is interesting, the importance that people place on these, how they incorporate it into their lives, the political components, which Ricardo talked about now, whether the government sees this as an important thing, whether the university actors see this as important. And the data on Mexico is actually quite striking, because Mexico is one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America, is considered a middle-income country, but according to international statistics, it ranks 92nd in the world in 2016 in terms of access, use, and abilities with TICs, and 19th in Latin America. That statistic really surprised me. The government has been looking at this issue. In 2013, there was an amendment to the Constitution which emphasized the right of the entire population to have access to TICs, and also that the government should provide free access. And the government established this national digital strategy, which looked to increase internet access to 92%, up from about, I believe it's about 60%, but we'll see the statistics in a minute. And then there was also a federal telecommunications law that required the government to implement a policy of universal digital inclusion. So on the books, there is political interest, there's a strategy, but what most of the literature says is this hasn't made much progress on the ground. Some of the government strategies include Red Escolar from the mid-90s, Centros Comunitarios Digitales in small communities, Enciclomedia, which was, I don't know how many of you know about this, a program implemented by the Vicente Fox government in the early 2000s, which in the end there wasn't funding for. They brought computers to schools that didn't have electricity. So it was a very problematic, and it was a huge investment that didn't yield great benefits. There's also been a program for alphabetization and inclusion in 2014, and Aprende in 2016. But basically what the data says in Mexico is that 64% of the population is an internet user. 86% of those in urban areas. So one of the first digital divides is urban and rural. Only 14% in rural areas, where only 4% have internet at home. It's kind of an amazing statistic. Those of us who have traveled to rural areas in Mexico, it's very common to see the internet cafes. I'll show a picture of it later, but in small buildings on every corner, and that's where most of the local residents get their internet access, and typically it's very low bandwidth, not very functional, and sometimes quite expensive. And what's interesting in this study that the government did in this national survey in 2018, that there hasn't been much progress on this front over the past few years. From 2015 to 2018, there's no change in the percentage of homes with computers. It's 45%, less than half of homes. Those with internet connection, that did increase slightly from 39 to 53%. Computer users as a percentage of the population actually decreased according to this study. This isn't a census, so obviously there's a margin of error, but basically there's no progress there. Internet users did increase, and that may be largely due to smartphones. And percentage of all computer users that use them as tools for school, actually, according to this, decreased. This is a map of Mexico that shows the digital divide by state. And, as in most indicators in Mexico, there's always a very big divide in north and south, the north being much more prosperous. And so by far the greatest access and connectivity is in Baja California, north and south. Oh my God, I have to confess my ignorance. I don't even know what that other red state is there. What is that? Sonora, sorry. Coahuila? No, it's a very small, I don't know, it looks very small. that's Nuevo León. It looks really small to me, considering the weight that it has in Mexico. But anyway, I recently became a Mexican citizen, and that was not asked on my citizenship test. In any case, you can see a very strong, and what we'll see is that the indigenous universities, the intercultural universities primarily for indigenous students, are mostly in the states with the lowest internet connectivity. And I just wanted to give some basic overview of Mexico's indigenous population. The southeastern states, southwestern state, well, depends on how you're looking at the map, let's see here. Southeastern, really. States are the ones with the largest indigenous populations, and it ranges from 65% in Oaxaca to 6% in Tamaulipas along the Texas border. So it's a huge range, and this is really interesting. This is a survey, I was more familiar with the 2010 census data, in which they talked about 15 million Mexicans self-declare as being indigenous. And interestingly, in this 2015 survey, which is not census, but it's a proportional survey, it went up to 25 million, which is 21% of the population. And and there have been a number of articles about whether this has to do with kind of the movement in Mexico for indigenous rights and interculturality, or simply it's faulty data. What this means, it'll be interesting to see the data from 2020. But in any case, about 21% of the population considered themselves to be indigenous in this survey. However, only about 7 million, 6.5% of the population was indigenous language speaker. So there's a big gap also in terms of digital divide between those who consider themselves indigenous and those who speak an indigenous language tend to be lower on the human development scale on most of those indicators. Some of those are not bilingual, they're only indigenous language speakers, and here is a map of some of the more commonly spoken indigenous languages in Mexico, with Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs, being by far the largest with 23%. And here it has some languages that are only spoken by about 2%, and there are actually languages in Mexico State, for example, that only about 1,000 people speak, and in some cases 1 or 2 people speak certain languages, so they're at risk. The educational levels this is again indigenous language speakers, so this is this subgroup of about 7 million people in Mexico, which have the biggest gap from the wealthiest part of the population. If a Gini index were taken here, this would be sub-Saharan Africa, this would be the most extreme poverty in Mexico. And you have the range for men and women, 6 or 5 years for the indigenous language speakers, compared with 9 years for the rest of the population. The degree of, these are graphs from this same study, the degree of illiteracy among the population 15 years or older, among those who speak an indigenous language is 23%, and it's only 5.5% for the national average. In terms of human development indicators, those who speak an indigenous language, 14 out of 100 houses have dirt floors, compared to, just 3% of the rest of the population. And then, the coverage for water and plumbing inside their houses is 74% at national level and 38%, about half the percent for those who speak an indigenous language. Okay, so now we come to the digital divide. And here this green line shows the national average for these different components, these different technologies, which I think it's kind of interesting that they still mention television as technology, but I guess because there are lots of programs on television, or there's smart TVs and so on, so that's considered, but also just in terms of the poverty index. So the divide isn't that great with regard to television or refrigerator, but when it comes down to access for computers or internet, only 11% of indigenous language speakers have access, compared to 32% of the national population. And I'm not sure why this is only 32%, if in the other statistic it said it was 60%. So that's actually kind of strange. Let's see, it says technologies, some of this data is very strange, and it depends on which survey, because the other survey that I showed the data from was a specific survey on technology, and this is just a kind of a general census. But you can see that the range. Now I wanted to talk a little bit about Mexico's intercultural universities, which was a project that, they were basically starting in the 1990s. There were a bunch of local community initiatives to have higher education for indigenous communities. And in 2001, the first indigenous university, and I say indigenous in this case, not intercultural, because at the time that's what their name is, and that was their focus, opened in Sinaloa, in Mochicawi, with other campuses in Los Mochis in Sinaloa. And the idea was to have access for indigenous students from all over Mexico and also some parts of Latin America. However, it wasn't yet officially recognized by the federal government. And at the time, the statistics vary, but the estimates were that only about 1.5% of indigenous students were enrolled in university. So basically, there was virtually no access for indigenous students. And the government of Vicente Fox created, basically pressured by the national indigenous law, which came out of results of the Zapatista uprising in southern Mexico in 1994, sort of watered down version of the indigenous demands in Chiapas, created this general coordinator for intercultural and bilingual education to try to create indigenous intercultural universities for primarily targeting for indigenous students. And in 2003, the first of these universities opened in Mexico State. And this process was very interesting because there was a question, very politically motivated where they opened. And in different states, there's been a big debate. The government said there could be only one of these universities per state. And they're 50% funded by the federal government and 50% by the states, with the exception of the first one in Mexico State, which was 80% funded by the federal government. And then very quickly, this started to spread. This office and the federal government created a curricular model that these universities were supposed to follow. And within that model, which was not produced until, or published until, sorry, sometimes I have trouble speaking English, till 2006, there was a big emphasis on the importance of TICs to try to focus on breaching this digital divide. And so the idea was that every university, which seems kind of like a basic requirement, would have to have a computer center and digital training for students. And then there was in 2014, there was the government's kind of roadmap for digital inclusion, the Programa Especial de Educación Intercultural, included a very heavy focus on TICs. In 2019, actually this is statistics from the last educational year, there were 11 of these universities officially recognized with 15,000 students. So it's still a very small model compared to what the federal government or what López Obrador is proposing through these Benito Juárez universities that Ricardo spoke about. Okay. And then there were a series of studies that show that the challenges to digital literacy at these universities, very low internet access within the universities, we're talking 0 to 7%. In the communities where they're located. So it's been very difficult for the universities themselves to get decent digital access. The students themselves with very, very little training in TICs prior to reaching the universities. So they've been, made an emphasis on smartphones, on internet cafes as alternatives to internet connectivity at home. And there's an emerging field of studies looking at the access to TICs at these universities, at digital literacy among indigenous students, and what can be done about it. These are two studies by Gomez Navarro and Bustillos y Ramirez are kind of the scholars that are most looking at this at different universities in Mexico. And looks like I'm not going to have a chance to share much information, but one of the studies compared digital literacy at the very first university, which I mentioned, created in Sinaloa, which later got government federal recognition in 2005. And they were really focused initially on using digital literacy, and in fact, they didn't have professors. They had what they call facilitators. And then when they became incorporated as part of the federal government intercultural universities, they had to hire professors, because part of the problem was the students didn't really have the digital literacy needed to be doing their research on the internet, which I think often is one of these big debates. Is you take the students with the weakest backgrounds in school, and you ask them to teach themselves, which is something that's ethically problematic and has been one of the big debates in the e-learning movement. And this university now has more than 5,000 students. It's the largest of the intercultural universities, including According to them, 15 graduate programs. However, interestingly, last year they reported to the federal government that they only had one. So I called them up, I was doing a study on that, and to ask them what the deal was, and they said actually they have 250 students. So that's another problem in Mexico, is with the statistical reporting in Mexico. The other university was this in the state of Puebla. And interestingly, although the university is much poorer, they found that the students there actually had higher digital literacy than the students in Sinaloa, which is something that is kind of interesting. And at this university in Puebla, 75% speak an indigenous language, and at the other university, only 17%. And they looked at kind of what age they first had access to computers, and I thought it was interesting. It really wasn't until about 14 or 15 that most of the largest share of students had access to computers, which is quite late comparatively, obviously compared to students in urban areas. First access to internet. Interestingly, women had earlier access than men in this study, but still it was about 15 to 16. To access to internet by university, they found that there was kind of an earlier at the university in Puebla, and for some reason at the university in Sinaloa, their 15 was like, it was like that their quinceañera party, they suddenly, had access to the internet. I don't know why that year was so critical. I mean, it would have to be more studies to find out about that. But I thought this was important. The difficulties in use of TICs, most of them said lack of knowledge. They just hadn't been exposed, which is a very basic hurdle, obviously, or that they didn't have access. There was another study in the Intercultural University in Quintana Roo. This was more, they administered surveys to students there, and they talked about different problems. Here, 37% of the students are Maya speakers. And they talked about where they learned their computer skills, and I thought it was really interesting that a majority on their own or with family members or neighbors. So while that there were, a subgroup that learned them starting in elementary school, basically they're getting their information, they're not getting it through the school system, which I think is problematic. And a fair 10% of them were getting it at work. And it talked about, only 18% of these students had internet access at home, and 83% said that it was for lack of money in the family. So I guess I have to wind this up, but for those of you that are interested in more details on this, these studies that I cited here, you can come up and ask for me for the presentation, because I think these articles are very interesting by these researchers. It's kind of a cutting edge field in Mexico. And essentially, the gist of it is that there's a very low level of TIC literacy in Mexico in general, even compared with the rest of Latin America. A huge digital divide between north and south, rural and urban, but the largest divide is between the mestizo and the indigenous populations. That the government strategies are frankly insufficient so far. What Ricardo mentioned, the universities are taking over in the private sector, but the government has not been very successful. And that the intercultural universities represent a promising step, but they need more funding and support. That's in general for this proposal. And that there's a need for new strategies, such as the use of MOOCs, which I think would be very helpful in this context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you very much. Could somebody put on the next PowerPoint so we don't waste time? And I really feel it is regrettable that we have to rush through these presentations so quickly, because they're clearly complementary to each other and take up very, very important general topics. The fourth speaker on our panel is Norman Sanchez Mateus, and he has been working with the Mexico X platform with the Directorate General of Educational Television. And Norman, over to you.
Wait a minute. Okay. Well,
Thank you very much for being here. I'm deeply honored to be in this table, sharing all this information, all these researches. I'm going to talk about one initiative. It's called Mexico X. Well, we call it in that way. It's a platform. It's a MOOC platform, and well, I delivered this paper so that I could explain how all this was initiated. I wanted to start from a global and local context, but I think I have to give you some funny facts before we start with the official story of Mexico X. It all started in 2013. It was like a wild idea to create some MOOCs, create some courses, and then use edX platform. That platform that it's nowadays it's a really big initiative. And the idea was to produce these courses through universities and then put the courses over there. And I think the authorities at that time, they thought it was a good idea, but they didn't took in mind that it was a really expensive idea. So actually they had some trouble there because they had to sign some contracts. That's why we don't have, Mexico X doesn't have a good relation with edX. But well, anyway, after that they realized that there was some sort of open source that could be developed. So the idea was after that, to develop the open source. Well, after that, the initiative was launched in 2015. Now like a platform, an open source platform, and after that, the idea wasn't clear for everybody. So the people who started working in the initiative, as myself, we had to create some kind of framework. We started starting a small research about the time being, like we were going to the future. There was a lot of technology involved, a lot of information, data, and there were also these sustainable development goals that we could take to create this framework. And there were also, these public policies, and we used them so we could create this framework. We could convince our authorities that this was a good idea, and we could keep a lot of benefits for the population. For this instance, as you can remember, in 2013, it was presented a national plan for development for that administration, the preceding administration, and there it was identified, like education as a priority, as well as transversal strategies, so they can they could deliver some options to the population about education. In this scheme, we found that it could be some sort of fertile ground for initiatives such as Mexico X, as well as some others. I'm sure you know all of these. Prepa en Línea, it's a initiative that has, that initiative is still going on, and also Aprende, that initiative that comes from other administrations, and that is still going on. Actually, the Mexico X is now part of this initiative, Aprende 2.0. Well, that's the actual policy. And also we try to study, in this idea of creating a framework so that we could explain not only to our authorities, but we could understand what we were doing. We took, education 4.0 and the pillars of education, so we could explain what was MOOC in this idea of providing education to the population. I think that this is an interesting exercise, because in this way we could provide different courses for different kind of population of target audiences. So, and we could also, because this is a collaborative project, we rely on a lot of universities and institutions. We could tell them what was needed for this project. So Mexico X platform, as I said, was launched officially in 2015 in an event, Virtual Educa, in Guadalajara. And from there, it started really nicely. I think it started with 12 courses. One of them was from UNAM, the largest university in Mexico. They provided us with 4 courses. One of them was about orthography and writing skills. Only that course reached some sort of 150,000 students. Obviously, we weren't prepared for that. So technologically speaking, the servers couldn't hold, so the platform went down for like a week. But this is knowledge that we had at that time in 2015, and we closed that year with some sort of 300 students enrolled in the platform. So, authorities in the Ministry of Education, they're really happy with those kind of numbers. So the initiative continued. So also we had to provide more information to the Ministry of Education, and also with this logic of creating this framework, we try to emphasize the opportunities that could be given through this initiative. So we created this strategic access. So in this frame, we could explain to our government that we were providing this, or we were attacking these principal topics that were close with the National Development Plan. And when after that, we also tried to explain what were the resources that could be provided with this initiative. Obviously, we didn't design edX, but there is a vast amount of didactic resources that could be used. Like in instructional design, you could choose from all these resources and then create a very good course. So we also find out that students could manage their time very easily, and also there were a lot of tools that kept communication with each other about the students, and also they have a diversity of materials that they could use, and as an institution you could provide, and also a lot of activities that you could create. So these are all the tools that you could be used in a course, in a MOOC course, and this has a lot of intense relationship with the education divide, And also, after that, we could, well, at least from outside our country, MexicoX was identified as a MOOC platform, an important MOOC platform, although we were using an open source, an open code from edX, but we kind of use whatever we had in our hands so that we could create this initiative, and we could create these initiatives for Mexicans and for Spanish speakers in Latin America. We were awarded with two prizes. One was international, the other was local, and well, I think those were results that for our authorities it was interesting. So we kept growing, we kept continuing, and also we had to, as I told you, we had some problems in 2015 with because we had a lot of students enrolled. So we prepared better. We had to make a lot of collaboration. We had to make a lot of agreements inside the Ministry of Education, and we managed to have a large server, and we also developed some applications. One of them are for analyzing data, analyzing what we had in our database, and also to provide information to the users, because well, we found out that that is a key element to to increase completion rate, and also we develop an application. This application, well, we never had money, like the institution never provide money, so we try to use only free application, well, free open sources, and then we had to install, configure, and customize all these applications so that could be delivered to the population. So we also, as you can see, we used all these tools that are free, you know, like Facebook, Twitter, all of them to keep in touch with our users. Even we develop a course, so institutions could create courses, and this way, well, we created some processes so we could make easy for the institutions to collaborate. We had to explain this a lot of times, well, at least 70 times. Well, I think more, because you know, like in the administration, it's always changing the people that works there. So, as I told you, we create this course, we launched it, and we launched it many times because we were only 14 persons working there, and the collaboration with 70 institutions was quite difficult. So we used the same tool just to provide and to create the abilities in the institutions. And well, then I will explain, we explain them how a course was made, what you needed to create the course. We explained them that it was needed to invest, obviously, but we had to explain very easily. So we create a lot of initiatives, so thank you. We could point out that this was a good place to explain and to create a community. Well, as I told you, these are the institutions that had collaborated with MexicoX, and we have, you can see, we have here a lot of colleges. Some of them are provided with a lot of courses, more than others, and well, we had monitoring the data, the results, only with free tools. And well, this is some of the numbers that we had already there. In 2018, we launched 150 courses, and at least 71,675,000 views for all these courses. Even we compared some sites, some places. I'm sure you know Capacítate para el Empleo. It's from a private tool. It's from Slim. Well, I think he has the money for that. But we work a lot, so we could reach these numbers. Even, well, that's from May. We reach at least 2.6 million enrollments and almost 800 certificates. And completion rate, it's 30%, 70 allies. Well, and this is going to be continue. This will continue. We could see that there is a lot of people interested in this kind of courses because they are free. The distribution among the country, you can see it's just as it's similar to the gap, to the divide that still goes in the country. And we had projected these courses to, well, internationally. Colombia is one of the main countries that consume these kind of courses. And well, we can see a lot of information. We can see through free tools how the users behave. And also we launched a survey. We had around like 300 responses. So there is a lot of information waiting there to be analyzed. That's one of the points I want to point out. And obviously, we always thought this could continue, this could grow, and I think there is a lot of things to do. And well, the point is that we're here, so we could continue into researching these kind of tools, these kind of courses, and probably continue with the work. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the speakers, and apologies that our time is so rushed. And I would like to really like the opportunity for the members of our round table to participate, and also members of the panel who might like to engage with any of the topics that other speakers have. Mira, I think you could stand up and shout.
Bueno. Hello. We've heard evidence of huge numbers of people taking part in these MOOCs, but from figures I've seen, they might have changed now. The actual conversion into who paid and who took the assessments and received the actual qualification are still round about the 10% number. Has this changed in terms of, compared to 150,000 people access it, how many actually pay and how many actually get a certificate, and also how transferable is the certification of these MOOCs in order to build credit towards recognisable qualifications? Okay. Thank you.
The question is about those who actually pay and then perhaps complete and obtain a certification.
Yeah. Well,
Norman, please.
Thank you. As I told you, that at least in this course provided by the largest university here in Mexico with 150,000 students, I think they had, like, the completion rate was about 15 to 20%. It was all for free. They didn't charge for those certificates. Obviously, they had a different agenda. Actually, they have a platform. They're working with another platform, Coursera. Probably you know that. And in that scheme, they have another idea. They charge for the certificates. I think that was back in 2015. So they realized they had a large amount of students, and obviously that they could have some income from there. But that's just like in recent years.
Thank you. Ricardo, would you like to comment?
There's the worldwide average of completion rates are lower than Mexico X's. Mexico X has been very successful, and the universities that are doing MOOCs are improving the instructional design of the courses. I think a collaboration element is basic for success, and also the participation of the teachers or some sort of support from the one that is offering the courses. And the experience that we have in Mexico in some universities, the use of storytelling, for example, is a very interesting aspect of instructional design. Also, the support that is being offered to the students. I think that the attrition can be decreased by improving the instructional design. The XMOOC, as you know, there are two types of MOOCs generally, the CMOOCs and the XMOOCs. The CMOOCs are connectivist, and they are based on the interaction among people. And the XMOOCs are more instructional driven. They offer video, they offer some materials that have to be studied, and then take exams. The competency-based model is gaining momentum, and these will probably improve the completion rates and will be recognized by the work environment.
Sí, quisiera ver si me podrían decir, en el caso de los MOOCs, ¿qué saben de lo que se ha avanzado para que se puedan incorporar curricularmente? O sea, que un certificado de un MOOC pueda ser tomado en cuenta y aceptado por las universidades como parte de la trayectoria curricular.
That's a very important question, because this is a movement that we are witnessing. The American Council on Education, for example, just approved the notion that courses could be provided academic credit. And at the University of Veracruz, we're trying to move that into the political and academic agenda. The problem is that authenticity, who is the student? And that's why proctored exams are being used in many places. But I think that it is a movement that will be, we will see more of that, especially when these frameworks are used across institutions. The people will be giving credit for that. I think the future we will see more of that curriculum recognition of studies being undertaken by MOOCs.
Actually, there is, right now we have some courses, well, there are some courses in Mexico X from this Tecnológico Nacional de Mexico, and they had launched about 18 courses, and the institution is considering them as part of the curricula. Sometimes they do that locally, but the idea is to generate that relationship between those, well, Mexico X and the Tecnológico Nacional.
I have a question to Marion. I was interested in this intercultural university model. I'm coming from Canada, and we have some what we call indigenous or First Nations institutions. And I just wondered, and these are institutions that have a full program. It's not just, sort of the so-called TICs, as you call them, but it is you can get a full degree there. And the specifically Canadian touch is that only indigenous people can attend as students, and only indigenous faculty can teach. Now, my question is that the same here in Mexico?
Wow, that's really interesting. I didn't realize that was the case in Canada. I'm familiar with the model, but I didn't know that there was only Indigenous students and only Indigenous faculty. No, that the universities here, there was are regular universities that mostly undergraduate degrees. These 15,000 students About 14,800 of them are studying undergraduate degrees that focus on things like sustainable development, intercultural communication. They're very much focused, the idea is that they're majors that focus on the needs of the local communities in revitalizing indigenous culture and development, but they vary. Some of them have programs, kind of what we consider traditional programs like law or accounting, so there's sort of a debate as to what their focus should be. But the idea of them being intercultural as opposed to indigenous was a kind of top-down decision from the Mexican federal government saying, we don't want this to be an apartheid thing, we want this to be inclusive and intercultural. So there are a fair number, depending on the universities, it varies, anywhere from, I don't know, 20 or 30% are non-indigenous students, but most of the faculty are non-indigenous, partly because there are very few, because of this data that 1.5% of indigenous students going to university, there are very few with graduate degrees, and actually at the universities, a minority of the professors have graduate degrees. So it's a very new model. But I think the idea of the TICs was, in line with this conference, but it's sort of a small issue within these universities and actually kind of clashes with the focus of the universities, which is to revitalize traditional ways of learning and knowledge and practices. And yet they're finding, I'm doing a study on finding out what happens to the graduates once they leave. And they're finding that the more traditional majors are having more success in some ways in the workforce. And some of them offer computer technology courses, and those are the ones that are earning the most among the data that I've found, which is interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. About Mexico X, I don't know actually if you can answer this question, but since I noticed about this initiative, I wondered about why to make a new platform if already existed some world platforms like Coursera, Myriada, EDX, etc. Actually, some higher education institutions like UNAM has some courses in this kind of platforms. So, are there differences, or what is this plus, or maybe, I don't know, is it a Mexican version of Coursera or Myriada? I don't know.
Okay. Well, okay, the main difference between edX platform, globally speaking, and this open source that was developed as Mexico X initiative, well, it's that in Mexico X it's for free. The others, they usually charge something. They could deliver you a certificate, but they will insist on giving you a certificate, but with a cost. That's the main difference, the main point. And also that I think Mexico X platform achieved diversity in contents, because also there are institutions, not only colleges, even, how was that? La Coordinación de Educación Intercultural y Bilingüe. Well, I don't know that in English, but that institution launched some courses in Mexico X that actually they have like 4 emissions of the same course, or 5 emissions, I can't remember. And the reason is because Mexico X had achieved to reach a lot of people, and the people already knows Mexico X as a MOOC platform with free courses, I think.
Well, thank you to the panel. And thank you to our members of our round table. We've eaten into lunchtime, but we did start a little late. As the questions have been largely orientated to our Mexican speakers, I'd just like, if, with your permission, to give our colleague from Japan, if there's anything he would like to add or ask at this stage before we wrap up.
Thank you, Maria. Because I'm not a commentator, but only a presenter. So my impression is that this session, the main theme seems to be a MOOC or MOOC-like new type of higher education opportunity. And the purpose of MOOC or purpose of MOOC-like higher education opportunity is very different region by region, I think. In the United States, my impression is that the ordinary university is too expensive to access. So the MOOC may have influence on the reduction of the price. But in your country or Mexico, MOOC may expand higher education opportunity. That's a great difference in my feeling. It's very, I think so. And in Japan, we do have a MOOC-like system already, but MOOC is used mainly for the elder people for learning for fun, or the adult students for to acquire the practical knowledge from the short-term MOOC. So regular course of university education, we have a difficulty because of the regulation of the government, how university should be. And also, we have too many university or colleges already. So they compete each other. So there is a very small room to introduction of MOOC. Or if MOOC is superior, MOOC may sweep away of the many universities and colleges whose quality is not so much satisfactory than learning by MOOC. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for doing my job there at the end. I'd like you to, other participants in our roundtable, to join with me in thanking the contributors and sticking to time really for really excellent presentations, very interesting, and I'm sure they'll be widely shared, the presentations. Thank you very much. This extremely important panel where we're addressing issues of plagiarism and digital practices. We have an hour and a half, which seems like a long time, but we have a lot of very important topics to discuss. So the panel will speak. They have 7 minutes each. And then we open to you as part of the round table for comments, observations, and then back to the panel again. And we hope that this will be lively. That means you have to engage lively, in a lively way. And then we have a beautiful jam session, as it's been discussed, like a jazz band. So firstly, please, I would like to hand over to Hector Vera, who will introduce himself and the other members of the panel. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? I'll try to speak in English, even though my English is very rusty, but I'll do my best, and thank you very much. I'm going to say something very quickly about the panelists and about the main idea behind the panel, and then we will proceed as it was said. So we have 3 different blocks of presenters. The first one is by the organizers of this panel, Alejandro González Ledesma and myself. We will be talking about what we call plagiarism and anomie. We will explain a little bit what's that. Then we have Catalina Inclán, my dear colleague from ISUE at National University here in Mexico. She will be talking about the practices developed by students and professors to develop and plagiarism practices, and for teachers to try to catch on with their more savvy understanding of how to plagiarize without being caught. And finally, we have Mariana Tovar and Fermín Reyes. They are lawyers specialized in copyright legislation. So those are the three main blogs that we will have. And before we actually start, I just want to say something about the idea behind this, this panel, which is called Plagiarism and Digital Practices. Okay, it's going right, right? The main idea behind the panel is that usually when people talk about the digital era or digital technologies and plagiarism, the main topic is that now it's very easy to copy and paste, or to have access to a plethora of texts that are easily to find and easily sometimes even to translate through Google Translation or something like that. And that this has created a lot of incentives for people and students and even sometimes faculty and researchers to plagiarize some other people's work. But we also would like to emphasize the other side of it, that is like these digital technologies are also very useful to caught people who are plagiarizing. So now we have a lot of software and programs, and even just using Google, you can try to trace works that sound a little bit unusual for certain kind of people. So these new technologies have this sort of dual phase, that is easier to plagiarize, but it's also easier to get caught. So in a way, we are trying to explore a little bit the tension between these possibilities. So that's the main thing around the panel. And regarding our presentation about anomy and plagiarism, we want to say about that, and I would say it's a little bit of the conceptual part of it, and Alejandro would say something about case study, to say something you'll listen about in a moment. What we found, at least in the academic milieu in Mexico regarding plagiarism, is that there is a deep lack of regulations within universities to actually define what is actually plagiarism, and to have guidelines to deal with people who get caught doing plagiarism. And that has created this, what we call this sense of anomy, this incongruence among norms that produces uncertainty and practical disorientation. So what we have today is that a lot of cases have become very public. Maybe the most famous of those is that the former President of the Republic, Enrique Peña Nieto, was discovered to be plagiarizing his college thesis, and obviously that became a huge scandal. He explained himself saying that it was a methodological error, which, well, you can say that, but it was something much more than that. And below that scale, there's been a lot of cases among researchers, graduate students, college students, who have been caught sometimes even with their degree works or their degree dissertations and theses, and this has created a lot of uncertainty of what to do with them. Universities, and this is one of the main problems we have now, they don't have clear policies, as I was saying, and they usually try to bring the whole problem out of the university and just push it to the legal side of it, so that everything has to be solved through copyright legislation. So universities are in many ways negating their own possibility to take action into that, Pretty much everything gets either completely forgotten. They try to forget the whole issue, or they push the things to the courts, and this has been very problematic. So we are, as a general idea, we think that universities need to assert their authority to deal with the problems of academic dishonesty independently if those cases have or not further implications for copyright violations. And some of these issues can be illustrated with what Alejandro is going to tell you now.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, to be here today. And I would like you to, if you put the presentation, please. La presentación, por favor. Well, it's, I will talk about in a very unfortunate position, since I am a victim of plagiarism, and I am the case study, and I will present you this case study that I have been going on from several years. I first realized that my bachelor's thesis was plagiarized in 2017, but the lady who used my bachelor thesis to do her PhD thesis did that in 2014. I realized that my thesis was plagiarized because I was looking for my thesis online. I put the document online almost immediately, almost after I had my dissertation, to put that available for everyone. That was my first idea, and actually it has a discrete some kind of success. I mean, I have a lot of quotations, but this is the awful part of being always online. I mean, someone can just download your work, change things, and put the name on. That's the beginning. I was Googling my thesis because I don't have always a sample with me. I mean, it's online. We always think like that. If you are in platforms like ResearchGate or Academia Edu or things like that, you just download it. And then I was looking, and I found you put the title of the thesis, and since this is something that I work on, if you see something related, you perhaps want to explore what's happening and what's people writing about the same subject you work on. So I found this lady who took my thesis and worked with that. At first, my first reaction was to talk with my colleagues, and unfortunately, and this is something that still happened to me, they say something like, well, you perhaps you should feel flattered because someone used your work to get a PhD degree with your bachelor. But it's not like that. It's something, I mean, it's not a good sensation. It's awful being in that situation. And the worst part is that you go with your institution and you said, hey, they are someone doing this with something that has been done here at the UNAM, for instance. My thesis was in Estudios Latinoamericanos, Latin American studies, and they say, but we cannot do anything. I mean, it's everything, it has to be proved. That's the first reaction. So I found these guys, this is a collective group, from Colombia, and they work with plagiarism, and they have many cases, and they go through the cases and really perform in-depth, or get in-depth knowledge about how these new practices are being used today by many people. No? There are several kinds of plagiarism. This is the case. The title, if I'm not mistaken, it's pretty much the same. 85 pages of 145% different kinds of unquote sources. That's the term they used. And 2012 paragraph in total from 46 identified sources. By identified sources, I mean she stole Think by Milton Friedman. I mean, she took a line from Milton Friedman, put on her thesis, and appropriate of that. And, or Freire, for instance. She took from Freire and she said it was part of her work. 30% of this thesis is from my bachelor work, and this is the kind of work of analysis they do on each thesis. They compare, and it's easy when you get the same paragraph repeated on the other thesis. This is the easiest way. But they have several kinds of plagiarism. There are, they can change 2 or 3 words, they can't change the order, they can't reframe what you wrote. I mean, it's very difficult because even it happens even when you change languages. Perhaps if she took something written in French, and it's hard to detect, and it becomes complex. And we will talk later about this, because I would like to show how this group is working, this Plagio SOS, in order to make you aware about how these practices are evolving with new technologies. Thank you very much for this first part.
Thank you very much. So that's the first part. Gracias. And now we quickly, and thank you for keeping to time, move on to Catalina, please.
Con este está bien. Gracias, buenas tardes. Bueno, yo les voy a describir una experiencia que no es en educación superior como se ha venido hablando en el día de hoy. Es el caso de la práctica de copiar y pegar en los estudiantes de media superior. La práctica de copiar y pegar en estudiantes de media superior, si algunos de ustedes están familiarizados con este nivel educativo, es una práctica muy común, no solo desde ese nivel, sino desde niveles anteriores, desde la primaria y desde la secundaria. En la UNAM, hace unos años, se desarrolló un programa en 2 escuelas preparatorias de diferente circunstancia socioeconómica y académica, en donde se les entregaron tabletas a los estudiantes del primer ciclo, 15 años en promedio, recién egresados de las escuelas secundarias. El objetivo de incorporar esta tecnología a las aulas era abrir las posibilidades de intercambio y de formación entre los estudiantes, sobre todo porque la universidad en ciertas escuelas recibe a jóvenes que provienen de grupos socioeconómicos vulnerables, y quedaba claro que para algunos de ellos era difícil acceder a un aparato tecnológico de esta naturaleza. El proyecto que se desarrolla en la UNAM y que el Instituto de Investigaciones sobre la Universidad y la Educación hace el seguimiento y el acompañamiento de todo ello, encuentra, además de las prácticas de aula y de los elementos que tienen que ver con el uso entre los maestros y los estudiantes de este dispositivo, lo que se convirtió en un hecho muy visible y común y conocido de resolver gran parte de sus tareas y de sus actividades escolares a través de lo que ellos conocen como el copy-pega. Y se hicieron grupos de discusión para indagar acerca de qué tan claro tienen estos jóvenes el uso de esta forma de trabajo, y si alcanzan a percibir que hay, digamos, una dimensión ética que cubrir, sobre todo por dar crédito a los lugares en donde ellos resolvieron sus actividades escolares. Y finalmente el trabajo encuentra que los jóvenes, sobre todo los jóvenes que ya desarrollaron su trayecto escolar con tecnología a su alrededor, encontraban que no era esta práctica un hecho negativo, sino que era una forma de resolver su trabajo escolar de la manera más rápida y precisa posible. Cuando confrontamos, digamos, todos todas las modalidades que los estudiantes tenían en relación a este tipo de prácticas, pues también encontramos una gran cantidad de innovación o creatividad. Desde cosas como esta de parafrasear, digamos, un texto, modificar en algún tipo el orden o la lógica, hasta copiar directamente toda la tarea de donde la encontraban, sobre todo porque muchas de sus actividades las resolvían a partir de sitios que ya tienen resueltas estas tareas. Es decir, en el caso del currículum de la UNAM, hay contenidos muy claros, hay actividades muy comunes, como leer un texto y hacer un resumen de un libro en específico para un contenido en particular, y ya existían lugares en donde este texto ya estaba resumido, con preguntas hechas, y que ellos no necesitaban más que jalarlo, cambiar el estilo de letra, ponerle algunos otros agregados en las preguntas y resolver su tarea. Pero también encontramos ya en este momento con ellos la existencia de sitios en específico que seguramente, y que no son solamente el Rincón del Vago o estos sitios conocidos por estudiantes de secundaria y de media superior, sino también otras ofertas en línea que ofrecen resolver la tarea con un pago. Y estas cada vez son más comunes y han pasado de cosas muy concretas o sintéticas como resolver una tarea, digamos, de una investigación o algún tipo de biografía o explicación, hasta cosas mucho más sofisticadas como puede ser en algunos campos hacer una maqueta en el caso de arquitectura, o una investigación mucho más amplia para algunos otros campos. Estos sitios circulan a través de las redes, cubren todos los campos y todas las materias, y los jóvenes rápidamente encuentran en ellos la solución de sus problemas escolares. Identifican en muchos de los casos con claridad que es una práctica que no necesariamente es pertinente, no alcanzan a percibir si hay una dimensión legal o jurídica sobre ello, pero también argumentan que es una práctica que siempre han realizado y que nunca han recibido algún tipo de amonestación o sanción sobre ella, y que cuando esto ha sucedido realmente siempre es bastante mínimo lo que pueden ellos recibir como indicación, pero además también encontramos que ellos identifican que sus propios maestros suelen usar esos referentes como discusión en el aula. Ellos dicen en los grupos, pues los maestros usan estos referentes y es lo mismo que nos explican con las mismas palabras y con los mismos dibujos y con los mismos esquemas y con los mismos argumentos y con las mismas preguntas, en cuyo caso se hace o se presenta en el escenario escolar pues una práctica que todos los integrantes coinciden en que es una práctica común. Sin embargo, no necesariamente logran romper esa lógica de trabajo interna, primero porque los contenidos en muchos casos son mucho más grandes que el tiempo destinado al trabajo. Yo solo recuerdo, entre paréntesis, que cada clase en la Nacional Preparatoria es de 50 minutos, muchos de los maestros tienen más de 50 estudiantes por grupo y encontrábamos maestros que tenían hasta 12 grupos por ciclo escolar. Por supuesto que frente a condiciones de esa magnitud es muy difícil que un docente pueda tener atención a los resultados de trabajo de cada uno de sus alumnos, y también que para los alumnos es muy fácil responder a las necesidades de tareas o de actividades escolares de esta manera, cuando además tienen 7 materias y en un momento de su vida en donde lo escolar no es una prioridad. Y yo lo dejaría hasta aquí para que después pudiera describir cómo resolvieron en algunos casos los maestros estas prácticas y cómo los estudiantes respondieron a estas otras formas de interactuar con la tecnología en el salón de clases sin recurrir a a la práctica de copiar y pegar como habían estado acostumbrados en sus 10 años de vida escolar, por lo menos. Gracias.
And now a joint presentation, I think, Mariana Tovar and Fermin Reyes.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, nuestra participación está enfocada principalmente a el estudio del plagio desde el punto de vista de la legislación autoral en México. Voy a darles algunos conceptos básicos del tema de derechos de autor, muy importantes, muy cortitos para que se entienda después todo lo que va aunado al tema del plagio. Primeramente, ¿qué es el derecho de autor? El derecho de autor es el reconocimiento que hace el Estado a favor de los creadores de las obras literarias y artísticas y en virtud del cual otorga su protección para que el autor goce de prerrogativas y privilegios exclusivos de carácter personal y de carácter patrimonial. Los primeros, los privilegios de carácter personal, son los que se conocen como derechos morales. Estos derechos morales van unidos a la paternidad de la obra por parte del autor, es decir, a que siempre se le reconozca la paternidad de la obra. Los derechos morales son irrenunciables, imprescriptibles, inalienables e inembargables, es decir, están para siempre presentes. Siempre se le debe reconocer al autor la autoría sobre su obra. Por otra parte, los derechos patrimoniales son los que se refieren a el poder el autor recibir una compensación económica por la explotación de sus obras. Estos derechos, es decir, el recibir regalías, que es lo que le llamamos de ese modo, duran toda la vida del autor y 100 años después de su muerte. Existen limitaciones a los derechos patrimoniales de autor. ¿Qué significa esto? Que no tenemos que pagar regalías al autor en ciertos casos que establece la ley. Por ejemplo, en la cita de textos, siempre que la cantidad que tomemos de un texto no sea tomada como una reproducción total de la obra. En segundo lugar, podemos utilizar artículos, fotografías, ilustraciones y comentarios referentes a acontecimientos de actualidad publicados en periódicos, en noticieros, siempre y cuando no hubiera sido expresamente prohibido por el autor o el titular de los derechos patrimoniales que se use. También está permitida la reproducción de partes de la obra para crítica e investigación científica, literaria o artística, y la reproducción de una obra solo por una vez, un ejemplar, y para uso personal y privado de una persona y sin fines de lucro. Otra parte muy importante que hay que platicar es el tema del lucro. La explotación de una obra o el uso de una obra, la ley maneja lucro directo o indirecto. ¿Qué significa? Que si yo copio libros para venderlos, ese es lucro directo. ¿Por qué? Porque directamente estoy comercializando la obra y recibiendo una remuneración por ella. Por otra parte, existe el lucro indirecto. ¿Qué significa? Y es un poco el caso de lo que pasó a Alejandro. El lucro indirecto significa que la persona que utilizó la obra va a recibir cierto beneficio económico gracias al haberla utilizado. Cuando yo estoy obteniendo un grado académico en base a utilizar la obra de otro, esto me va a traer un beneficio económico. Si yo de ser maestro ahora soy doctor, esto implica obviamente que puedo recibir una mayor remuneración, ¿no? Entonces, eso espero que quede un poquito claro lo que es el lucro directo y el lucro indirecto. Bueno, ya entrando al tema del plagio, es importante hacer una referencia. La Ley Federal del Derecho de Autor no utiliza en ningún momento la palabra plagio como tal. Sin embargo, la Real Academia Española nos dice que plagio es la acción y efecto de plagiar, y plagiar es copiar en lo sustancial obras ajenas dándolas como propias. En la actualidad, en la actividad científica y académica, el plagio no está tan referido a la calidad y a la cantidad del contenido que hemos copiado, sino al simple hecho de usurparlo sin citar la fuente. Es decir, no importa si fue poco o mucho. Plagio es tomar algo que no nos pertenece sin hacer referencia a quien lo creó. ¿Qué características debe tener el plagio? En primer lugar, es la copia total o parcial de una obra ajena. Y en segundo lugar, es la presentación de esa copia como propia, suplantando al autor verdadero. Vamos a ver qué características o qué situaciones podemos considerarlas como plagio. En primer lugar, el utilizar una obra y presentarla como propia, independientemente de que esto sea total o parcial. En segundo lugar, el reproducir un texto en un trabajo propio sin hacer referencia a quién fue su autor. Incluir frases, párrafos o ideas de otros en nuestros escritos o en nuestros trabajos sin citar la procedencia o sin citar al autor. Copiar párrafos o frases de sentencias sin señalar su procedencia. Parafrasear de forma inaceptable un texto o una idea sin citar al autor. O otra modalidad es el autoplagio. ¿Qué significa? Utilizar un trabajo que ya hicimos en otro asunto, citándolo como que es nuevo. Muchas veces hay gente a la que le invitan a participar en, no sé, en alguna exposición, en algún congreso, y le piden que haga un trabajo especial para ese acontecimiento, y lo que hacen es tomar un trabajo que ya tenían hecho y presentarlo nuevamente. Esto se llama autoplagio. Sin embargo, en este caso, pues bueno, el afectado es directamente él, aunque podría la institución que lo contrató reclamar que está usando un trabajo que ya existía. Es importante siempre el tema de la cita de textos. En el contexto académico habrá muchas formas que tal vez los abogados desconocemos un poco de cómo se deben citar los textos. Ahora, ¿cómo está afectando la modernidad, el Internet, todo este tema de todo este tema de el popularizar, el copiar y pegar en los trabajos? Muchos creen que el Internet es un bien que no tiene autor y que por lo tanto está a disposición de quien quiera apropiarse de él y usarlo como quiera, sin tener en cuenta que lo que circula en Internet es el resultado del trabajo de personas cuya autoría debe ser reconocida. Pensamos que todo lo que aparece en Internet podemos tomarlo y es libre, pero también es importante en los trabajos citar la fuente de donde fueron tomados esos párrafos o ese texto completo. Ahora, este mismo desarrollo tecnológico también ha ayudado, ya que ahora facilita las cosas en cuestión académica para reconocer y detectar plagio en los escritos por medio de diversos software que utilizan en la academia para detectar pedazos, frases o simplemente palabras que coincidan en trabajos con otros que ya fueron publicados. Tengo la anterior. Este es un comparativo. Es un comparativo en cuanto a cómo está en el panorama internacional. Espero que se vea bien. Es el número del que él tiene el 12%, son los países de América Latina en comparación con muchos países del mundo. Esta estadística fue tomada en alumnos de educación superior en el año 2015 y nos muestra cómo está América Latina en comparación con otros países en cuanto a trabajos plagiados en el punto de vista académico. Bueno, posteriormente Fermín va a darnos un poquito del punto de vista de cuáles son las sanciones y cuáles son los medios para atacar el plagio. Fermín.
Bueno, de lo que platicaba Mariana, los derechos de autor son reconocidos a nivel mundial como un derecho humano. En la Constitución mexicana están en el artículo 28, el derecho humano a la propiedad contiene, digamos, también los derechos de autor. Y la OMPI, que es la Organización Mundial de la Propiedad Industrial, señala que las invenciones, las obras literarias y artísticas, así como símbolos, nombres e imágenes, son propiedad intelectual. Cada vez que nosotros escribimos algo, estamos creando propiedad intelectual que nos pertenece. Una de las características que tiene es que no necesito ir a un registro para que sea de mi propiedad. Yo puedo acreditar ante la autoridad, ya sea de gobierno o ante una autoridad académica, que el trabajo es propio. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Porque hablamos mucho de que pues, citar sin señalar quién es el autor, etcétera, puede considerarse plagio. Lo que la OMPI señala es que como tal, la idea de la obra puede no ser original, pero el desarrollo de la misma es el que tiene que ser original, es lo que se está protegiendo dentro del derecho de autor. Cuando yo estudié, estaba de moda entre los pasantes de propiedad intelectual el tema de la oposición, entonces todo el mundo hacía tesis sobre la oposición. El utilizar ese tema no es lo que lo vuelve plagio, sino cómo vas a desarrollar ese tema. Hace rato hablaban de que las instituciones educativas como tal no toman acción, digamos, en este tipo de situaciones, o lo ven muy complicado. Nosotros tuvimos un caso básicamente con el Colmex, en donde una persona se nos acercó y nos comentó que había detectado que su tesis había sido plagiada con el fin de obtener una beca universitaria. Mandamos una carta reclamación a esta persona, porque aquí hay dos autoridades, la académica y está la autoridad de gobierno, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros nos acercamos vía un procedimiento que no es judicial con esta persona y con la institución académica y dijimos, aquí hay un caso de plagio. Y lo que esta institución hizo fue expulsar de inmediato al alumno. Entonces, el alumno recurrió a tribunales federales y lo que señaló es que no se le había dado el derecho, que también es anteriormente una garantía individual, ahora un derecho humano, a ser oído y vencido en un juicio. Entonces, vía amparo le otorgaron la facultad de que la escuela, de acuerdo a sus estatutos internos, revisara el asunto, lo escuchara, pudiera presentar pruebas y entonces decidir, ¿no? Entonces, para ese momento, digamos, el Colmex, de acuerdo a su propia normativa, llevó a cabo el procedimiento y llegó a la misma resolución. Esta persona, no conforme, volvió a ampararse. Recordemos que a partir de otros amparos también se ha acreditado que los entes autónomos y organismos particulares, cuando funcionan como autoridad, pueden ser materia de amparo. Se vuelve a buscar el amparo vía tribunales federales y señala que el Colmex debió de haber escuchado a la autoridad en la materia, que es el Instituto Mexicano de la Propiedad Industrial, que es un órgano de gobierno, Y en ese amparo, básicamente conseguimos que eso no se escuchara. Considerábamos que era muy peligroso el tema de que un tribunal considerara que un organismo autónomo o una institución educativa tenía que escuchar a un ente del Estado para tomar una decisión que era propia, que era tal cual la expulsión o no de ese alumno. Ahorita vamos a hablar un poquito de cuáles son las sanciones administrativas, lo que establece la ley cuando hay casos de plagio y de reproducción ilícita de obras que tienen que ver con el ámbito del Estado, pero un ámbito totalmente académico, que es si puede haber la permanencia de un alumno o no dentro de una institución por haber plagiado una obra, pues no le corresponde al Estado, le corresponde directamente a la institución académica. Entonces, al respecto ya hay criterios jurisprudenciales, que como saben la jurisprudencia también es una fuente de derecho, que dice que entre otras las universidades públicas tienen competencias que derivan de su facultad de autogobierno. Tiene diversas, tales como las ejecutivas, las normas que los autorregulan, pero para este caso tienen lo que se llama facultades parajudiciales, que se refieren a la capacidad de dirimir conflictos que surjan al interior de la universidad, siempre que constitucional o legalmente su solución no esté reservada a un régimen jurídico específico que excluya al universitario. Entonces, mientras no se metan con un tema de multa, de sanción, de detener libros apócrifos, etcétera, la universidad tiene la facultad de decidir qué pasa con un alumno que está plagiando.
Thank you to the panel members. I'm sure colleagues will agree it's a fascinating topic and very, very insightful analysis. So we're going to have a quick round of discussion, and then the panel will have a chance to come back again. So perhaps we could collect 2 or 3 observations or questions, and the panel can respond. So over here, please.
Yes, you mentioned software that, like Turnitin, that is now used to try and catch plagiarism, detect it. However, in the UK we've got a bigger problem. It's the role of essay mills, we call them, where students pay somebody to write a dissertation, an essay or a thesis, and these are a lot harder to detect because they are nominally, in some ways perhaps, seen as original works, but often they self-plagiarise or plagiarise other content and then sell these to the students, and these are harder. I just wonder, any comments from the panel on the role of these? There is some countries, I believe, who are bringing in legislation to make these sites illegal, and whether anything of that sort has happened in Mexico or any other delegates know of such practices.
Thank you, Muir. So the question about essay build. Is there another quick comment on this topic or question? Okay, so the panel, please. I'm sorry, yes.
Buenos días. Bueno, mi pregunta es, ¿cómo saber que ha sido plagiado? Por ejemplo, cuando alguien pone en su investigación, ¿no?, lo que están ahorita comentando, pero cuando es por voz me refiero a que, o sea, por ejemplo, ustedes están presentando el Congreso, ¿no? Pero en mi trabajo yo llego a la escuela y no sé, pongo en investigación alguna de las cosas que ustedes dijeron sin citarlos. Yo creo que sería bueno como crear, no sé si exista alguna aplicación que pues como que detecte eso a través de voz. ¿Sí me explico?
Sí. Mira.
Okay, gracias. Perhaps we'll have some comments, please. Would you like to address the second or either of those? Yeah.
Houston, you were talking about ghostwriting. I don't know if I got it properly. Your question, I mean. ghost writing, those who, okay, yes, no, there's nothing about that kind of profession. In fact, I think this was some kind of, this is a work of a ghost writer, because if you, I mean, in a further participation, I will show how this work. But you have pieces of several articles, chapters, book chapters, and the like, and it's quite evident that there was some kind of, I mean, doing this with Lou, and not that much criteria. I mean, I don't know how much this person got by doing this, but there's a market. You go outside universities and you see, how to say that, papers by advertising spell correcting. It's not like I will do your thesis. It's like I will help you with your spell correcting, and you know that everyone knows that this is actually fraud, and an invitation to do that. But it's borderline.
Angelina, did you want to?
Respecto a la consulta, ¿quién la hizo? Ok. ¿Qué pasa con las conferencias? Las conferencias, a menos que estén escritas, no constituyen una obra. Es un derecho conexo y se llama de los artistas, intérpretes o ejecutantes. ¿Qué significa esto? Los ejecutantes es quien da vida a una obra, pero esta obra ya debía estar escrita. Por ejemplo, si una conferencia, tú me dices, la copiaron idéntica, pero esa conferencia no está sustentada en un soporte material, no podemos hacer nada. Otra cosa que es importante, los derechos de autor no protegen las ideas en sí mismas. Mucha gente dice, es que fulanito de tal está haciendo algo y esa idea yo la tuve. Las ideas no son registrables como tal, ni las ideas, ni los formularios, ni los juegos mentales. Hay muchas cosas que no son protegibles por la Ley Federal de Derechos de Autor. Este es el caso de la conferencia, te digo, al menos que esté sustentada en una base material escrita y esta persona sea ejecutante y lo hayan copiado de otro que haya ejecutado esa obra, es la única forma de detectar plagio, digamos, en ese sentido.
We will start the second round from the panel. We'll have a chance for more comments later.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I can touch a little bit on the things that have been said and put them in relation to the main ideas that I was developing at the beginning, because I think that the problem, and I suppose this varies greatly from country to country, which is a tension between what the copyright law says in every country and what is a law and what are the sanctions for breaking that law, and the other is the capacities of universities to actually deal with their internal problems among faculty and students, and how willing are those universities to actually solve the issues within the university and not going to court outside. And for me, I'm, let's say, an advocate of keeping things within the university. I think Fermin was pointing to some of the issues of the problem of going to courts or federal court to try to solve copyright issues. Because there are so many ways in which you can be academically dishonest and still comply to copyright law. Let me put a couple of examples. One is if I take some works that are in the public domain that have been more than 100 years since the author has passed away, those works are not protected by copyright law. So if I plagiarize from those, I pretty much on the clear regarding the law, even though it's clearly an academic dishonest action, and that should be sanctioned by the university. Another issue, and it was pointed the ghostwriters or these SMEs or homework factories that right now, today is a international business. There are people in Kenya doing homework for students in England. It's crazy. But if you pay to someone else for their work, and you actually pay for that, that pretty much covers the thing, right? And they are not going to go to court saying that you steal their works because you pay for that. So that opens a whole window of, is that illegal or illegal? And for me, that's irrelevant from the standpoint of the universities, because universities are not concerned with copyright, but with academic honesty. So obviously, if you buy your homework, an essay, or part of your dissertation, a research article, or whatever from someone else, that's academic dishonesty, and that should be taken care within the universities. And that's, at least in the case of Mexico, that's what is not being done. That students or faculty who is caught cheating, they pretty much want to go to court almost every time because it's easier for them to win there. And universities are pretty much, for what I've been able to see in several cases, they pretty much try to do almost nothing. There are very few universities. Fermín was mentioned in the case of Colegio de Mexico or Colmex. They are one of the very few institutions that have been very active in trying to, for example, expel students, graduate students who are actually caught cheating. But some other universities is much more murky and not very clear what's the procedure. And we don't even have, as I was saying at the beginning, clear policies within universities. So pretty much every single professor has its own criteria in his or her classroom. So the definitions of what is plagiarism is almost case by professor, and what are the consequences of that is also very atomized. So we are in a clear need to do two things, to have clearer criteria of what it is and what are the consequences, and to push the universities to take action within the university and frame the problem as a problem which is internal for the institution and not something that has to do with copyright law. But I was fascinated to hear the lawyer's angle, which is something that is usually missing in this sort of academic conferences. So I was very grateful to hear that.
Yes, well, just two things about. Yes, we need to enable criteria to do something within universities, but I think this will go directly, straightforward to the cost of the opportunity. In the Mexican examples, I mean, those who are public examples of plagiarism. Not all of them had consequences. I mean, like the president, you said, no? It's publicly known that our former president, the president of Mexico, plagiarized in order to get a bachelor degree. I mean, and there's no consequences. And the cost of opportunity for a guy like him and regular basis people who go to universities and do that and are unknown. I mean, I think we need to work at that level also. And it requires punishments or regulations or something like that.
From Anne or Mariana, from the legal perspective?
Bueno, un poco respecto a lo que comentaba Héctor, hablando de obras que se encuentran en el dominio público. Obras que se encuentran en el dominio público significa que han transcurrido 100 años después de que murió el autor y por lo tanto no hay que pagar regalías por su uso. Sin embargo, recordemos que conservan los derechos morales. Los derechos morales significa que siempre se les reconoce la paternidad de la obra. Es decir, aunque se trate de obras que se encuentran en el dominio público, es necesario citar la fuente. Sin embargo, bueno, en estos casos, quien podría quejarse sería el autor y no lo va a hacer, ¿verdad? Simplemente se hace como una cuestión ética. Una cuestión ética de honestidad, de decir, bueno, copié esto, es de una obra de 1500, el autor obviamente no vive, pero conserva los derechos morales.
Bueno, ahí nada más aclarar que sería el Estado mexicano el que tendría la posibilidad de iniciar alguna acción. evidentemente dentro de las instituciones gubernamentales y no lo que platicábamos en el plano académico. Y eso también tiene que ver con quién es el afectado por un tema de derechos de autor, porque probablemente por un acto de un alumno que a lo mejor inicia como una tesis y termina siendo un libro publicado, la institución como tal pudiera ser afectada y entonces se volvería pues quien tendría derecho a ir en contra del alumno ya en un plano no solo académico sino también gubernamental, con todas las aristas que esto tiene, como es demostrar. No es lo mismo el caso que yo les ponía, en donde un grupo de académicos se reúnen, revisan el trabajo y ellos consideran a partir de su experiencia que hubo plagio, a acreditarlo ante una autoridad administrativa que es quien lleva en los casos a nivel gubernamental en México, en donde pues hay que seguir las reglas de las pruebas que son muy específicas, ¿no? Entonces, también aquí no solo a veces los autores de trabajos anteriores son afectados, puede ser una institución académica, incluso nosotros nos hemos encontrado o no hemos estado tan involucrados en temas en donde sean afectados académicos, pero tenemos muchos casos en donde empresas son afectadas o el actuar de un empleado de una empresa, hablemos por ejemplo de marketing, ¿no? Que se roba una frase de internet o un meme. Tuvimos un asunto que se le hizo fácil al cuate de marketing agarrar un meme de internet y subirlo a la página oficial de la empresa. Pues está usando la imagen de una persona, en ese caso no era un trabajo, pero era la imagen, y evidentemente mete en un problema legal ya no a una institución académica, sino a una empresa donde yo creo que hasta ese día estaba trabajando, después de haber, le han de haber dado las gracias, ¿no? Pero creo que también eso hay que considerarlo. Un alumno que empieza usando Google para sacar información, pues termina a lo mejor ya en su vida profesional llevando la misma conducta, ¿no?
Una aclaración un poco rápida. Hablando de la obra por encargo, es importante mencionar que en la obra por encargo, cuando a una persona se le está pagando una cantidad porque lleve a cabo un trabajo, una obra, esto significa que los derechos patrimoniales invariablemente pertenecen a la empresa o a la persona que le está pagando por la obra. Sin embargo, los derechos morales siguen siendo de la persona que la creó, independientemente de que fue contratado para ello.
Bueno, yo no sé si estoy hablando el punto que pongo es el inicio de todo este proceso, pero sí la evidencia de que muchos de estas circunstancias inician en las prácticas escolares, en la escuela, en lo cotidiano, en la formación de los estudiantes. Y me parecería que en el caso que nosotros trabajamos y del cual tengo evidencias y vinculándolo con lo que se ha expresado y ejemplificado en esta mesa, me parece que tenemos por un lado la experiencia, es decir, se puede hacer, se ha hecho y es en el caso de este nivel educativo a veces hasta la búsqueda de la respuesta correcta en algún tipo de actividades, sobre todo cuando las actividades son muy literales, una biografía, un cuestionario que hay que contestar solo específicamente o sea, no son actividades cognitivas superiores, sino son actividades muy simples o muy directas. Por el otro lado, por la experiencia escolar nos dicta que se puede y que a veces hasta se promueve que esto suceda. La otra parte es la libertad y la interpretación de la libertad que ya se ha tocado está en un sitio, el sitio es público, el sitio es abierto, cualquiera puede llegar a él y entonces hay una interpretación de si esto es posible, entonces es de todos. Y esto hilado al anterior, bueno, pues en el caso de estas prácticas escolares en este nivel, que yo así aclararía que estos jóvenes no los puedo identificar como plagiadores, sino usuarios de una práctica de copiar y pegar, y yo no sé si después son potenciales plagiadores, porque no, puede que no sea así, puede que en algún momento esto se reconsidere en su propia formación, pero sí son practicantes del copia y pega, a lo mejor podemos decirlo de esa manera. Por el otro, el tipo de actividad que los docentes suelen solicitarle a los estudiantes y cómo en este caso, aquí sí quería contarles un poco de manera muy rápida, qué tuvieron que hacer los maestros para enfrentar esta circunstancia. Ellos tuvieron que cambiar las formas en las que solicitaban cierto tipo de actividades a los estudiantes. Es decir, hubo una reconfiguración de sus propios principios. Y esto les costó mucho trabajo porque estamos hablando de docentes cuya antigüedad en la docencia y cuya generación no estaba vinculada a ninguna tecnología. De hecho, muchos de ellos se negaban siquiera a recibir la tableta y darla de alta y tener una serie de condiciones necesarias para trabajarla, reaprender sus propios procesos de enseñanza a través de la tableta. Eso también costó mucho trabajo y lograron algunos ejercicios, pero también hay una constante institucional sobre ellos que les marca un ritmo que no necesariamente es el ritmo de trabajo frente a un nuevo integrante del grupo escolar que era la tableta. Los ritmos institucionales tienen otro canal. Y finalmente, en el caso de estos jóvenes, la ausencia de una amonestación o un señalamiento. Como no hay un señalamiento de esto no se puede hacer o esto no tendríamos que hacerlo o esto finalmente tiene una dimensión ética aunque la identifiquen, porque en muchos casos lo que hacían era pasarse la tarea. No sé, esto es una práctica que todos los que estuvimos en estos niveles lo hicimos. Pasar la tarea puede ser un ejercicio de esta naturaleza, pues de alguna manera ya con una definición más cercana y con lo que vemos ahora, pues por supuesto que sí, porque alguien la hizo originalmente, aunque no la haya tomado de algún lugar, alguien la hizo. Finalmente, pues nada más contarles que este proyecto lamentablemente no tuvo un seguimiento. No podemos decir qué hubiera pasado, pero sí podemos decir que incorporar en el caso de nuestro país, incorporar esta tecnología a las aulas, en este tema en particular, genera muchas dificultades que no necesariamente los docentes también pueden controlar y dirigir. Finalmente sus objetivos no es controlar que quién copia y pega, sino quién termina un contenido y cierra un ciclo y obtiene una calificación. Gracias.
Gracias. And now open to the other side of our round table. I saw a few hands up earlier. I think one was over here. Yes?
Yes, I just wanted to make the point again, it has been made by several of you, that the protection of property rights is not the real problem we're talking here about. It's on. The protection of property, of intellectual property rights is not the main problem here. The main problem, I think, has been mentioned, is that there is a lot of gray literature, conference reports, class papers and so on that can be easily copied without necessarily the instructor noticing that. So the question is, we have in many North American universities, we have in order to prevent that, we have a program called Turn In, and so every class paper, every master thesis and so has to go into that system, and within a few minutes you know which parts have been plagiarized from other sources. It doesn't have to be something from a published source. It could be just one of the many gray papers. And I think that is the problem now when we talk about the changes about digitalization. When I wrote my doctorate, there was no way of copying unless you did it by hand. Now you can go to wherever it's published and go through and say, well, that sounds good, and we could use that. And the software also detects things which are taken out from different paper, but they are slightly changed so that it doesn't meet the eye immediately. In Europe, there have been a few spectacular cases of plagiarism of people who then, after the university, made it into politics. And there is something a little bit like Turn It In, but it's not by use of the universities. It's a sort of a citizen group that looks into the doctoral thesis, master thesis of people who are prominent in politics. And very much to the embarrassment of the government, the Minister of Education in Germany was found to have plagiarized her doctoral thesis. And so she had to step back and lost her job. Also the Minister of Defense, same thing. So this can be done now much more easily than in the past. And I think that our topic here, digitalization of the whole publication sector, is something that can not be satisfactorily resolved by just looking into the formal property rights, intellectual property rights that must be protected and are protected. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those observations, and another depressing example from senior levels. We have students in our audience, and I'd be very interested if any of them would like to make any observations about, are the guidelines in your university clear, for example? We have heard that they're not clear. Perhaps you might like to translate.
Oh, sure. Voy a traducir esa pregunta. Dice María que hay varios estudiantes en el auditorio y que le gustaría escuchar su opinión al respecto de este tema del plagio. Aquí se ha dicho que las guías o los criterios en las universidades son poco claros respecto a qué es plagio y qué se hace si alguien es detectado plagiando, y a ella le gustaría saber si en efecto ustedes consideran que tal es el caso en sus instituciones.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, quería hacer la observación, por ejemplo, yo conozco varios programas para detectar el plagio. Yo no conocía básicamente qué era el plagio hasta estar en la universidad. Mi profesor Juan Carlos fue quien me comentó cómo era lo que funcionaba el plagio, y de hecho yo me enteré de los programas para detectar el plagio por él. Yo siempre me había preguntado cómo era que se detectaba este tipo de cuestión, ¿no? O sea, había gente en una oficina todos los días leyendo el trabajo de todos para detectarlo. La verdad era algo que ya había pensado, ¿no? Hasta que me enteré que existía este software y lo probé. Porque pues él nos había comentado que si en un trabajo que él nos encargó teníamos más de 40% de plagio, pues que nos iban a denunciar, ¿no? Y pues la verdad es que uno no lo hace porque, pues porque quiera, ¿no? A veces es más fácil, pero la verdad es que no tenemos como ese tipo de conciencia de no hacer las cosas porque está mal. Yo he pues visto, tengo conocidos y amigos de distintos niveles de educación, unos más jóvenes, unos más grandes, y me he dado cuenta que, por ejemplo, la mayoría no saben lo que es el plagio y otros muchos pues no saben cómo detectar el plagio, porque muchas veces nosotros nos basamos en fuentes poco confiables para hacer una investigación, y hay veces que tú quieres pues conocer más sobre el autor, tener más ideas o una idea más amplia. Igual puede ser de un fragmento de un párrafo que leíste en Facebook y no tienes ni idea de quién es el autor, de cómo seguir su trabajo o de qué otras investigaciones ha hecho. Entonces estos programas te ayudan para eso, pero me di cuenta que, por ejemplo, no sé si en todos lados, pero por ejemplo aquí en México hay mucho el problema de que la mayoría de esos programas, de ese software, es de paga. Y aparte, por ejemplo, hay uno que otro que es gratuito, pero tienen un límite de palabras que tú puedes buscar. Entonces como que te limita mucho. Entonces estoy pensando que debería de ser, por ejemplo, si está en los derechos, en la Constitución, y es también un delito, pues también debería de haber una especie de software gratuito para nosotros poder verificar eso, y las instituciones, o sea, las universidades deberían de facilitarlo tanto a los docentes como a los discentes, ¿no? Porque para nosotros poder revisar que no estamos citando de más, porque incluso citar demasiado está mal, y también para los docentes revisar que no esté, ahora sí que los discentes, los alumnos no estén plagiando, pues tendrían que tener a la mano ese tipo de software de manera gratuita, ¿no?
Gracias. Bueno, igual para como complementar el comentario, creo que también entre como estudiantes, tal vez no sea, o sea, se ha hecho de manera inconsciente algunas veces, pero también ya lo vemos como que lo hemos normalizado, porque hay mucha gente que igual hace el plagio y ya lo conoce, ya sabe qué es, pero pues le da igual, ¿no? Entonces sigue haciendo lo mismo y se sigue repitiendo y es un ciclo y es un ciclo. Entonces yo creo que igual aquí los maestros pues no nada más deberían de decirnos como, no, pues si tú haces el plagio ya no tienes una calificación buena, sino que hacer algo al respecto, porque nada más nos dicen, pero nosotros pues ya, no sé, quitamos algunas palabras o hacemos menos plagio, por así decirlo, para tener una calificación. Entonces creo que debería de hacerse como una reflexión.
No soy estudiante ahorita, pero colaboro en una institución, en una universidad pública como docente de posgrado, y creo respecto al tema que es un ejemplo. Esta institución tiene normado que si en 2 ocasiones se detecta plagio, es expulsión automática. Se cuenta con una herramienta en la plataforma de Blackboard, es Safe Assign, y tanto alumnos, estudiantado como profesorado, revisamos, o sea, en automático nos dice y nos marca los espacios donde está el plagio. Entonces ya podemos ir y checar, ¿no? Entonces a mí me parece que desde el reglamento, la normatividad y todo establecido muy claramente, pues sí, el estudiantado tiene más cuidado de lo que nos presenta y es automático. Entonces pues me encanta la opción que nos da. Gracias. Es Universidad Tec Milenio. ¿Sí? Sí, bueno.
Bueno, yo no pude como evitar pensar un poco en cuál era como la procedencia o por qué se daba lo del plagio, y tengo como pues no sé, un poco como la teoría o el presentimiento de que en la escuela tradicional no se enseña como a pensar. Entonces, de ahí un poco como que parta el hecho de que pues llegamos a la universidad y como no estamos acostumbrados a pensar, a reflexionar las cosas, es muy fácil copiar y pegar, ¿no? Porque son acciones que venimos haciendo desde la primaria, secundaria, incluso creo que incluso algunos de nuestros profesores llegan a cometerlo, ¿no? En decirnos, pues no sé, o sea, busca una palabra y para nosotros es fácil ir a Wikipedia, buscar la palabra, llegamos al salón y lo decimos, ¿no? Pero bueno, creo que como algo importante o que debería como de, pues sí, ya no tanto como reproducir conocimientos, sino enseñar al alumno a pensar, porque justo llegamos a la universidad y nos encontramos con problemas que de repente los profesores dicen, no sabes hacer un ensayo, si eso es básico, ¿no? Y no, o sea, no sabemos reaccionar a este tipo de cosas.
Gracias. Our time is running out. We have one final comment from the audience, and then I'll come along the panel, starting at the far end, for a final quick word. So please, thank you.
Ya. Buenas tardes. Bueno, yo pienso que para abarcar esos temas de la investigación y el plagio es necesario que desde los niveles iniciales de la educación se nos enseñe a investigar, porque realmente desde la primaria nos piden trabajos, pero no nos dicen de dónde investigarlo, cómo, qué es el plagio o qué consecuencias nos puede traer a largo eso, y hace que en el nivel superior no sepamos hacer eso y nos podamos meter en problemas muy serios. Entonces pienso que sería necesario que en un currículum se metieran esos temas. Gracias.
Sí, rapidísimo y en español. Yo creo que lo que acabas de comentar es fundamental. O sea, ayer en la conferencia, nuestra primerísima conferencia magistral, se mencionaba justamente que la tendencia es que estructuralmente se favorece entre los alumnos, en los más jóvenes, el hecho de que aprendan a usar las tecnologías, ¿no? Entonces, mezclar audios, buscarlos, información y etcétera, pero ya toda esa otra parte que es fundamental y que tiene que ver con aprender a citar, a parafrasear, este tipo de cosas como que se abandonan, ¿no? Digo, en el caso específico de lo que estamos comentando por acá. El punto es que el conocimiento es una construcción colectiva. Es decir, no son parcelas de propiedad. Está esa dimensión, claro que está, la de la propiedad, y es justamente de la que venimos hablando, pero el conocimiento es una construcción colectiva, ¿no? Y hay pues reglas, ¿no? para hacerle honor a ese hecho educativo que es de todos, ¿no? Y es reconocer justamente pues, de dónde estamos sacando lo que estamos aprendiendo y eso también te ayuda a identificar en dónde es que tú puedes poner tu pequeñísimo granito de arena en esta chamba colectiva, ¿no? Voy a cambiarlo en inglés. Just to illustrate, this is how they work. The group I was talking about, plagiarism, and they, on the comments, specifically label each one of the cases of plagiarism, and there are multiple possibilities of doing that. I mean, since literal copy-paste and more sophisticated ways to do that. It's a lot of work. It's not just software. They do that. In my case, working on it for at least 3 months before this case went public. I mean, they took both theses and began to search. So this is the example. It's online. I will provide you the information because it's interesting.
Bueno, yo les quiero comentar, sobre todo a los alumnos, aprovechen lo que tienen ahora, aprovechen el internet. No tiene nada de malo, yo de verdad los envidio porque en mi época había que consultar tantos libros para hacer un trabajo que uno no plagiaba realmente porque era difícil ponerse a escribir todo. Entonces era más fácil leer y sacar como un propio resumen. Actualmente tienen una facilidad enorme. No tiene nada de malo tomar partes de los trabajos. Lo importante es número 1, citar la fuente, y número 2, también vertir sus propios comentarios, su propia apreciación sobre los temas. Aprovechen eso porque de verdad no saben lo invaluable que es, ¿no?
Bueno, yo regreso a las prácticas de aula y a las prácticas escolares. O sea, finalmente sí, las prácticas escolares y las prácticas de aula cambian y proponen otras formas de acceder al conocimiento y de construir interrogantes. Los estudiantes no tendrían por qué caer en estas prácticas. Y por el otro lado, me pregunto si más instrumentos de juicio, más softwares, más programas, más sanciones jurídicas o legales, de verdad van a inhibir una práctica de esta naturaleza o solo van a sofisticar las prácticas de esta naturaleza. Yo me atrevo a decir que van a sofisticar las prácticas de esta naturaleza, porque no es porque las sanciones sean leves, sino porque las sanciones no necesariamente van al origen del hecho, ¿no? Y en el caso de lo escolar, un poco lo que decías, ¿por qué no nos enseñaron? Pues porque investigar en la escuela es copiar de una monografía, investigar en la escuela es responder un cuestionario literal y no crear una pregunta. Hacer la tarea en la escuela es tener todos iguales el mismo resultado. Resolver un problema escolar es resolverlo tal cual otros lo han dicho, no como yo lo puedo resolver. Y yo regreso como pedagogo y como estudioso de las prácticas escolares en la escuela básica a este proceso en donde los propios maestros, en la mañana, esta mañana se hablaba de lo que sucede con la formación de docentes y lo lejano que están de estos procesos mucho más amplios de formación. Regreso a eso, en donde no estemos persiguiendo un contenido, sino un proceso cognitivo o un proceso mental, y eso es mucho más difícil de copiar y de pegar. Gracias.
Básicamente nada más que recuerden que hablamos mucho del lado de protegerse de no ser acusados de plagio, pero que cada trabajo que hacemos pues también es propiedad intelectual que estamos generando, lo que comentaban de que el conocimiento pues se hace en conjunto, ¿no?
Just one quick point I would try to make, which is, I think we can talk with professors all around the world, and we will agree that it's very easy to plagiarize, and that for a student it's very easy to do it. And but that's just the first part of the equation for me, because what actually changes from country to country is what are the consequences of being caught plagiarizing. And that for me is what produces me some dismay for the Mexican case, because especially for professors and researchers who actually plagiarize, apparently there is no durable consequence for that action. That in a way, like tenure in Mexico is is eternal, no matter what you do. Like in the case of the professor who actually plagiarized your dissertation. I mean, she has a tenure professor in her university, and everybody knows, the authorities in her school knows that she did that, and she still has a job. So in other countries, in American universities, you pretty much have an scarlet letter if you're in your past there is an action like that, you will never be hired again in a university, and that makes a difference. So if you have a scenario where it is easy to do the plagiarism, and the consequences of being caught are very low, so you are creating a lot of incentives. So what you can change is that the consequences and the risk are very high, and pretty much that can change the equation. But okay. Okay, that's a culprit.
Gracias. That's for another whole conference. This has been a really exciting panel, very, very interesting. Thank you so much. I mean, if the criterion is how the jazz band performs in a jam session, I think they've reached a very high standard without any plagiarism whatsoever. I mean, one of the things I learned many things this afternoon, but I was interested, and I hope to learn a little more in other discussions about conference presentations being defined legally as performances, if I understood correctly. So as a performance, this has been a wonderful performance, and you, as the other part of the round table, you also thank you very much for your active engagement and participation. Thanks to everybody. And a very important announcement, which is that if people would like to join a trip on Saturday, to please contact the reception now at the coffee break. Thank you.
Tú ya no estás en ese.
Digo, falta.
Exacto.
But not as nice as dinner and dinner. Yes, exactly. Okay. Oh, okay. Good. I mean, decades ago, you were actually a scholar because you have a large chunk of the balloon, right? You do at least. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Mexico? That's it.
El maestro de inglés me dijo que tenía incorrectamente traducido el nombre de la universidad, que los nombres no se traducen, por eso lo cambié luego, pero así te lo había mandado. Intactos, me dijo, no, aquí cámbiamelo, dice. Ya cuando me revisó me hizo la observación. A ver cómo me va, porque el señor japonés no sabe español. Él va a moderar, ¿verdad? Pues ni modo. Minutes. Okay. 50 is correct. So fast. No problem. Como que se han pasado del tiempo algunos, ¿verdad o no? Vamos bien de tiempo, ¿verdad? Son las 4. Sí. Muy bien, muchas gracias. How do you feel? Last night you pictured our face, our faces.
I don't insist my copyright.
No, copia original.
¿Cómo es? ¿Cómo es? Ayer yo no lo entendí.
Él es un moderador. Un moderador. Entonces a la hora de presentarme paso para allá, ¿o qué?
No, no es necesario.
Nada más me da el apuntador y ya. Bueno. Y usted me va a poner la diapositiva. ¿Me puedes apoyar? Juana Gavino. Bueno, mira, muchas gracias.
Don't you need this computer connected to the...
No.
Oh, okay.
Is this? It's in this computer.
For my...
Text.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
In the pond.
A pond.
Small water area.
Oh, okay, I see. My other nickname is Kai. Kai, it means something in Chinese, I don't know. K-A-I.
Kai.
Yes.
Kai means, in Japanese, kai means a shell.
A shell.
Shell.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's my nickname.
But here is the pond, small pond. maximum 15. Okay. Then rest of
Yes,
the
you can send
Yeah,
us
just
Okay, okay, okay.
5
Okay.
minutes left.
Okay.
Store my number.
Ah, I have only one sheet of paper, so.
It's no
Okay.
problem.
Oh, no
This
problem.
is
So,
easy.
what? So.
And then 8.
5 minutes.
Oh, for 3 minutes, it's okay.
3 minutes, okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't think
Three
they
minutes, okay.
they use the international code.
Thank you.
Oh, they did, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, this one. This one.
¿De la Universidad de Guadalajara viene?
Sí. Hablamos del occidente. Ya te vi que estabas. Ok. No me digas, ¿en qué carreras? Yo estoy en Bush, en la Educación. Ahí somos vecinos.
Y acaba de ingresar la más chica, la maestría
Pues ahí estamos a tus órdenes. Diana.
Diana.
Very small. They will come. Almost all okay. So, are you ready?
I think.
Not yet.
Then I need to get my presentation here.
Okay, 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 okay. Okay, first is no.
Cynthia. What I
Cynthia.
usually do is.
Oh, you. Okay.
Because. No, I hope no. Maybe we have. We should.
So, good afternoon, but I think that there are too many people who are very busy to do other business, or they may move from this room to the another room of the another session. I don't know, but anyway, time has come. So let us start our session. There are 4 presentators, and followed to 4 presentation, we will have a discussion time. So each presenter have 15 minutes or so. So the first presenter is Ms. Cynthia on the public policies and organizational action for student retention in virtual higher education. Okay, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I will present to you the paper entitled Public Policies and Organizational Actions for Student Retention in Virtual Higher Education, a comparative study of 2 cases. This paper is derived of a master thesis. In the past 2 decades, Mexico has seen a rapid development in a virtual higher education promoted by policies to expand coverage, as well as the diversification of private educational services in response to competition for the university markets. These have generated a growth of supply and demand of educational services, both in public and private sectors. As you can see in the chart, the offer of programs in virtual higher education has increased in the past years. Mainly in this chart, you can observe how the enrollment in private offer has an important increase, more than in public education. Well, however, this modality has strong problems of interruption and abandonment of educational program, which according to Swill, this represents an expensive and complex problem for institutions because it can generate institutional discredit, budget cuts, and in the worst of case scenario, the ending of operation due to lack of profitability, as we can see in the presentation yesterday. Well, the purpose of this presentation is to examine the way in which public policies and the pressure of university markets affect the implementation of organizational actions for student retention in virtual higher education in institutions with a different level of organizational dependence of face-to-face institutions. The analysis was released in the light of a theoretical model that includes contributions for sociology of higher education and organizational sociology. The main concepts are institutional logics, institutional dependence, and student retention. The cases. What about the cases? The cases are UVM Online, a private institution with a low institutional dependence on the face-to-face institution from which it emerged. And Polyvirtual, a public institution with a high organizational dependence on the IPN. Okay. The functioning of these virtual universities in relation with this dependence on the face-to-face institutions is in the next way. The operation of the UVM Online is characterized by obeying forms of business management aimed by market logic that demand efficient in the results. The objective of these forms of management is the optimization of process through the optimization of resources and instrumental use of bureaucracy mechanisms whose hierarchical and technical division of work is relatively efficient. In this organization, there is a strong emphasis on the formalization of bureaucratization of process, since it so that the division of task is indeed of a technical nature, so that any trained individual, any trained person can perform them. At the same time, for the realization of the process, the actors are coerced to perform their functions through mechanisms of control. For that, in UVM Online, the administrative autonomy can establish extra-organizational agreements with different suppliers for the maintenance of students and their interest. In contrast, the case of Polyvirtual, to be inserted in the complex structure of the face-to-face institution adopts the logic of dense and complex bureaucracy, in which the allocation of powers, functions, and tasks is distributed in an institutional framework that is too broad, with areas of dilution and overlapping of hierarchies and functions. We can see this, I think that we can see it through their organization, the representation of the organizational structure. As you can see in the picture, this organizational structure of UVM have a definition, a kind of order that the Polyvirtual hasn't. In the case of UVM, have a departments with defined task. In contrast, in Polyvirtual, the structure is really complex. The actors, many times they don't know what they have to do in the labor in the day. Well, what is the result of these differences in organizational structures in relation with student retention? Well, in terms of the way in that these different structures affect the task, in the case of UVM Online, the student retention is perceived as a kind of remedialist process in terms of they have a low selectivity process. They have a flexible attitudes about the student qualifications. They just need sometimes the documents from the level, the educational level before, and also they define their profile, the student profile. They focus on working adults, students that require support, and for do that, they instrument different strategies for retention from different types and scopes. In contrast, Polyvirtual have a survivalist attitude about retention because they have an strict admissions policies. They have 2 stages of selection, selection process, of course, and they need that the students have a general knowledge and approve propedeutic courses for be part of the virtual system. They really don't define, or they don't have a student profile. They admit students just with the characteristic that they wanted to enter to the modality. And for that, they don't have a very specific strategies to attend them. They just enter and, well, they survive, as mentioned in the presentation. Finally, we can see in this image, in this table, sorry, different strategies that are implemented in both institutions. In the case of UVM Online, they have mechanisms that are the institutional scope, and disciplinary scope, and group scope. These strategies can be permanent, transitory, or emerging. In these strategies collaborate different persons of different part of the structures, and they attend different needs of the students. In contrast, in the Polyvirtual, they just have one strategy to retention, for retention of students. In this case, they use tutoring students, but they don't really do. In reality, the institution have a financial problems and problems of capacity to do their job. In summary, we can see how the market logics, in the case of UVM, motivate to decision makers, institutional decision makers, to do a variety of strategies for attract and retain, in this case retain the students, and they prove different strategies. If these strategies don't have a good results, they just prove a new one. In the case of Polyvirtual, they have no enough resources, every kind of resources. And then they just continue with one strategy that really don't function. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to compare two types of institutions. Thank you. And okay. Our next presentation is A Digital Society Demands a Digital Citizenship by Diana. Please.
Gracias, buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, ¿sí lo pusieron alguien? Bueno, la charla que quiero establecer aquí se denominó Una sociedad digital exige una ciudadanía equivalente. La cuestión que se trata en mi ponencia es precisamente un poco cuestionar este concepto de sociedad digital, que ya, bueno, lo hizo mucho mejor en la espléndida conferencia de la mañana la señora Judith Kalman, porque ilumina desde mi perspectiva ciertos ámbitos de prácticas educativas, mientras otras son ensombrecidas. Aquí vamos a tratar de, en este tiempo que tengo, de examinar algunas implicaciones éticas y socioculturales que se presentan en las instituciones educativas ante la irrupción de formas de comunicación, gestión de información y de conocimiento actuales, gobernadas, como sabemos, por las tecnologías digitales y que están además, no solamente por estas tecnologías, sino bajo modelos de negocio que debilitan el ejercicio de los derechos ciudadanos. Se deban a destacar tres cuestiones. Primero, las lógicas de operación subyacentes, proclives a una progresiva inequidad social, la conformación de subjetividades que justifican procedimientos no siempre éticos y, desde mi perspectiva, una actuación de las instituciones de educación superior que no ha estado a la altura de semejantes retos. Se tratará de poner algunos elementos claves para establecer bases de una agenda educativa frente a estos desafíos. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Bien, lo que quiero subrayar aquí es que no solamente es el caso de la sociedad digital o las sociedades digitales, sino que también nos encontramos en un capitalismo postindustrial o llamado también tardío, flexible, financiero, de plataformas o de alta tecnología, de acuerdo a los autores que podamos consultar, ¿no? En términos generales, estos conceptos aluden a las formas en que se produce valor y se reinvierten las ganancias o excedentes, es decir, también que se hace una tasa de retorno. La palabra clave es información, dado que es la materia prima básica susceptible de ser convertida en conocimiento extremadamente rentable gracias a su muy desigual distribución. Para algunos autores como Pascal, Pikren, Snicker, actualmente vivimos en una economía digital en donde un conjunto de grandes corporativos gestionan sus modelos de negocio a partir de información provista por infraestructuras digitales. Estos son verdaderos dispositivos de extracción de datos. Aquí no opera lo que estábamos viendo en el panel anterior sobre los derechos de autor, es decir, nosotros hacemos los datos y nos son extraídos para que otras personas puedan rentabilizarlo al transformarlo en mercancías. En este sentido, no hay ninguna queja que se haya establecido de una forma, digamos, contundente para evitar esta extracción. Solamente lo vemos como una cuestión técnica conocida como minería de datos o Big Data o Big Data, que facilita la creación de productos y transacciones entre grupos y agentes económicos ya sean consumidores, productores, anunciantes, distribuidores, etcétera, ¿sí? Estos intermediarios son los que obtienen esta ganancia, sin negar ni menospreciar que los algoritmos representan en muchas formas una mayor eficiencia, ya lo veíamos también en la conferencia de la mañana, es decir, muchas áreas de la actividad humana se han visto beneficiadas por ellas. También podemos ver, y esto se ha estudiado sobre todo en países pues con un desarrollo económico más alto, donde ya tienen sistemas de algoritmos para gestionar muchas de las actividades gubernamentales. Existen sesgos muy fuertes porque evidentemente estos algoritmos no son técnicamente neutros, son altamente eficientes, pero también están reflejando la ideología y los intereses y de alguna manera también ciertos sesgos de quienes lo diseñan, de tal manera que pueden ser francamente discriminatorios, ¿no? Esto no ha impedido que hayan tenido una rápida expansión y que también están confundiendo todavía más los escenarios o los ámbitos de lo privado y lo público. ¿Sí? Por ejemplo, voy a hacer referencia a noticias que son recientes. Por ejemplo, se acaba de anunciarse una semana, ¿no? Se denunciaba una lista del FBI que tiene más de 1 millón de personas estadounidenses, en donde es una especialista negra, ¿no? Como la que en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, donde no están impedidos para tomar aviones, entrar en ciertas áreas, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Y bueno, todas son cosas que están entrando en controversia. Digamos, más grave todavía es verlo como lo que algunos autores lo llaman un colonialismo de nuevo cuño, es decir, siguiendo lo que un geógrafo David Harvey habla precisamente como procesos de acumulación por desposesión. Lo que está sucediendo es que hay una desposesión de los datos que estamos generando cada vez que utilizamos ciertas tecnologías digitales para que se produzca valor que nunca va a regresar hacia los sujetos que la produjeron. Esto tiene repercusiones evidentemente también a nivel geopolítico y geoeconómico, dado que los principales corporativos que pueden ser los principales beneficiarios de esto se encuentran en Estados Unidos y China, y de esta manera el proceso colonizador, digamos, está estableciendo otra serie de dinámicas en los cuales todos los sujetos nos vemos de alguna manera directa o indirectamente afectados. No significa que nada más estén ahí, hay otras empresas muy fuertes también que están generando enormes bases de datos que también están establecidas en Japón, en Corea del Sur, y que están avanzando en este impulso. Hay conciencia de esta tendencia, ¿sí? Es decir, se ven como acciones más bien, digamos, como muy dispersas, ¿no? Sabemos que los empleados de Google, por ejemplo, hicieron una carta pública diciendo a su presidente de la corporación que no querían seguir trabajando en los proyectos con el Pentágono, porque se estaban generando tecnología de exterminio extremadamente poderosa y que Google debería pensarlo 2 veces o tener de alguna manera alguna normatividad en términos de hasta dónde podría darse digamos su colaboración. Esto por decir un caso pues que verdaderamente nos preocupa, ¿no? O digo que debería ser preocupante para todos. Y la cuestión aquí sería como también decir, bueno, pues ¿y qué pasa con las escuelas, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa con las instituciones educativas y particularmente con la educación superior, ¿no? En sí sabemos nosotros que la educación, como ahora la conocemos, institucional, emerge en la modernidad precisamente para la formación de ciudadanos. No es que ahora sea algo diferente ni algo ni sea novedoso, ¿no? Simple y sencillamente es que sí hay que repensar en qué términos ahora se tendrían que hacer los ciudadanos y cómo pensar también en una ciudadanía o ciudadanías también digitales frente a esta expoliación en la que nos estamos viendo. Sabemos que no solamente hay digamos una expoliación de datos, sino que Lo que hace particularmente sensible esto es que también son datos que pueden ser ligados a nuestros aspectos privados. Sabemos, por ejemplo, que Google también ha estado registrando conversaciones de niños, por ejemplo, etcétera. Y bueno, sí, hay multas y hay cuestiones como esas. Sin embargo, parece ser que las transgresiones, digamos, a lo que eran los ámbitos propiamente que protegían los derechos ciudadanos, parecen ser cada vez más porosas o verdaderamente ya invisibles, ¿no? En ese sentido es que una sociedad digital exige una ciudadanía digital. Es necesario contemplar la dimensión política de la tecnología. No es una encarnación de objetividad y lógica instrumental, medios fines. No es tampoco la innovación permanente y benéfica. Y no solamente debe ser esto un tema en ciencias sociales, que ahí sí es muy fuerte la discusión, sino también como un saber estratégico en cualquier área de formación educativa y también para cualquier ciudadano, si es que está en contacto o en relación directa o indirecta con este tipo de tecnologías. No hay reforma alguna en la educación, sea de cualquier nivel, que pueda prescindir de este nivel de análisis. Bien, el aporte que pretendo decir es el siguiente. Creo que para una ciudadanía digital hay que regresar a este concepto que quizá está muy manido, muy manoseado, que es el del pensamiento crítico, y sin embargo, pues lo seguiremos usando mientras no tengamos una cosa mejor. Les digo lo que para mí, pues, y para algunos teóricos que se pueden consultar, significa esto, es la desnaturalización del pensamiento, es decir, el saber que el orden social no es natural, no es algo que simple y sencillamente está llevado por una evolución que tiene su propia lógica autónoma, pero también es una desnaturalización de la forma en que la tecnología se ha estado desarrollando. Es decir, la tecnología sobre todo pasa por ser objetiva, pasa por tener también una visión salvífica, como dice Morceau, es decir, que va a solucionar los problemas que socialmente construimos. Y lo que tenemos que entender es que es un entramado. Es decir, vamos a tener que utilizar tecnologías digitales y no digitales, quizá las que vengan de otro orden. Sin embargo, esto no es que vaya a ser una solución, digamos, que tenga que depender únicamente de la tecnología, ¿sí? Entonces, siendo que el pensamiento crítico es desnaturalizar, hay que ver la historicidad, la contingencia y la posible transformación del orden social que está rigiendo la forma en que estamos utilizando las tecnologías, de la forma en que se están construyendo estas sociedades digitales y de la forma en que ahora se están, digamos, reconformando, si no es que disminuyendo los derechos ciudadanos. Bien. Miren, voy a ser más breve, creí que iba a tener un poquito más tiempo. Creo que hay dos cuestiones que para el caso son importantes. Uno es desarrollar también este reconocimiento en que hemos tenido un énfasis exagerado en la alfabetización tecnológica, ¿no? Pongo algunos ejemplos de proyectos muy importantes a nivel mundial, bueno, del hemisferio norte generalmente, que están muy centrados en esta alfabetización, gracias, 3 minutos, en esta alfabetización digital. Entonces voy a dejar de leer y voy a ponerlo. Por ejemplo, esta es la definición que hace el Parlamento Europeo sobre la competencia digital, ¿no? Porque está muy asociada a toda esta visión de la educación por competencias, ¿sí? Si se fijan, esta cuestión de la ciudadanía es bastante marginal, ¿no? Es lo que quiero subrayar con esto. Bueno, esto sigue lo mismo, están muy basados en indicadores, en niveles, en ámbitos de competencia, en tipos de competencia, en escalas, en progresiones, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Este es igualmente otros programas de certificaciones de estas. En México hay en el portal que ahora tenemos para la cuestión de la ciudad, hay un portal sobre el gobierno de México para que está viendo todas estas cuestiones de integración y de alfabetización, y sí toman la cuestión de la ciudadanía digital, ¿no? Y generalmente, bueno, no generalmente, sino aquí también podemos identificar, este es el último, me imagino que vaya. Podemos ver en el índice que se sigue una visión sumamente descafeinada, ¿no? de ciudadanía digital, en donde lo que se subraya es que seamos gentiles, que no hagamos plagio, que sepamos interactuar de una manera ordenada, que estemos, digamos, conscientes de los derechos de las otras personas, que no, digamos, reproduzcamos fake news, etcétera, etcétera. Todo eso lo ven, y sin embargo todos los aspectos que están reconformando, digamos, la ciudadanía no se toman mucho en cuenta. También tenemos que ver, por ejemplo, este es del mismo portal mexicano, cuáles son los que están, los corporativos generalmente son los que están siendo patrocinadores de este tipo de programas, ¿no? Creo que tendría que haber más actores, no hay nada en contra de los corporativos en particular, ni en general, pero sí que no haya otras participaciones, otras visiones, y que se pueda hacer más plural estos aspectos, ¿no? ¿Cuáles son las objeciones que sí podría hacer? Es decir, centrarnos en la alfabetización. Sigue lo que un autor llamado Graf, desde los años creo que 80, principios, llamó el mito de la alfabetización, el mito lector. Ahora con esta alfabetización también se sigue haciendo lo mismo. Se piensa que las personas que son alfabetizadas entonces van a tener todas las posibilidades de avanzar, de progresar, de tener mayor conciencia, de ser mejores ciudadanos, etcétera, etcétera, cuando es un proceso mucho más complejo, ¿no? Su definición de alfabetización digital se hace especialmente o principalmente en términos tecnológicos. Se define en escala individual, no toma en cuenta ninguna discapacidad, es decir, pues se toma como una persona que tiene todas sus capacidades, y además que se está viendo desde una cuestión como si la tecnología no fuera un producto cultural, un producto político, sino solamente una herramienta, ¿no? Simple y sencillamente, y que inscrito en un contexto que siempre es ambiguo, ¿no? Ahora también en la mañana vimos los diferentes contextos cuando veíamos en Ghana, por ejemplo, o cualquier otra parte del mundo, que los contextos también tienden a ser muy específicos, ¿no? Bueno, la agenda cultural, ya con esto cierro, la agenda para tomar más en cuenta la ciudadanía digital desde la educación superior tiene que considerar precisamente esas dimensiones de la tecnología, y por tanto tiene que considerar las dimensiones culturales, las dinámicas culturales, ¿no? Que yo enlisto aquí algunas de las que considero pues más importantes, ¿no? Hay un exceso de información, hay un declive de los procesos deliberativos. De alguna manera, la última intervención de una alumna en el panel anterior, creo que también era una forma de decirlo, ¿no? Cuando no nos enseñan a pensar. Hay un escenario muy fragmentado con la atención, dado toda esta situación, y finalmente también tenemos que ver toda esta cuestión de precariedad, por ejemplo, que por ejemplo los alumnos cada vez más tienen dificultades para tener el tiempo suficiente, los recursos, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Pero podemos ampliarlo en otra serie de cuestiones, por ejemplo, en el ámbito del trabajo, ¿sí? Que las situaciones de las tecnologías lo que han ayudado es a bajar el valor de la fuerza de trabajo, y al contrario lograr una mayor concentración de la riqueza en términos de los corporativos. También tenemos que ver las rupturas, ¿no? con lo que se llama o lo que se ha llamado la cultura impresa, ¿no? Chartier ha señalado que, aquí voy a citar, la revolución digital introduce una ruptura radical en cuanto a la relación entre las formas de inscripción y circulación de los textos y los procesos que construyen su sentido. Entonces, bien, todos estos aspectos ya serían, digamos, lo que hay que trabajar. Es muy importante que reconozcamos los procesos, por ejemplo, cuando se estuvo haciendo mucha crítica de los incendios en el Amazonas, pues personas que mandaron de alguna manera fake news porque eran fotos que no correspondían al incendio del Amazonas, fueron gente de la talla de Emmanuel Macron, por ejemplo, ¿no? Es decir, no necesariamente es flojera, desidia, mala fe, mala voluntad o falta de ética, sino que esta serie de situaciones como las que estamos aquí planteando establecen una serie de condiciones. Finalmente, bueno, aquí lo dejo, ya no tengo más tiempo. Me parece que debemos de repensar lo que es público, de repensar también el concepto de competencias en términos de educativos y que tenemos que actualizar también qué es lo que ha pasado con todas estas cuestiones culturales en nuestro propio quehacer como científicos o como intelectuales o como académicos, llámenle como quieran. El rol de las bibliotecas es algo que también es bastante, digamos, hecho a un margen y creo que en México estamos bastante atrasados con proyectos que he visto que se están desarrollando en otras partes del mundo y evidentemente pues tener una acción más decidida en términos del colonialismo de datos. Finalmente cierro diciendo que lo que está en juego en todos estos aspectos es el régimen de modos de producción y circulación de información, conocimiento, valor, justicia social y ciudadanía. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diana. The next presentation is by Ike Mokir, South Africa. The title is Use of Online and Blended Learning in Multidisciplinary Curricula and Promotion of Global Citizenship.
In response to the theme of the conference, Digital Society and Higher Education, Impact and Consequences for Policy, we have prepared two presentations. My presentation is going to touch at the policy level, and my colleague tomorrow will be speaking to a program-specific in response to the theme. My topic is use of online and blended learning in a multidisciplinary curricula and promotion of global citizenship, policy implication for a contact university in South Africa. Before I start my presentation, I'm just going to give you an icebreaker, just to give you an overview of South Africa. That's a map of South Africa. Our university is right in the middle of that map, in the province called Free State. That's the city, Bloemfontein, in Free State province. That's the map, oval map of our university. And that's the main entrance of the university. Economic activities that are happening in the country includes, among others, facilities of how trains, speed trains. And you have, in South Africa, mineral resources and tourist attract. Please come visit. The overview of my presentation, I'm going to cover introduction of concept, aims and objectives, overview and background, brief literature, borderless teaching and learning, research approach, policy imperatives, and conclusion. These two concepts that have been displayed up here as under the first bullet have already been actually covered yesterday by our chair today. He defined online and blended learning. I'm not going to waste time on that. And then the second bullet is talking to interdisciplinary as well as multidisciplinary. Interdisciplinary is a method or a set of methods used to teach across curricular disciplines, or the bridging together of separate disciplines around common themes, issues, or problems. While the other one is an approach to curriculum integration which focuses primarily on the different disciplines and the diverse perspectives they bring to illustrate the topic, theme, or issue. The third concept there is global citizenship. This is also part of, response to my topic. By this we mean is the idea that all people have rights and civic responsibilities that come with being a member of the world, with whole world philosophy and sensibility, rather than as a citizen of a particular nation or place. And then also we're covering policy imperatives such as the fourth industrial revolution and the impact it has in the country. These are the two phases of the first industrial revolution. We started with steam, and then it led to rise of electricity. The third one was rise of computer technology and digital era, and the fourth one is where we are, 3D printing, robotics, artificial intelligence, and so forth and so forth. These are the phases of the evolution of the industrial revolution. For the construction industry, potential areas for application of artificial intelligence run the gambit: design, workforce, equipment, administration, methodology, post-construction and facility management must always require virtual, augmented, and mixed realities. The power of information and technology around it is unleashed and realized, and it brings about immense technology within universities, especially universities of technology in South Africa. Smart office, smart buildings, and infrastructure, and smart universities are an example that needs to be realized. South African government initiative is driven by the Ministry of Telecommunications and Postal Services. And within this, there is a commission that has been appointed by the minister to run the fourth industrial revolution campaign. Focus area includes, but not limited to, public sector, businesses, academia, and research institutions, youth organizations, and the NGOs. The goal of the commission is to advise on strategies that could be used to do the research and to campaign for skills development, as well as infrastructural and mechanisms to promote 4IR. The interventions are geared towards responding to the 2030 National Development Plan and its goals. Initiatives should assist the university in achieving identity. We're talking of a smart university or smart institution, so this initiative should be able to drive that. Explore different approaches to achieve equity and to overcome the limiting features caused by inequality, because South Africa is coming from a very strong background of inequality and marginalization, disadvantage, and poor educational opportunities, which most of our people have been exposed to over many years ago. Produce healthy, smart, confident, and young people who will be ready for the challenges and opportunities that are presented by the fourth industrial revolution. Implication for University of Technology: commit to ensuring that those who teach and learn will be prepared for the challenges that come with fourth industrial revolution. Emphasize its role in shaping future technologies by being the testbed for innovation and educating future generations. Accept that traditional education has contributed greatly to current level of industrial revolution and technological advancement. Higher education quality framework, as well as its sub-framework in South Africa, support both contact and distant learning. At this point in time, we have one university that is mostly distant-driven or online-driven, whereas the rest from 26 universities are contact. But that is about to change, given the fact that the country is on the verge of widening access and making sure that it's not just access, but it's access with success. And in order to achieve that and to bridge the gap between the contact and distance learning, there has to be a convergence of and change to program design, academic structures, mode of delivery, internationalization of curricula with a view to promote graduate with multiple graduate attributes such as a global citizenship. What policy change is required to accommodate borderless teaching and learning and promotion of global citizen for graduate? This is an ongoing study. The questionnaire was distributed not long, and I think it's awaiting the analysis now, and the findings and the conclusion to the study. But the aim of this study and objectives is to look at the exploration of convergence of online and blended learning in an inter or multidisciplinary curricula within teaching and learning environment for both contact and distant tuition. The debate within the paper looks at construction of borderless teaching and learning and promotion of global citizenship through the use of online or blended learning. These are some of the literatures that have been used in the study. I'm not going to go through them one by one. Just pause. And built from that literature review is your conceptual framework. The study done by Rosenberg and Kuchler in 2015 conducted research on systematic review of context and technological pedagogical content knowledge, TPEC. Their view is looking at the extent to which context is included in research to create an understanding of description, explanation, or operationalization of the TPEC. This is further supported in the review of literature covering borderless teaching and learning. And some of the critical factors that I'm highlighting here is the success and factors that encourage the use of technology. One, early training in the use of technology is required for it to be successful. Day-to-day practice is required. Provisioning of laptop, computers at home is very important. It means financial resources are required in the main to procure such. Affiliation to technology-based networks as well as groups. However, there are challenges that could also be outlined here. One of them is previous studies show why academics do not make use of technologies in their teaching. Some include but not limited to the following: lack of training on ICT and technology, especially for the old academics. It is somehow a challenge, but not all of them. To a certain extent, the old ones are a bit reluctant to really make use of technology. But with that statement, I'm not generalizing. I'm simply saying that's where the trend shows that those old ones are really skeptical about using technology in the main. Also, lack of on-site support for teachers using technology is another problem. Inadequacy in financial and computer resources is another problem. Time required to integrate technology into curriculum. It is one of the challenges that are highlighted here. This paper is following a mixed mode approach in terms of the research. There are questionnaires. It is an exploratory study in nature. There's a case study chosen of a particular institution within the country, and the data is collected from both academics as well as students who use both contact tuition as well as the online blended learning. There is a total of 25 undergraduate programs and a total of 128 academics using e-learning or e-tutor platform who form part of the study, and the questionnaire was distributed to about 128 academics. Use of technology to support teaching and policy discourse is interrogated with a view to influence decision-making on pedagogical and methodologies to be used in a University of Technology in the main. Further to this, a total of 4,232 first-time entering undergraduate students questionnaire was distributed to test their experience in the use of online blended learning. This is mainly to try to bring to speed the students who come from a poor background, just to check, how are they coping with the university life, especially in the context of using the online and blended learning. Data collection and measures. Data is collected by using questionnaire, as I said, and then we'll make use of SPSS and Excel to analyze the data. Analysis report presenting findings will follow soon after the completion of the project. Policy imperatives. Within the university, there is an approved e-learning strategy that was approved in 2015. The e-learning strategy is aligned to curriculum reform as well as teaching and learning plan of the university. The aim of the strategy is to set out CUT's agenda and aspirations for e-learning and education, technology, innovations in teaching and learning, as well as in the curriculum transformation, because we have just started recalculation exercise since 2015, and it's ongoing, but it's almost towards the end, because it was divided into 3 phases. There was an exercise which fall under the category of the A category, which was just a name change, and then the second category B was like any changes that you do to curriculum that are less than 50%, and then the category C, which is where we are, it's a recalculation of programs that require more than 50% of a change to the existing curriculum. So we are almost there in terms of finalizing that. Yeah. It draws from, among other things, current trends, institutional, regional, national, and international context and framework that needs to transform teaching and learning through the increased use of technology. The institution regards technological innovation as a stronghold for pursuit and stimulation of socio-economic development and entrepreneurship in the region. In conclusion, online and blended learning is the future for the generations to come. It is possible to offer online blended course, but needs proper resourcing, planning, as well as human capital. There is a convergence between the use of face-to-face as well as the use of technology in teaching and learning environment, e.g. program specific within an academic department, which will be part of the presentation that will follow tomorrow. South Africa is on track in introducing policies to support teaching and learning at universities, and online blended could assist in creating global citizenship. Those are my reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ike. Mr. Ike, your presentation is just 15 minutes. Yeah. Very punctual. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay. Then last presentation, empowerment of women, affirmative action through the use of reasoned technology. And as put your program, the name of presenter a little bit changed. Instead of Augustina, on the right is the Norma Hernandez, and also Juana Gavin. Okay.
Gracias. Sí. Buenas tardes. Pues nosotros les venimos a platicar de un trabajo que estamos realizando en la Universidad Politécnica de Sinaloa y en la Universidad de la Ciénega del Estado de Michoacán de Ocampo. Epicteto fue un filósofo griego que decía: no me vengas a hablar de lo que no sabes. Entonces, por eso nosotros sí les queremos platicar de algo que está muy cercano a nosotros, ¿no? El empoderamiento de las mujeres a través de acciones afirmativas con el uso razonado de tecnología. En el nivel nacional e internacional, los esfuerzos legislativos tienen el objetivo, están basados con el objetivo de lograr esa igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. En la conferencia mundial realizada en Beijing en 1995 se definió que las tecnologías de la información son definitivamente un sector crucial para mejorar la equidad, la democracia y la justicia social. Eso es lo que se comentó. Y también en la 22ª Conferencia Regional de Mujeres de América Latina y el Caribe, en 2013, Naciones Unidas expresa que las estrategias y políticas hacia la ciudadanía digital se percibe, se establece que hay una ausencia precisamente de esas políticas, y a nivel regional más bien pudiéramos decir, más que ausencia, hay una insuficiencia, ¿no? Ese es el problema del que les queremos platicar. Este trabajo surgió en un congreso, nos encontramos mi compañera Agustina y yo, y comentábamos acerca de que precisamente vemos mucha carencia en nuestros entornos. Hay situaciones específicas donde en la Universidad Politécnica de Sinaloa y en la UCEMISH se percibe una brecha, en primer lugar, de género. Y ahí es donde surge en el programa Delfín, que se refiere a ese encuentro profesional para promover la investigación y el desarrollo tecnológico. En la mesa 10, que es una mesa de derechos humanos y género, algo extraordinario precisamente si nos referimos al tema tecnológico. Aquí la idea es precisamente incorporar la dimensión humana en lo que es ese desarrollo tecnológico. También hablamos del uso razonado de la tecnología, o más bien indagamos sobre el uso razonado de tecnología, saber si existe o cuáles son las condiciones, aunque este es un estudio exploratorio, ¿sí? Transversal, con enfoque, con diseño cualitativo, pero sí revisando algunos indicadores cuantitativos. Los objetivos fueron identificar, en primer lugar, si las acciones afirmativas que han estado implementándose en UPSIN y en UCEMISH para el uso razonado de la tecnología, para el ejercicio de los derechos humanos de las universidades participantes, en las mujeres, para el acceso a la tecnología y promover el empoderamiento durante sus programas académicos, mientras ellas cursan sus estudios, que a veces es la única opción que tienen. Cuando vemos en el entorno que son familias, muchas veces de zonas rurales, muchas veces de escasos recursos o de sectores vulnerables. Otro de los objetivos es identificar si el nivel de competencias, conocimiento y esta brecha de género existe realmente y no sea solamente una creencia personal, ¿no?, de las dos participantes. Proponer además la implementación de más acciones afirmativas para facilitar a las mujeres ese acceso tecnológico y ver que si realmente los resultados se empoderan. Con estas preguntas podemos darnos cuenta que guían esta investigación, esta indagación exploratoria, y nos basamos precisamente en la teoría de lo que es la acción afirmativa como aquella acción positiva que reduce o elimina las prácticas discriminatorias en contra o que excluyen a los sectores de la población como las mujeres. También tomamos en cuenta teóricamente el interaccionismo simbólico, donde nos dice que la estructura social, las influencias de la estructura social influyen desde luego en los significados asignados en esa formación y en las posibilidades de acceso, uso e incluso transformación de lo que son las tecnologías, ¿no? Hablaban hace un rato de lo que es esta cultura digital, pues precisamente como también las tecnologías tienen un uso transversal, definitivamente nos cambian culturalmente todas nuestras prácticas. Esto en un mundo de flujos globales de riqueza, conocimiento, imágenes y poder, el significado social es fuerte fundamento en la conformación de esa identidad individual y colectiva. Por eso también nos propusimos el análisis del uso para ver si la proporción más considerable de la comunicación se efectúa realmente con fines académicos y de aprendizaje. Este estudio de caso, podemos decir, se contrastaron las dos características de las universidades. Cada quien investigó en su espacio de trabajo y en UPSIN este instrumento para revisar el empoderamiento se retomó de uno ya validado de la Universidad de Tabasco, que se realizó colaborativamente con InMujeres y con apoyo de CONACYT, sobre estos 7 factores que ustedes pueden ver ahí en la lámina. En UCEMISH se decidió, por las características de la población, reelaborar, reformular ese instrumento para validarlo nuevamente con un cambio en lo que son los 7 factores definidos que ustedes tienen ahí a la vista. Tenemos también entonces unos resultados que nos reflejan precisamente insuficientes acciones afirmativas. Vemos ahí en esa diapositiva que ustedes tienen que hay una brecha de género para empezar. Se revisaron 4 de los 11 programas educativos que en UPSIN se proponen, se ofertan. Es una universidad politécnica donde hay 9 ingenierías y 2 carreras de la economía del cuidado, que es terapia física y administración de empresas. Curiosamente, en las 2 ingenierías hay muchísimo matrícula de hombres. Y vemos ahí que las mujeres solamente representan en la ingeniería en computación el 21% y en la ingeniería en mecatrónica un 13%. En cambio, en terapia física y en administración de empresas, que es de la economía del cuidado, vemos que hay mayormente hombres. Esto, además de, pues por una parte es satisfactorio porque si revisamos las tendencias previas nos damos cuenta que hay un incremento en la matrícula femenina, sin embargo, insuficiente todavía. También tenemos aquí los resultados del cuestionario aplicado. Vemos que curiosamente el supuesto que teníamos de que los ingenieros en computación, las ingenieras en computación, serían las mujeres con más alto empoderamiento. En el nivel medio hay un 81%, pero en el nivel alto solamente hay un 10%. Y siendo en mecatrónica, por ejemplo, entre el medio y el alto, un 100%, en la ingeniería en mecatrónica no hay gente con bajo nivel, no hay mujeres con bajo nivel de empoderamiento. Sin embargo, en las 2 carreras de economía de cuidado, que es terapia física y administración de empresas, vemos que también hay un nivel promedio ahí, un poco cercano a la media de empoderamiento. Por otra parte, vemos que las acciones afirmativas son solamente 3 y, sin embargo, en lo que se refiere a los saberes informáticos e informacionales, se nos marca, como en el nivel alto, muy insuficiente lo que es la ciudadanía digital. Precisamente se necesita promover, nos dimos cuenta, lo que son el conocimiento de los derechos humanos, el conocimiento de la participación y lo que decían hace un rato, el aprender a pensar para participar. En cuanto a lo demás, pues hay un promedio entre medio y alto que nos da un resultado satisfactorio. Se propone la implementación de acciones afirmativas de aprendizaje en comunidades o grupos de trabajo acerca de derechos humanos y género con podcasts. Esto desde la propia perspectiva del estudiantado. Asimismo, se sugiere por cuestiones económicas apoyo con becas de gobierno. En cuanto a los resultados en UCEMISH, vemos que el 71% no cuentan con una computadora en casa. El 73.4% de los que responden dicen que usan sus computadoras en la universidad para estudiar, para hacer su desarrollo, su progreso académico. Sin embargo, nos dicen que el 73.42% usan celulares, pero son celulares baratos que no tienen ni gran memoria, muchas veces ni la conectividad, ni datos, ni mucho menos. Entonces, difícilmente se ve que pueda aprovecharse. Dice también que no usan sus redes sociales para su entrenamiento académico, sino que algunos grupos de estudio se están proponiendo. En general, vemos que quienes responden en la comunidad universitaria quieren tener acceso a las tecnologías de información y comunicación. ¿Qué hacer en los próximos años? En UCEMISH, las acciones afirmativas son que se implementa el programa de tutorías para monitorear el seguimiento académico, se les asigna un espacio, se les instruye en la plataforma digital y coincidimos en lo que es la implementación de podcast para el aprendizaje. ¿Qué hacer en los próximos años? Es muy importante identificar acciones afirmativas que verdaderamente empoderen para la participación, no solo para el acceso. Es diferente acceso, uso y realmente adquisición de competencias, son cosas distintas. Entonces, pues en una primera instancia sería asegurar el acceso para ellos a través de alguna política pública y posteriormente dar un seguimiento en esa ciudadanía digital para la participación informada y con un uso razonado sin descartar su desarrollo humano. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for all of the presentation. We have another 15 minutes. Maybe you have questions. So questions are welcomed and accepted. So please raise your hands and make your question. Oh, okay, please.
Just a question about retention. I saw that the study was very complex and I think it's very important because you compare two online universities. But do you have the numbers of and kinds of retention measurements or KPIs that may help us to measure retention? And how do you compare that with face-to-face universities?
¿Alguien más? Bueno, yo aprovecharía que tengo abusivamente el micrófono para preguntarle a Cintia en qué está trabajando ahora, porque ese es el producto de una investigación que ella ya hizo. Entonces no sé si ya lo estás llevando un poquito más hacia allá, más adelante pues.
Bueno, ¿respondo en español? ¿En inglés?
No, en inglés. I was asking if what she's doing right now, because that was part of her master dissertation, and she's working very in deep with this project, and I would like to know what is she doing now. A las colegas me gustaría preguntarles de qué tamaño es la muestra con la que trabajaron sus datos, porque solo vieron los porcentajes. Entonces esa es una. Y the degree of implementation, Ike, of what you've been talking about, or I mean practical terms, the degree of implementation of this. The degree of implementation. I mean, if you have, in one of your slides, you show some kind of suggestions, policy advices, having access to a laptop, for instance, or, I mean, how is this working in terms of reception or? Thanks.
Okay, what's the question for Cynthia?
Okay. Well, that was an interesting question because when I did the study, the persons in the university, I interview persons in different levels of the university. Then the directors and coordinators, they gave me some kind of information, but they didn't give me the numbers. They don't want it. They refused when I asked by the numbers. But well, here is a really important discussion in terms of that in the universities, the decision makers implement what they think that will be function. In the case of UVM, They are part of a really big corporative. They are part of Lorette universities, and then they have a really big management accessory, sorry, about what kind of strategies can function. Finally, they are business people, and they do a lot of things. Some of them function, others don't, and they continue proving things, proving strategies, proving personnel, proving software, for example, because they have to ensure the financial availability. In the case of Polyvirtual, well, they function with what they have, that is a really small, really low financial investment, and they work with the people that is in the face-to-face organization. I can say that the strategies haven't really good results in both cases. Even if in UVM, if they do a lot of strategies or implement a lot of strategies that don't ensure that the clients stay or the students stay, we need do more research for know that, but in general terms, just that.
Do you made 2 questions or 1 question for her? To her? I don't understand. For the first part, you speak in Spanish.
No, I asked them for the size of the sample of their study, the study they conduct. Excuse me.
La muestra de UCEMISH son 134 estudiantes en diferentes zonas aledañas a la universidad, y en UPSIN 120. Esa fue la muestra, a criterio del investigador.
Un punto que se tiene que decir también de la Universidad de UCEMISH es que la mayoría de las mujeres también están puestas en carreras de una manera muy paralela que en el Politécnico de Sinaloa, están puestas en carreras de ciencias sociales y humanidades. Tenemos algunas ingenierías, está la de ingeniería, la de nanotecnología y la de alimentos y genómica. Sin embargo, la mayoría de estas mujeres encuestadas están sobre todo en innovación educativa y, bueno, acaba de desaparecer la carrera de gobernanza, pero seguimos con la de multiculturalismo y ahí están las chicas, ¿no? La verdad es que otra de las características de nuestra muestra es que la mayoría de las chicas vienen de rancherías justamente porque la universidad está colocada en el límite entre Zaguayo y Jiquilpan. Entonces, para llegar a la universidad, de hecho, hay que subir un cerro. La universidad justo está sobre un cerro y pues atiende población que viene de rancherías y pues de zonas donde el internet es muy difícil de acceder. Entonces, esta cultura de los datos o esta cultura de participar en las redes, solo podrían desarrollarlas dentro de la universidad. La cuestión es que sus herramientas son un tanto precarias, a pesar de que, eso sí hay que decirlo, la universidad tiene una infraestructura bastante sólida.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll try to answer them holistically, if you allow me. South Africa has got 26 universities, of which one it's a distant or online kind of institution. However, there are initiatives from the contact universities to offer online and blended learning programs, and that has been accepted very positively. E.g., Central University of Technology, in particular, is aiming at advanced diplomas and postgraduate diplomas as online, not at the undergraduate level. They are running their test from the beginning of next year of such, but everything has been set up, has been finalized. There is a challenge at the sectoral level of the policy. The policy is not responsive to these initiatives that contact universities are making, and that might create a problem in the long run. So the best way is to make sure that the policy get changed at a high level, so that now it can be responsive to this multidisciplinary kind of tuition, as well as combination of distant and contact tuition. Further to that, it is important to get the buy-in from government. It's very important. As you saw my presentation, there is a directive from the Ministry of Telecommunications, and they have initiated established the commission that looks into the digital issues, technological issues across, and such initiatives, I mean, are really fully supported by the government, and they are trying to cascade all these initiatives to the lower level. Universities of technology in particular are quite responsive to these initiatives in the main. And in conclusion, I just need to say, when we recalculate, when we recalculated our programs, we fill in the templates, and when we do that, when your submission is saying mixed mode, by that I simply mean is contact and a distant, they return the application. They return the application. So, to me, that suggests a change in the policy that should support the initiatives from the grassroots level, from university level. And until such time we get to that space, this will always be done at ad hoc basis. Yeah.
Okay.
Have I answered all questions?
Okay. Okay. Maybe. Oh, okay. Have you some comment? No comments.
Another comment?
No, okay. Okay.
Oh no.
No.
Really, I only want to say that this may be a little bit different. The issue about citizenship and but in my point of view, is very important. There's a lot of studies that are now in process, like, for example, I remember a study held, I think, two people of Harvard University, and they show the relationship between Zika, this kind of, I don't know how to say, is the vaccine, the reject of the vaccine. Yes, it's right, like this. The Zika in Brazil is the reject of the vaccine, is all this epidemic of Zika, and YouTube, WhatsApp, and the Bolsonaro elections. And it was a very interesting network they play in the all the things that was in YouTube in intentionally to make people, especially people who have no great scholarity, to vote for Bolsonaro. So this is another case, just like Cambridge Analytica, that Brexit, etc., that make us to think about the state of citizenship now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The time is up, so in this session there are a variety of discussion, but all of them we have the good opportunity to think about the future system of higher education, as well as thinking about the digital age higher education system. Thank you very much for all of you. Nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
se viene el diagnóstico, pero el año pasado empezó a atinar con una amenaza de suicidio y violencia que yo entiendo que era un psiquiatra.
¿Cuántos años tiene?
10. No sé si ahora tiene 16, entre 15 y 16. Súper, viste que los dos chicos son adoptados, entonces hay como toda una carga ahí.
¿De dónde? ¿De Rusia?
No, Azerbaiyán.
Azerbaiyán. ¿Sabes que mi hermano tuvo, cuando empezó los trámites, averiguó y dice que había, que los médicos recomendaban adoptar porque le daban mucha medicación recién nacidos y que tenía efectos trágicos.
Estos son, el pibe Lima es una dulzura, pero también medio pibe. Ella siempre fue pibe. Y la verdad que le cayó todo en un momento de un montón de presión. La verdad que no sé. Yo no sé cómo, aparte porque sigue haciendo 1800 cosas en la vida, es un mucha estructura de pares, amigas, los estudiantes que la adoran, sí, pero no es lo mismo. De eso cada tanto hablamos, pero necesita algo un poco más sustancioso.
Pero también, no sé, pensaba como que mi hermana, que es así muy también, pues ya no, ya está, ¿no? Pero también me acuerdo de otro que un supervisor, pero yo cuando estaba pensando una vez hablé con él, que se yo, me mandó a Chile, así como la Madrid, con él, que se yo, y me contó que esa opción le había adoptado 2 pibes, 2 hermanos grandes, de 10 y 8. Y estaba feliz, y que qué sé yo cuánto, con los padres ahí, que habían muerto, una historia densa. Y lo encuentro 10 años después, en instituciones, y es como pensemos, porque quería decir que me está yendo para afuera, entre risa. Pensemos porque quería decir que esto es una mierda. No, y él estaba muy desesperado, le dije, bueno, cálmate, es un momento, porque el pibe había caído en una droga, estaba haciendo como un acto a los 18 años, embarazó a la novia, o sea, repitió la historia. Le dije, bueno, por ahí, ¿por qué no aguantas un poco? Por ahí el pibe necesita pasar por eso, ¿no? Mantenerte tranquilo. Y después lo volví a ver y el pibe había dado la vuelta. Entonces, que también era el momento de la adultez en el cual necesitaba. Pero bueno, no sé, como cada caso es cada caso. Y lo que dice mi hermana, una chiste, porque efectivamente ya le pidieron en la cuna, en efecto, tremendo.
O sea, nosotros sabemos que los circuitos que se arman en el cerebro, esos... we are... Everybody speaks English here? Yes? Okay. We are going to wait 3 minutes to let the other session finish, and then we will start. So apologies, but it's not something that we control. No, y aparte, viste que los pibes en las escuelas ahí están todos medicados. Bueno, todos.
Sí, sí, mucho.
Una exageración, pero
sí,
mucha medicación, es una cosa impresionante. Y lo otro que es una cosa que están realmente pegadísimos. Ella lo que sí, la primera cosa fue sexting, social media, Facebook, y les empezó a hacer cosas rarísimas.
Les empezó a hacer joder.
No, a comunicarse, mentirlo, la chica. Germán, ¿tú estabas en la otra sesión? Ya terminó. Esperamos entonces. ¿Quieres decir algunas palabras? ¿Quieres decir algunas palabras? Recitar una poesía.
Fiestas patrias. Dale, muy bien. Para el 16 de septiembre. Mañana
niños,
terminamos con
los niños héroes.
Claro, cayeron como eran, como
Como pajaritos, como chorritos. No, eso fue la cosa que, o sea, ahí empezó a pirar. Por la parte quizás así como muy eléctrica. Y claro, cuando empezó con esta cosa de que se comunicaba con tipos, porque no sabían si eran tipos o eran chicos. La verdad no tienen la más idea que es. Y ahí se le... Y Pibeta empezó a pirar, porque primero le prohibieron... Primero le prohibieron una cosa, y ya después le prohibieron otra, lo pasó todo. Estuvieron como 6 meses que fueron a intentar, y era... O sea, Pibeta es súper tranquila, sea, no, el marido es un poco más bueno.
¿El marido también es de Latvia?
No, el marido es gringo, pero pues, con mucho tiempo y mucha carrera fuera trabajando en el servicio de relaciones exteriores, entonces tiene como una cosa mucho más tranquila, relajada, y es de California. Pero
Siempre.
se pegaron así un miedo, y yo decía, viste, tomate una licencia, porque no se puede, o sea, y este tiempo con tu familia, la universidad no te lo da. O sea, y nuestra decana, que es una pelotuda, pero por lo menos creo que esto, porque ya tienen también un hijo esquizofrénico. Entonces, pero tardó, creo que demoró un pedazo en disclose, y la gran mayoría de la gente no sabe nada. Entonces está bien.
Ay, pobrecita.
¿Empezamos?
Cuando nos diga acá.
Yo creo que...
¿Les parece,
Germán,
empezamos o esperamos ahí que vengan? Ok, muy bien. Ve por ellos.
Ve por ellos. Sí. Pon el camisa que va a adoptar ahora, no.
Ya tengo 3 adoptivas.
Sí, exacto.
Como Amalia me dijo. ¿Qué quiere decir? Ya tengo 3 niñas. Me dijo tipo.
Sí.
No, ya me pasó la edad. Ahora adoptaré nietos.
Ninguna de estas está.
Ana por ahí.
Sí.
Pero primero que se ubique en el mundo. Sería bueno. Mariana creo que no tiene ganas.
Es como un buen pastel.
Claro, exacto. Mariana no tiene ganas y por ahora chiquito. Sí. Y Amalia dice que sí, y Amalia esto va a ser buena y conejitos, va a tener muchos gatitos. Ella va a adoptar, anda adoptando por el mundo. Estábamos, te juro que Amalia es una hermosa. Estábamos cuando fuimos de vacaciones con mis viejos, viste que mi mamá y Darío además son re distantes. Y Amalia, abuelo, esta la adoptamos. Así, es una...
Arranquen.
Okay. So, good late afternoon, early evening. It is my great pleasure to introduce Gustavo Fischmann, who is a dear friend and colleague. Gustavo is professor of educational policy at the Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College in Arizona State University, and the coordinator of the area research, community, public knowledge and democracy of Flaxo, Brazil. He has, as I think we all know, a great he has done a great deal of work in the public knowledge project, and I think he has been very important in opening up different ways of thinking and doing his work, especially at the journal, Educational Policy Analysis Archives, now trilingual because of, I think, mainly of Gustavo's initiatives, is very welcome in our world. So, thank you very much. I don't know if it's necessary to say it in Spanish. I'm not seeing here. Yeah, that's okay. So, Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Inés. Thank you, Germán, and the authorities if they are hearing. If not, más alto. Now? Okay. So I'm going to be talking about something that most of us suffer, some endure, and very few enjoy. That is our relationships with the journals. And the journals not only in the field of education, but in general. And I'm going to try to entertain you for the first part and then depress you in the last part. Hopefully, in the last 2 minutes, a little bit of hopeful thinking. Publish and impoverish. I need to know a little bit about you, the audience, to make it, to connect better with your realities. Please raise your hand if you have published in a high impact factor journal more than 5 articles in the last 10 years. 5 articles, high impact factor journals. No, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, good. Feel great. You are in the great majority of the scholarly community. We are the majority. This is not a democracy, but we are a democracy. So, I'm going to be asking a series of simple questions, but the answers are a little bit more complicated. So, some of the things that we will be exploring is why do we need to count citations, who does the counting, what counts in that counting, and who pays for the counting. So the first thing is that all over the world, the big challenge is this, defining impact. And this definition of impact has been called by many as the metric tide. In the last 20 years, 16 countries have developed and implemented laws that try to regulate the science and development field, very concerned with issues of accountability. And you can see, 1985, the United Kingdom, and now we have another large number. And countries that were not very concerned with this are now discussing these issues. We have the case of Argentina that had an attempt 2 years ago to create a new law that is not very successful. In Mexico, this is a topic of great discussion. In Brazil, is a very high concern. And is anything here that calls your attention? A country that you will expect to be there and is not? The United States is not there. And the funny part is that I have been doing these things about talking scholarly communications in many countries, really many countries. And in most of those countries, I always get the same answer. We are doing this because we want to be like the Americans. I was like, well, the Americans are not doing that. So I'm not sure what you are copying. Anyway, this issue of the measuring the impact is correlated with 2 issues. One is the university rankings and the importance of those indicators, the importance of the journals in the indicators for the journal rankings. And now I'm showing 2 maps. The first is the traditional world university rankings by the Times Higher Education, but the countries are adjusted by national wealth. And so what you can see is that countries that are wealthier have apparently better universities. And if you look the map at the bottom that was created by Juan Pablo Alperin, a colleague that also works in the Public Knowledge Project, the countries are adjusted by the number of journals in the Web of Science index. So when you put the 2 maps together, the correlation is really, really good. So what we know in this use of the journals is that certain countries have very clear advantages in this issue. But we are using the journals to create to create the rankings. So why do we do that? And why do we start doing this since 1986? Well, some people think that by competing in this system of publications, we are going to improve the quality and we are going to improve the quantity. And this is one of the issues that I would like to interrogate. So, something that you know, in the higher education rankings, there are 4 things that matter. Publications, something that we can count, really easy, no problem. Funding, the amount of money that we get, very easy to count. In the last 10 years, there is an explosion of awards. If you live in the US and you want to get promotion to full professor, the highest ranking, now you need to have awards. It doesn't matter how many citations, it doesn't matter how many high esteemed publications you have. You need to have awards. If you don't have awards, you are not going to be promoted. And we start to get a little bit more complicated here with the awards. But every single association has created large numbers of awards. And the final issue is influence. So the first 3 we can count. Anybody knows how to measure influence, prestige, relevance? Well, that counts a lot for the rankings. But we don't know how to measure that. So 3 things that we measure, 1 that we can estimate a little bit. So in the first 3, the one that appears to be the most objective for many governments and the one that is repeated in most documents, we examine, later I will tell you a little bit more about this research, but we review a large number of documents that structure tenure and promotion in the US and Canada, and the documents for all the Latin American systems for that regulate incentives for the scholarly community. And this is the thing that everybody is obsessed. We need citations. But in this world of citations, not all citations are made equal. Some citations count, some citations don't count. So self-citations in some countries are discounted, in other countries are accepted. So it seems that the citation is an objective thing, but really it's not been that accepted. And it's creating a system of incentives that is quite complicated. The new element in this equation is that if the citations happen within the scholarly ecology, there is something new that is becoming a new standard, and is the issue of social media. Now it's not only what you publish, where you publish, but also how you make your research available through social media. And in some universities, this is being regulated and promoted. In other universities, it's being regulated and repressed or punished. So we have a new reality that is creating this very stressful environment. It's so stressful that in the last year alone, I found several hundred articles talking about this phenomenon of how social networks are hurting research, and another 1,000 articles saying how social media promotes research or a research culture. What I'm trying to convey to you is that this is a very fluid environment, and there is no very clear system that help us individually, and this is the key word, individually, to navigate this model. On the one hand, most of the universities that we work and national systems of research and science are declaring that we need to do interdisciplinary, collaborative research. However, in most of the countries that we reviewed the documents, all researchers are assessed individually. And in some countries, if you are the third author, your contribution is not counted. So I'm working now in a group that we are 40 from 30-some different countries. And the colleagues that were coming from Africa and Asia and Latin America were saying, I don't know if I can collaborate in this project, because if it's going to be alphabetically, if the order of the authors is going to be listed alphabetically, I'm going to be the last one. My university is not going to give me any reward for this, so I'm not going to work for this. So again, another tension between do collaborative interdisciplinary work and being rewarded individually. And this is creating a system of incentives that is not new, but all of us know that in embarking in our scientific and scholarly careers, there were two things that appealed to us in the past. Our curiosity, we wanted to know something about an issue, and that made us start doing research, and then we said, well, maybe I'm good at that and I can get a job. So that's one. But now the system is pushing for another element, and it's the element of vanity. And so what we have is a process that makes us compete once against another, trying to get more citations, trying to get more funding, trying to be always the PI. In certain disciplines, this is well codified and people understand. In the social sciences and humanities, this is not working. It's not working for many reasons, but this issue of vanity also has gender and racial and ethnic dimensions, and we have research showing that white males are getting disproportionately more citations than their colleagues, female colleagues. This is creating another distortion that we have in the system of peer review, which is fundamental for making our journals alive. Many of our reviewers and researchers are saying the same. I cannot contribute to the paper. I cannot make contributions to improve the paper. I have to look for the problems in this paper to try to reject as much as possible, because the rejection rate of my journal counts in making it more prestigious. So two of the organizations that I work, and I'm in the communications, publications committee of the American Educational Research Association and the Comparative International Education Society, all the journal editors are saying exactly the same. We have to re-educate our reviewers to abandon that model of first reject and then contribute, to try to say, okay, well, let's contribute. Rejection is not what is going to make us better all the time. There are some attempts of transforming journals in that direction, which is good, and I will talk more about that towards the end. The other distortion is the one created by the famous impact factor. I assume that everybody here knows what the impact factor is, but very briefly, it's an average of the number of citations that a journal gets in the previous 3 years. It's an indirect measure of the quality of the individual articles. So this is the important part. The impact factor, or the journal citation record, or the whatever the metrics that Cielo gives you and so on, they are for the journal. and they are useful for the journals, are not very useful to assess the quality of individual articles. And this is really well established. However, they serve a function that is to regulate scarce resources in the scientific community. In Latin America, we have outsourced the assessment of the quality of the articles to these companies. Why? We are still trying to figure out a very good answer other than it creates a system of fictional merits because it doesn't measure articles. It is indirect. This system has created, again, a lot of stress. And in the UK, 40% of the scholars are reporting to be under stress. In our research with colleges in Canada, with universities in Canada and the US, the number is very similar. So 4 out of 10 of all of us are suffering from stress. And when they're suffering from stress, they're also taking medicines. Not a very happy part. In other countries like China, this system of incentives is also creating a lot of distortions with a system that pays per article. Some universities, like mine, tried this model. We bankrupt the system because if it really works, you are going to use a lot more money than the system affords. And finally, in terms of the distortions, it creates an imbalance that we know. We have plenty of data about males and females, white researchers, and racial minorities. And very important for us, and we are suffering this situation here for the last 2 days, it gives priority to English over any other language, although last year it was the 2nd year in a row that there were more papers published in Chinese than in English. However, they still don't figure that high in the rankings. So, happy? No. For some of us, we suffer this situation now, and we think that it's new. And I'd like to remind you that already in 1968, people were suffering from the same. Are you translating the jokes to John? Thank you. Okay. So it's not a new problem, but it's more acute right now. It's more acute, and now following the trend started by Ines and Judith, I'm also going back a little bit in history. For centuries, our communication as scientists was oral. This is the way we did it. The journal is an artifact that has over 300 years, and it has a very interesting story. If you have time, look at the relationship between the development of the press and the selling of the Pope's bulla papal, the Pope's dispensation and early pornographic literature. It's really fascinating. Without that, we don't have the press. But it's also an important element that there is a feedback loop between science, between all of us, and science, the construction of empires, the process of colonization, the process of domination, wars, and capital accumulation. That is something that we've all been part. So, although many in this community don't enjoy talking about money, we will need to talk more and more about money and start thinking and asking more questions about the use of money. So right now, the shift that we are seeing is that epistemic curiosity is still relevant, but the search for commercial interest and for increase our salaries is becoming a dominant mode. So there are continuities in our institutions. We go to any university and we recognize, it's easy to recognize universities, some very classical, like the Sorbonne and Coimbra. The other element that we see as a continuity is this notion of we have to be alone. The scientist is working alone. The truth is that we don't work alone, but most of the systems of assessing and accountability are looking at this individual. And the same with the students. We know that students learn in communities of practice and they learn in groups, but we keep doing all these evaluations alone. There are very few places that we don't do that. And this idea of the university and the scholarly community as the accumulation of great readings that will end up in these graduations. So this is a way of thinking about universities and scholarly communications, that the past is really big and determines the future. I'm going to challenge that. And I'm going to show some discontinuities. So I don't remember who said that. Our colleague from Japan that had a very short history, 5 minutes of Japan. I'm going to try to follow your guidance, and I will do a short history of higher education. The numbers in yellow are the numbers of students and the names of the institutions. So we have, between the innovations, if you want, from the Greek academies or the Egyptian universities to the next transformation of universities, the medieval universities, there were 1,500 years. And we started with 30 students in the Greek academies and 100 more or less students per year in the medieval universities. 300 years, we have the private because it was before the nation state, so the notion that were public universities, Sorbonne or Bologna, is a little bit contested. I say private and public selective universities, they have 1,000 students, 300 years. 200 years later, we have now what we consider public mass universities. Oops. Only 60 years later, we have online universities with 60,000 students. And now we have, in the last 20 years, the creation of international for-profit universities with 100,000 students. And more recently, the advent of MOOCs with 1 million students. So, continuities, yes, but when you change the scale at the speed and the quantity that we are seeing now, we have a different scenario. It's not the same. I always remind people that we talk about the American universities. We usually talk about Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, and so on. But there are 4,500 universities in the US. And the larger number of universities in higher education, changing the category now, are in community colleges. 65% of all students in higher education in the US, community colleges. They transfer, so they start in community colleges or they could finish, but we need to understand that this is a different, the scale is very different. And we need to understand that because the scale is very different, the amount of money that we are using is very different, and then systems of accountability are also adapting. Another element to consider. This is a time in history that we have more people schooled or educated than ever before. And the number is 1.4 billion students Of those, 200 in universities, 200 millions, and there are 61 million teachers and faculty. And this is a number that will continue unless artificial intelligence will discover a good way of replacing all of us. You know the data about digital reach, but perhaps this is something that you are not that aware. While our students use social networks for learning, studying, accessing to the research, very few of the faculty use it in the same proportion. I'm not tweeting about this. I'm not posting about Facebook. My colleagues that are 15 years younger, they will be tweeting while they are talking. And my university will give me an incentive if I tweet and Facebook and post while I talk. I'm lazy. That's it. We'll see. This is the other element that is really important. We have all the systems of accountability because, among many things, we are spending a tremendous amount of money. And this will continue to increase. And the more money we are spending, the more the pressure for accountability. In that $1.6 trillion, there is a small portion that goes to journal articles, and I'm counting only journal articles in English. But you can see the progression from 2006 to 2018. 3 million articles. And the same applies to Latin America, Africa, Asia. Every single region has increased the output. But think about your own production. Have you increased the speed that you can read? No. Do you increase the number of citations or the bibliography? Some people are doing that using artificial intelligence. But our capacities are very limited. As it was discussed yesterday, the Plan S is changing the landscape. The proposal from Latin America, led by the Amelica coalition, is getting stronger and is entering into the conversation. Canada and the US are moving slowly in between. We'll see how that is going to work. But last year, there were 33,000 journal articles, peer-reviewed journals in English. Every year, we create new journals. Some because we need, there are new fields that are emerging that need new journals. But because those journals cannot automatically get into the journal citation records or the impact factors, many of those are punished, and they have to endure punishment from their organizations. Some journals innovate and can get away from this, and I will talk a little bit more about those innovations later, but this is very difficult. The other thing that is very difficult, and you know this from your own units and colleges, is that the practices of citation, of counting citations, is very different by field. While 80% of medicine articles are cited at least once, that number goes to 73% in the natural sciences, 32% in the social sciences, and 18% in the humanities. And it's, this is more or less constant over the last 100 years. And 80% of all citations correspond to 20% of the researchers. The new category created by Clarivate and Web of Science of highly cited researchers. And I think that I have the different presentation, just for fun. In 2016, Clarivate sent me an email saying, "Congratulations, Gustavo. You are one of the highly cited researchers." I live in the US. My salary, Flaxo doesn't pay me. My salary is coming from the US. So I went to my dean with the email and says, "Hey, I'm one highly cited researcher." I have no idea why they made that, but this is what you do in the US. You are in a research-intensive university. If you get one of those awards, that was considered an award, you go and ask for a salary increase. And I got a salary increase. But 2 months later, Clarivate sent me another email saying, "We made a mistake." It was the Fishman GE, but the one that works in neuroscience. I disclosed that, but I retained the salary increase. So I drink the Kool-Aid. We live in this system where we have incentives and punishments, but the punishment is a lot harsher than the incentives. What's my evidence for that? As I told you before, we did research reviewing the systems in Latin America and then similar in Canada and the US. And we looked for the words, among other many things, but what were the words associated to the public mission of universities in the statements, the goals, the mission statements of the universities. And as you can see, public goes with service and professional service and not very much associated with research. And when we look for the same in the statements about research, the big thing is impact. And when we look for the indicators of impact, the one that dominates is the impact factor. In the case of the US, the chances of you publishing in a high impact factor are moderate. But in the case of Latin America, are marginal. So we have a system of science and research in Latin America that is more concerned with what we don't have, and a system that is biased against the production in the region, and that's a system that is incentivizing research and production, and that has created a model in which almost all the journals are following systems of production and publication that perhaps were useful 40 years ago, but not today. Most of the journals in Latin America are still publishing as if they were printed. They are online, digital, but they still have issues, volume. Most journals publish, let's say, 40, 50 articles a year, because the opposition between quality and quantity seems to be the dominant one. all the new emerging journals are going into continuous publication, more interdisciplinary, with developmental reviews, with open reviews, adopting the notion of open science, and many of them open access, although there is a debate about what type of open access they are using. In Latin America, we try to be open access, sponsored by the public sector. In North America, Canada, and Europe is open access paid by, also now with Plan S, by governments or with article processing fees. In the scholarly, the multiple scholarly communications associations that we attend, there is a consensus that we cannot keep doing this. What we are doing is adopting simplistic models that are simple, elegant sometimes, but they are wrong. And they are wrong because they are not helping us to produce better science. They are very good at regulating the academic career of all of us. But to what extent they are producing better science, this is something that we need to debate. So we need to change, and we need to rethink the orientation of our scientific journals. But I would say, I like to read in paper. When I read fiction and novels, I get the books, I get the paper. My quota of nostalgia and tango crying is in the books. But with the journals, we don't need to continue with that model. We shouldn't continue with that model. It's punishing us. It's creating a system that is not conducive to produce more, better, more accessible, more usable science. So the past is important. But if you think about higher education today, research and development, the future is a lot bigger. So we need to remember and honor our traditions, but we don't need to keep doing or maintaining the system of publications of the last 40 years. I'm going to add a caveat. Judith is here. I love the whole issue of the caveat. I still believe that books matter. And we did, this is just for the field of education. I don't know if what I'm going to say extends to other fields. But the most influential scholars in the field of education in the US publish articles, but the reputation, remember that thing of the influence, is based on books. And their books are more cited than their articles. I'm talking of Linda Darling-Hammond, Diane Ravitch, Paulo Freire, if you want. It's like the book is an object that still is very much used, at least in that field. I'm not making claims about other fields. So, we have today two modes about thinking about scholarly publications. The first is zero-sum game, that quantity is opposed to quality. If I gain in one, I'm going to lose in the other. That if I want to innovate, I'm going to lose the stability and the sense of security of the tradition, and that if favors private or individual gains, it's going to go against the public, and that if I want to favor the local knowledge or things that matter in my local community, it's not going to be good for the global epistemic community. And I think that in the world of journals, that's not true. There are tensions, and we need to manage those tensions between the same categories, but you can do it. You can play with different dimensions that will allow you to respond to the demands of your field. I publish a journal that is in the field of education. It publishes in 3 languages, and for 20 years, Clarivate always told us that we were never going to be indexed by Web of Science because they thought that the journal had one version that was the good journal and 2 pirate versions, because every time you change the language, it opens into a separate website. So when you enter the journal in English, it ends with, you know, the domain in English. When you go to the page in Portuguese, it opens a new page, and they thought that they were, because it was the same number for the journal, they thought that we were doing something, you know, fraudulent. We explained at least 20 times that it was the same journal and 3 languages. And then they said, well, we will index you, but just the English part. And of course I say, no way, we are one journal. And then they said, well, you don't publish a regular number of articles. And if you don't publish a regular number of articles, we cannot calculate the impact factor because you change the number of articles every year. And I say, no, we will continue to do that. And so finally, without us saying anything, last week or 2 weeks ago, they said, well, yes, we are indexing you, but we would like you to consider not to index the Spanish and Portuguese section because that will lower your impact factor. And we say no again. We are going to have an impact factor. We have no idea how they are going to calculate that, but for and we are going to be one of the few journals in Spanish and Portuguese indexed in Clarivate, not in the secondary, what's the name of the, no scope. Web of Science has a core collection and emerging, not in the emerging, we are in the core collection. But it's insane. That company is pushing journals to adapt behaviors and to publish in an outdated, antiquated model because it's easier for them to index. It doesn't have anything to do with quality, scholarly rigor, contribution to science, nothing. It's easier for them. And the sad truth is that most journals are adapting to that model. It's wrong. We know it's wrong. So, please, if you edit journals, abandon that. To start finishing, how to prevent publish and perish? You know, sign DORA, adopt the principles of DORA. Everybody is aware of the DORA declaration, the Research Assessment Declaration of San Francisco, and the very simple demand of DORA is do not use indirect metrics of journal quality to assess the quality of the individual researcher or the individual project. It's a very simple demand. As you can see, more than 1,500 universities and organizations are already signing DORA. For the Latin Americans and the Mexicans, very few in Mexico, so push for that, please. The same in Argentina. And almost 15,000 researchers worldwide. We need to go back to the idea of assessing research requires to read the research and to be patient. The scholar that discovered the Zika virus discovered that in 1950s. His published paper got an accumulated number of citations of 7 over 60 years. In 2015, one of the most cited papers, he should deserve the highly cited researcher and the salary increase, but he was dead. We need to go back to reading. We need to spend the money in places that make sense if improve science, not to the administration of our academic careers. Oh, there is a typo there. And for that, what we need to do is to start asking our institutions to support not only our scientific, but also our educational, our economic contributions, our political contributions, our social contributions, our cultural contributions by mobilizing our research. And by mobilizing, I'm saying making it more accessible and more usable. And usable is not an indication of practice, it's how much our societies can engage with this, with our scholarly production. It's not, when we started working on knowledge mobilization, we thought that it was something that the individual researchers were able to do. And now we know that it's a fantasy. We cannot be good researchers, good writers, good presenters, good at podcasts, good at YouTube, good at... That is something that requires special knowledge, special skills that our institutions need to do. And why our institutions need to do that? Because we cost a lot of money. The public supports us. The public needs to have access, but needs to have access in a way that they could engage. If we don't engage, if we don't make this accessible, the public is going to keep mistrusting us. And that is going to be very, very painful. I don't think that we need to go back to the golden age of universities that in every different country is a different period. In Argentina it was the 60s, in Brazil it was the 70s, and Mexico, I don't know. In the US, they always go back to the launching of the Apollo mission as the golden age. For me, the golden age is today, because this is the time of universities and the scholarly community that is larger, more diverse, more inclusive, more heterogeneous, and the future is going to increase the presence of people like us. But we need to demand from the public and from our institutions a different type of support. If they keep counting our contributions as the little points at the individual level, we are not going to be producing better science. There are plenty of examples of how to do that. Many universities are doing that. We need to push our organizations to do that. And one simple first step is adopting the principles of the DORA Declaration. It's not costly, but it's more sane. It will reduce the level of stress among us. It will increase the opportunities to collaborate, to do more interdisciplinary research, and to serve the public. If we don't serve the public, we are going to be history. So, thank you. Y nos vamos. When we are leaving, because...
Well, maybe we want to, I don't know if we have some time, if we're still, we have some energy. But I think you raised many interesting points that maybe somebody wants to follow up the conversation.
We can go and have a drink.
Would you, yes, do you have a question?
But I don't have the microphone.
Thank you very much, and I'm very much impressed by your talk, and the meaning of publication is very different shape right now. But my experience observing the Japanese case there are a very limited number of universities that could be applied to publish or perish, or even publish and publish. But many universities and colleges in Japan, for me, it seems to be the principle of publish and perish. Because the university business is so busy, and former research-intensive universities, professors can work with publication or research and teaching. But majority of the university and colleges, professors' main job is to recruit students or to serve more number of classes, or even to deal with some administrative work as a professor. Because unlike US, we have a very few number of supporting staff. So university professor seems to be like school teachers right now. So there are a lot of diversity. But I suppose that in the US, there might be another diversification from research-intensive university to a community college or other professional schools.
Very quickly, yes, the people in community colleges don't have the same pressure to publish, but even at teaching institutions, the pressure to publish is the pressure to get grants, and from the grants to derive publications is becoming normal. But the same is happening in Latin America, and the same is happening in some countries in Europe, where there is an attempt to compensate the resources that the public sector is trying to save by getting money through grants and contracts, and that needs to be shown also in publications. It's not a very good system. When I finished my PhD, I entered into the job market in the US with, I think that I have 6 publications and some conference presentations. Today we are admitting students in the PhD that they already have 3 publications, and when they finish they have 12. It's really an insane amount of pressure. Many programs are changing in our field. Many programs are changing, are abandoning the dissertation or the book model. For first, they were asking for 2 articles. Now they're asking for 4. Who decided that 4 is the right number? I have no idea. Where is the study that says 4 articles equals 1 dissertation? The counted pages? It's an obsession with counting these things that is not producing better science. Or at least we don't have evidence that is better science. What we know is that there is evidence of capacity to publish.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Elena is
Thank you very much for the talk. It was very interesting. One very quick question and then another one, but you don't tweet while you talk because you're lazy or because you already have tenure? And you can have the luxury of not tweeting and not being engaged in social networks and stuff. My point with the with the silly question is probably the younger professors are in the hunt for tenure, and that's a very different standpoint for how to engage with that other media. So what I wonder is probably the problem is not how the academic work is assessed, but that the economic structure of the university has changed a lot. And the stress is coming not from the method of assessment, but for the lack of opportunities. Because now it's very difficult, much more difficult today than 30 years ago to have a full-time position. And now your destiny is to be an adjunct professor. And that changes a lot of things. So that's one question, if you can say something about that. Probably we're mistaking the cause with the effect. And the other is, what do you think is the role of actual professors in reproducing this system of assessment? Because we make a lot of critiques, but I think that at the end they found the system very predictable, and they are accepting and reproducing the system because they prefer the complicated, stressful system, but is clear and predictable, and the other of reading and use your educated judgment is murky and dark and unpredictable, and that creates some sort, all other sorts of dynamics. So if you can say something about those two things.
I'm going to start with the second part. Our research was done with the intention of changing. And the enemy is not out there. The enemy is us. What we found is that for faculty, researchers, scholars that are at the top of the food chain or the pyramid, they have zero incentive to change. Absolutely no incentive, and they don't want to change. But there is a recognition among well-established scholars that the system is not very good. That they are recognizing what is not very good, but we need to find something better to replace, because it was very costly for me to go through all this system of punishment and incentives, and so if I'm here it's because I deserve. So they enhance their merits, but I think that there is a clear recognition that this is not working, and it's going to, it has an economic model that is not very sustainable. So this is one thing. We are part of the problem, and we need to change. I'm lazy, and I'm bad at social media. If I were good, I will do it, but I'm really bad. So I work with other people, and so now I'm doing things in social media when I work with groups. I don't really like this part of promoting my talk or tweeting every time I publish something. But if there is something, so now we are going to release a video about a project, so that we will be tweeting and posting and doing things, because I think that it makes sense. We use a lot social media for our journals, because I think that is the collective effort, it makes sense, and it engages other audiences, so it's good. But me as an individual researcher, I think that my institution should help and support with that. I was trained as a researcher, as a scholar. I do that moderately well. I wasn't trained at being a social media manager. If an institution has one social media manager, it could serve the whole collective of and enhance the accessibility of the research for the whole institution. This idea that every single, all the activities should be performed at the individual level, I find that this, it increases the stress, and yes, it is unfair. Your first point, I can do it. I can do it. I'm not punished for not doing it. Perhaps my colleagues, junior colleagues, if they don't engage in that, they will have fewer opportunities. That's why I defend that the institution should do it for them and for us. But at the individual level, knowledge mobilization at the individual level is impossible. It's really, really impossible. Doing research is difficult. Doing translational research is another level of difficulty. Making it even more accessible and engaging with the communities in rethinking the questions is another level of difficulty. We should be, working in collaborative teams. Science in the 21st century has space for the individual researcher that does slow research, thinking, rethinking, experimenting, trying. There is space for that. But also, we need to engage in teams and working in teams. And we need to train our PhDs and our masters in teams. And we need to retrain people like me to work in teams. Luckily, I'm doing that. But my university keeps evaluating me as an individual. When we work in science, in collaborative teams, it's difficult, but we produce better science. And the citations, they go up to the roof. So if they're concerned with the citations, the interdisciplinary collaborative teams, they get more citations. But, but if the system keeps saying, okay, well, one citation for you, one citation for me, if we collaborate, it's kind of stupid. Sorry.
So, should we, is there any other question, or should we call it, there's one, Maria? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my experience is rather different in that collaborative research colleagues are finding they're being steered to publish in their own disciplinary journals. So the political scientists have to publish, and they don't want to publish in, they're constrained. So just an observation on that. But my question is really going back to something I was talking about yesterday, the power of the different disciplines. And I just wonder, is it too simplistic that, for example, some of us maybe are inclined to say, well, this has worked actually quite well in the area of medicine because they need a quick ding-dong publish, and then it's in the open domain and people can engage with that. And so I just wonder, is that too simplistic to say, well, there's something here about the power of different disciplines?
By now, we have so much research done on the scientometrics, the bibliometrics, the field of the policy of science. So we know that it's pretty stable, the practice of recognizing the influence of other scholars in the field, in your discipline, that is very, very stable. In the social sciences, including, for example, economics. So I don't know what's if you like economics here. Do you have economics?
Not here, but
okay.
Yeah, we're not against it.
In the US, they are considered part of the social sciences. And their salaries tend to be a lot higher than everybody else in the social sciences. And a lot higher, double. So if somebody earns 60,000, the initial salary for an economist is going to be 120. And the economists, when they start their career, they don't publish in journals. They publish something called working papers. And it takes them a long time to get published in the top journals in their field and so on. If you are in the sociology, anthropology, education, social welfare, if you try to do the same as the economists, you will be fired. Why? We know we have these traditions, these orientations that are different. In our field, in education, books are very, very influential. We did a survey with deans of the top 50 colleges of education in the US, and we asked that simple question. Would you recommend a junior faculty to publish his or her dissertation as a book to increase? No. And then we show, hey, but this is the evidence, books still matter. And the answer was, yes, but the provost or the president of the university just wants to see articles. And I said, so we are choosing the wrong path on purpose? You know that. It's not that they don't know. They know. So, no, it's not too simplistic. And we have the data, we have the relevance. It is not insane. It's not a very good policy not to use the evidence that we have to make scientific policies. We have if there was no evidence, I will not be saying any of these things, but there is plenty of evidence. So, thank you.
So, thank you very much for still being here. It's been a very, very long journey. And so, well, we resume tomorrow at 10. I don't know, Germán, if you want to say anything. Many, many thanks. A big